Good evening, and welcome to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and I'm truly grateful that you've chosen to spend part of your night here with me. Before tonight's story begins, I just wanted to check in and ask how you've been. Have you been feeling well? Has work been keeping you on your feet lately? Maybe these past few weeks have been filled with long hours, endless responsibilities, or the kind of quiet stress that follows you home after the day is over. If that's the case, I hope you've been taking care of yourself. Even a small moment of rest can make a difference. And I hope tonight can be one of those moments for you. I've noticed that things have been a little quieter around here recently. It seems many of you have been caught up with work, family, school, or simply the busy rhythm of everyday life. I imagine that's why some familiar names haven't stopped by for our late-night horror stories in a while. And that's perfectly okay. Life has a way of asking for our attention when we least expect it. Just know that this little corner of Chilly Midnight will always be here whenever you need a peaceful escape. Whether it's after a difficult day, a sleepless night, or simply because you feel like disappearing into a strange story for a little while. If you have a moment, I'd love to hear from you in the comments. Tell me how you've been, what you've been busy with, or even what kind of horror story you'd enjoy hearing next. Reading your messages always reminds me that we're sharing these evenings together, even from different parts of the world. Most importantly, I wish you good health, calmer days ahead, and enough quiet moments to recharge whenever life becomes too demanding. Thank you for coming by tonight. Now, let's leave the ordinary world behind for a little while and see what the darkness has been waiting to reveal. Story 1. Rain had followed Maeve Callahan from Ennis to the western edge of County Clare. Though by the time the hired car turned through the iron gates of Carroglass House, it had thinned to something finer and colder than mist. It silvered the dead hedges, softened the hills, and made the manor appear less built than remembered, a long gray mass above the Atlantic, its chimneys leaning into the weather, its windows holding the dull light of an exhausted sky. The driver would not take her beyond the gatehouse. Roads washed near the old yews, he said, though the gravel ahead looked firm enough. He unloaded her case and the 2 archival boxes she had brought from Dublin, then glanced at the house without quite raising his eyes to it. They'll send someone down. No one came. Maeve stood beneath the dripping arch until the car's red lights vanished into the fog. Then she lifted one box against her hip, dragged her case behind her, and walked the rest of the way alone. She had been hired to reconstruct the Callahan family tree from 4 centuries of parish copies, private ledgers, marriage settlements, and letters stored at Carroglass. The fee was unusually generous. The instructions were unusually vague. Lady Ethne Callahan, in a precise hand that seemed to resent the paper beneath it, had written that the work must be completed before the end of October and that nothing was to be removed from the house. Maeve had accepted before asking why. She told herself it was because independent genealogists could not afford principles about wealthy clients. The less honest answer was that she had stared at the surname on the letterhead. Callahan was common enough in Ireland, yet seeing it beneath the black crest of Carroglass had produced a small, private irritation, like discovering one's own handwriting in a stranger's diary. The front door opened before she reached it. A narrow woman in a dark green dress stood within, one hand resting against the wood. She was perhaps 60, perhaps older. Her white hair was pinned severely behind her head, and her face had the pale, A folded look of paper kept too long in a drawer. "Miss Callahan," she said. Maeve shifted the box. "Yes." The woman's gaze moved to Maeve's face and stayed there a moment too long. "I'm Brid Leanh. I keep the house." There was no welcome in it, but there was relief. Inside, Caroglass smelled of turf smoke, beeswax, and wet stone. Portraits crowded the entrance hall from skirting board to ceiling. Judges, soldiers, widows in black silk. Children posed beside dogs. Most had the heavy Callahan brow and deep-set eyes. Maeve noticed that several frames had been rehung. Pale rectangles showed where larger paintings had once rested. Brid led her upstairs without offering tea. The corridor floors dipped toward the center, and the wallpaper had darkened in vertical streams beneath the windows. Somewhere in the walls, water tapped with patient regularity. "Lady Ethne will see you at dinner," Brid said. "The records are in the West Library. Your room is here." She opened a door at the end of the passage. The bedroom faced the sea. Beyond the glass, the lawn fell away toward black cliffs, though the fog hid the water itself. A fire had been lit. On the desk lay sharpened pencils, cotton gloves, and a fresh notebook stamped with the Caroglass crest. Maeve set down the box. On the first page of the notebook, someone had already written her name. Not merely Maeve Callahan, but Maeve Nora Callahan, including the middle name she had stopped using after her mother's funeral. The ink was still wet enough to shine. She looked toward Brid. Who wrote this? The housekeeper did not glance at the notebook. Her attention had gone instead to the window. From somewhere outside came the faint sound of a woman crying. It was not loud. It did not rise above the wind. It seemed, rather, to exist within the glass itself, a breath drawn too slowly, then released as grief. Maeve stepped closer to the window. The lawn was empty. The fog pressed against the panes in pale folds. Behind her, Brid whispered, "Not yet." Maeve turned. "What did you say?" But Brid had already backed into the corridor. Before closing the door, she looked once at the wet name on the page. Then she said, very quietly, "You should not have arrived before she knew who you were." For several seconds after Brid left, Maeve remained beside the desk, listening to the woman's weeping thin into the weather. The wet ink of her name had begun to spread through the paper fibers. She touched the final letter with the corner of a blotting sheet. Blackness climbed into it at once, too much for a single line, as though the page had been soaked from beneath. By dinner, the notebook was dry. Maeve carried it downstairs anyway. The dining room occupied the eastern end of Caroglass, where 3 tall windows faced the darkening lawn. Only half the table had been set. Silver candlesticks stood among bowls of late hydrangeas whose blue petals had browned at the edges. Lady Ethne Callahan sat at the head. She was older than Maeve had expected and straighter than the high-backed chair behind her. Her white hair was cut neatly at the jaw, and a black velvet jacket gave her the severe, finished appearance of a portrait recently cleaned. Beside her sat a thin man wrapped in a wool cardigan despite the heat of the fire. His left hand trembled against the stem of his water glass. "My brother, Lorcan," Ethne said, "and my grandson, Fintan." Fintan rose when Maeve approached. He was in his early 30s, broad-shouldered, with rain-dark hair and the tired courtesy of someone who had grown up apologizing for a house. He pulled out her chair. "We heard you arrived on foot," he said. The road seemed passable. It usually does. Ethne looked at him once, and he sat down. The meal was plain. Mutton, potatoes, carrots gone soft in butter. Maeve began with practical questions about the family archive. Ethne answered clearly until Maeve asked how many living Callahans remained connected to Carroglass. 4, Ethne said. Lorcan's spoon stopped halfway to his mouth. Fenton looked toward the empty place setting opposite Maeve. Ethne continued. Myself, Lorcan, Fenton, and our cousin Deirdre in Galway. 5, Lorcan murmured. The room went still. Ethne folded her napkin. Lorcan is unwell. I am not speaking of illness. Then you are speaking of nothing useful. Maeve had heard that tone before in probate offices and private drawing rooms, the tone that did not deny a fact so much as declare it socially inadmissible. Years earlier, she had used a softer version of it herself while preparing a lineage for an English landowner whose grandfather had maintained a second household in Cork. She had called the missing children Times unverified issue. The phrase had earned her a recommendation and erased 3 lives from a printed family history. She looked at Lorcan. Who is the 5th? His lips parted, but no answer came. Fenton reached for the wine. Uncle Lorcan sometimes confuses generations. I know my own generation, Lorcan said. His glass trembled harder. Water spilled across the white cloth, spreading toward an unused silver fork at the empty place. No one moved to lift it. Maeve changed direction. Lady Ethne, your letter mentioned recent deaths. I'll need full names and dates. My husband, Cormac, died 11 years ago. My daughter Aisling Fenton's mother died 6 years later. My elder sister, Una, died as a child. And Lorcan never married. Lorcan stared at his plate. No, Ethne said. Fenton looked up too quickly. Maeve noticed these things automatically. Delayed answers. Pronouns avoided. Relatives described by relationship but not temperament. Death dates supplied without causes. Families who wished to conceal adultery. Institutionalization of suicide or illegitimacy often spoke in this careful architecture. Building sentences around the missing room, she opened the notebook. My middle name was written in this before I arrived. Ethne's expression did not change, but Lorcan whispered, Nora. The candle nearest him went out. Maeve looked across the table. How did you know that? Lorcan's face had gone slack with fear. Fenton gripped his shoulder, but the old man pushed his hand away. I knew your mother, Lorcan said. Ethne stood so abruptly that her chair struck the floor. You will excuse him. My mother never mentioned Carroglass. No, Lorcan said. She made certain of that. Then, from beyond the rain-dark windows, the woman began to weep again. This time the sound did not come from the lawn. It came from the empty chair opposite Maeve, and beneath its unused plate. Someone had written a name in water. The name beneath the unused plate was gone before Maeve could read it. She had seen only the first letter, a long downward stroke. Perhaps in times L times or times D times before Ethne swept the plate aside with one hand. The water scattered across the cloth and vanished into the linen without leaving a stain. No one acknowledged the weeping. Finton lifted Lorcan from his chair. The old man resisted weakly, staring at the empty place as though someone remained seated there. "She has started again," he whispered. Ethne's face tightened. "Take your uncle upstairs. I can walk." "You can barely remember where you are." Lorcan looked directly at Maeve. For an instant, his confusion fell away. "Find him before she finishes," he said. Finton led him from the room. Maeve closed her notebook. "Who am I supposed to find?" "My brother mistakes old stories for memories," Ethne replied. "You were hired to arrange documents. Miss Callahan, not to encourage him. And the crying? Foxes. That was not a fox." Ethne examined Maeve with something colder than annoyance. People hear what they expect to hear in old houses. The West Library had once been the finest room in Caroglass. Now damp had swollen the shelves, and strips of wallpaper hung behind the bookcases like shed skin. Breed had placed 3 archival lamps on the central table, though only 2 worked. Their yellow light fell across stacks of account books, parish copies, and leather registers bound with cracked red cord. Maeve worked past midnight. She began with the modern family register, reasoning that recent generations would provide a framework for the older records. The volume contained births, marriages, deaths, and handwritten amendments extending back little more than a century. The early entries were orderly. Later pages showed corrections made with increasing violence. Names had been scraped away with a blade. Entire lines had been covered by pasted strips of paper. In several places, the surface had been rubbed so thin that light showed through. Maeve traced Ethne's branch. Ethne Callahan had married Cormac Rourke. Their daughter Aisling had married Thomas Keene and given birth to Finton. Lorcan appeared beneath them, unmarried, without issue. Below Lorcan was a narrow gap. The weeping began outside the library window. It came softly at first, almost concealed by rain ticking against the glass. Then the voice deepened into a drawn-out lament that seemed to pass through several throats before reaching Maeve. She forced herself to keep reading. On the next page, the numbering of the entries skipped. There was no torn sheet. Yet one recorded birth was missing between Lorcan's entry and that of Deirdre Callahan in Galway. Maeve angled the lamp closer. A rectangular strip had been pasted over the line. The weeping grew louder. She slipped a conservation blade beneath one edge. The adhesive was old but strangely damp. It loosened without resistance, releasing the smell of salt water and extinguished candles. Beneath it, written in faded brown ink, was a name: Declan Oren Callahan, born at Caroglass, son of Brendan Callahan and Neam Tierney. Never married. No date of death had been entered. The moment Maeve read the name aloud, the crying stopped. The silence that followed pressed against the library walls. Somewhere above her, a bell rang once. Maeve found Breed in the corridor carrying a basin of steaming water. "Who is Declan Callahan?" Breed stopped. The basin tipped slightly, water trembling against its rim. "Where did you see that name?" "In the family register." Breed looked toward the staircase leading to the east wing. "He has been ill a long while," she said. "Lady Ethne forbade visitors. So he lives here?" Breed's face seemed to collapse inward. "For tonight." She turned away before Maeve could ask more. At dawn, footsteps and low voices woke Maeve in the library chair. Finton stood in the doorway, pale and unshaven. "My grandfather's cousin died during the night. he said. Declan? Fenton frowned. Who? Maeve returned to the register. The pasted strip lay beside the book where she had left it. But the line beneath was blank. Not scratched out. Not faded. Blank. At breakfast, Ethne denied that any Declan had lived at Carrowglass. Lorcan stared at Maeve without recognition. Breed crossed herself when the name was spoken, then asked why Maeve had invented it. Only the empty place at the dining table remained. Beneath its plate lay a silver hospital bracelet. The name printed upon it had disappeared, but the date of death was still wet. Maeve carried the hospital bracelet upstairs before anyone could remove it. She locked her bedroom door, drew the curtains, and placed the bracelet beside the Carrowglass notebook. The plastic was yellowed with age, though Breed had implied that Declan died only hours earlier. Its printed date of death remained visible in thin blue lettering, but the space where his name should have been was smooth and unstained. Maeve wrote it herself. Declan Orrin Callahan. The ink gathered into perfect black beads. For a moment they rested on the paper like rain on wax. Then they rolled away from the letters, crossed the page in narrow streams, and collected along the notebook's spine. She tried again with a pencil. The graphite snapped. A fountain pen produced the same result. Ink refused the shape of the name, separating from each stroke before she could finish it. When she pressed hard enough to score the paper, the grooves remained, but they formed no letters she could recognize. Maeve sat back. There were explanations for damaged paper. Oil contamination, chemical treatment, excess humidity. There were explanations for a family concealing an inconvenient relative. There were even explanations for several people agreeing to deny a death. There was no professional explanation for paper rejecting a name. She wrapped the bracelet in a handkerchief and hid it beneath the false bottom of her document case. In the West Library, the register remained open where she had left it. The blank line beneath Lorcan's entry looked older now. Its paper yellowed more deeply than the surrounding page. Maeve photographed it, then searched for Declan elsewhere. She found no birth certificate, no school record, no tax assessment, no letter bearing his signature. Yet traces of another person remained wherever the family's records had not been designed to preserve names. A kitchen account from 20 years earlier listed 6 adult breakfasts each morning when only 5 relatives were recorded as living at Carrowglass. A pharmacy invoice included recurring medication for severe pulmonary disease. Repairs had been ordered for the gentleman's room at the eastern end, though the estate plans marked that room as storage. Then Maeve found the photographs. They were stacked in shallow drawers beneath the map cabinet. The earliest showed stiff weddings and summer picnics, cattle fairs, confirmations, funerals. In several recent images, the groupings were subtly wrong. At first, she blamed careless composition. Ethne stood beside her late husband with an unnatural gap between them. Lorcan's arm curved behind empty air, his hand resting at the height of another man's shoulder. At Fenton's childhood confirmation, every face looked toward the camera except Breed, whose gaze was fixed upon a space behind the boy. Maeve placed 3 photographs side by side. The empty space moved. In the first, it stood beside Lorcan. In the second, near the garden wall. In the third, at the back of the chapel, where a blurred shoulder remained at the edge of the absence. She lifted the photograph closer to the lamp. The figures shifted, not visibly, not like movement. Rather, when Maeve lowered the picture and raised it again, Ethne had turned slightly away from the gap. Fenton's mother stood nearer her son. The space where someone should have been had widened, forcing the living to rearrange themselves around it. "You should put those back." Brid stood in the library doorway. Maeve had not heard her enter. "You remembered him last night," Maeve said. Brid's eyes moved to the photographs. "I remembered being told not to." "You said he lived in the East Wing." "I said no such thing." "You said..." "For tonight." Brid flinched as if Maeve had struck the table. "Don't repeat words spoken during the crying." "Why?" "Because the house listens differently then." Maeve pushed the confirmation photograph toward her. "Who stood here?" Brid did not look down. "I don't know." "You do." "I knew this morning that someone had died." Her voice dropped. "By breakfast. I knew only that we had laid out too many places. By noon, I could not remember which room needed stripping. And now? Now I remember you asking questions." Maeve reached for the register. His name was Declan Oren Callahan. Every lamp in the library dimmed. Brid crossed the room and seized Maeve's wrist. "Do not speak erased names in this house." "Why not?" "Because a name is how grief finds the dead." The weeping began inside the wall behind them. It was louder than before, close enough that Maeve heard breaths catching between the cries. Beneath the sound came something else, fingernails dragging slowly across plaster. Brid released her. "She heard you," she whispered. A thin line of black ink appeared on the photograph between them. It spread across the empty space, shaping itself into a woman's face. The face was Maeve's. The face in the photograph lasted only until Maeve touched it. The black ink loosened beneath her fingertip and ran across the glossy surface, carrying her features with it. Within seconds, nothing remained except the empty space between the figures. Brid took the photograph from her. "You should leave Caroglass," she said. "You knew my mother." Brid's expression hardened, though not quickly enough. "Many people passed through this house. My mother was not many people." Maeve heard the anger in her own voice and disliked it. Anger made witnesses defensive. Anger turned evidence into accusation. She had spent years teaching herself to remain calm while families lied across polished tables. Yet she could no longer remember the sound of her mother's laugh. The realization came without warning. Maeve remembered when her mother laughed, in the kitchen while flour dusted her sleeves, in the car when the radio failed. Once, during a funeral where laughter had been unforgivable, but the sound itself was gone. In its place was a silence shaped like something she had loved. She left Brid in the library and went upstairs. The corridor seemed longer than before. Her bedroom had been the last door on the left, facing the sea. Now the last door opened into a linen cupboard. Damp sheets leaned from its shelves, and the window at the far end overlooked an enclosed courtyard she had never seen. Maeve returned to the staircase and counted the doors. 6. She counted again. 7. At the 5th door, she found her room. Though the view beyond the window now showed the western lawn instead of the cliffs. Her archival boxes stood beside the desk. Her coat hung from the wardrobe. Everything suggested that she had occupied the room all along, except the notebook. It contained no written name. The first page was blank. Maeve opened her document case and lifted the false bottom. The handkerchief was still there, folded precisely as she had left it. Inside was nothing. She searched the case twice, then emptied its contents onto the bed. pencils, cotton tape, spare gloves, her passport, and a silver pendant fell across the quilt. Maeve stared at the pendant. It was a small, oval locket, tarnished, almost black. She had no memory of owning it. The hinge resisted before opening with a soft crack. One side held a photograph of Maeve as a child, perhaps 8 years old, standing before a wall of dark ivy. The image on the other side had been scratched away so deeply that the metal beneath was exposed. She knew someone should have been standing beside her. She knew it with the same certainty that she knew her own name, but she could not remember who. A knock sounded behind her. Fenton entered without waiting. "Dinner was half an hour ago. You could have knocked." "I did." Maeve looked at the closed door. She had heard only once. Fenton's gaze settled on the open locket. The color left his face. "Where did you get that?" "It was in my case. That belonged to my mother." Maeve turned the photograph toward him. "This child is me." Fenton approached slowly. "No, that is Aisling. It is my face. It was taken here when she was young." They stood side by side, looking at a photograph that could not belong to both of them. Then Fenton said, "I don't remember what my mother looked like." The confession seemed to shame him more than grief would have. From somewhere below came the sound of a door closing. Another followed, deeper in the house. Then another, as though rooms were sealing themselves one by one. Maeve slipped the locket into her pocket. They descended together. But the staircase did not lead to the entrance hall. It ended beside the abandoned family chapel. The double doors stood open, though Maeve remembered them being locked. Inside, pews faced a stone altar, furred with damp. Names had been carved into the floor around it. Some were sharp and legible. Others had been worn smooth, leaving only shallow wounds in the flagstones. The weeping began beneath the altar. One woman cried first, then another joined her, then several more, their breaths overlapping until the sound became a single vast throat trying to contain generations of grief. Maeve gripped the end of a pew. Among the voices, she heard one pronounce her childhood nickname. Only her mother had ever called her that. Maisie. The voice sobbed beneath the stone. Maeve stepped toward the altar. Fenton caught her arm. "There's no one down there." The voice changed. It spoke through tears, using the exact weary tenderness Maeve had spent years pretending not to miss. "Maisie," her mother said, "you left me here." Behind the altar, a section of stone wall opened inward. Wet footprints appeared on the chapel floor, leading into the darkness beyond. The wet footprints ended at the open section of wall. Beyond it, a stairway descended between stones so narrow that Maeve had to turn sideways. The air smelled of salt, mold, and something scorched long ago. Fenton remained at the threshold. "Maeve," he said, "we should get Breed." Her mother's voice had stopped. That silence pulled harder than the crying had. Maeve took the first step. The passage curved beneath the chapel. Moisture shone on the walls. Yet the footprints continued clearly, each bare heel and toe outlined in black water. They were too small to belong to Breed and too sharply formed to be old. Fenton followed after her, muttering that the space was not shown on any plan of Caroglass. Maeve did not answer. She was remembering her mother at the kitchen sink, sleeves rolled to the elbow, refusing to discuss where she had been born. Whenever Maeve asked about grandparents or cousins, Nora had said only that some families were healthier when pruned. At the time, Maeve had admired the phrase. The stairway opened into a low chamber lined with cedar cabinets. A long table stood at its center beneath a rusted iron lamp. The room had no windows, but the stone floor was wet, and fine grains of sand had collected in the corners as if the sea had withdrawn from it only moments earlier. Portraits covered one wall. They were all women. Their dresses ranged across centuries' dark wool. Lace collars, mourning silk, plain servants' cotton, but every face had been cut from the canvas. The cuts were careful, following hairlines and jaws. Some portraits retained a single painted hand gripping a chair, a book, or a child's shoulder. Fenton touched one empty oval. My grandmother used to say these were damaged in a fire. No fire cuts around eyelashes. Maeve opened the nearest cabinet. Inside lay bundles of baptismal records tied with black thread. Each page had been burned through its central entry, leaving dates, sponsors, and parents intact around a charred absence. Other drawers held locks of hair sealed in envelopes. Some were gray, some red, some still the pale gold of childhood. Instead of names, the envelopes bore phrases in the same severe hand. Born in shame, refused obedience, returned after banishment, spoke during the morning. Maeve felt Fenton move away from the cabinet. This isn't an archive, he said. It is, she replied, just not one meant to preserve anything. On the central table sat a brass-bound box secured by a red wax seal. The Callahan crest had been pressed into it upside down. Maeve recognized the knot in the cord before she recognized why. Her mother had tied parcels that way, looping the thread twice beneath itself so it could be loosened without cutting. Her hands began to shake. Fenton saw it. You've seen this before. No. The answer came too quickly. Maeve broke the seal. Inside was a genealogy written on vellum, folded into a narrow column. Unlike the public family registers, it did not branch outward. It descended in a single vertical line, each generation connected to the next by a stroke of faded red ink. At the top was her mother's name, Nora Brigid Callahan. Beneath it appeared a birth date, the word Caroglass, and a notation in Latin that Maeve translated before she could stop herself, removed before the cry. Below, Nora's name was Maeve's own. No birth date had been written beside it. Instead, there was a blank space, followed by a sentence in English. To be returned when the house has no daughter left to surrender. Fenton read over her shoulder. My grandmother said my mother was the last daughter born here. Maeve unfolded the remaining vellum. At the bottom, beneath her own entry, another name had been added in ink so fresh it had not yet dried. Maeve Nora Callahan. The same name appeared twice. Beside the second entry was a date. Tomorrow's date. From inside the brass-bound box came the sound of a woman drawing breath. The breath inside the box became a whisper. Not a word. Only the intimate sound of someone trying not to be heard. Maeve slammed the lid shut. Fenton backed away. But the room had already changed. Water crept across the floor in black threads, joining the footprints at Maeve's shoes. From the cut portraits came a faint rustling, like skirts turning in a draft. There must be letters, Maeve said. She clung to professional calm. Evidence first. Interpretation later. It was the discipline she had used where families lied because truth threatened property. They searched the cabinets. Behind the burned baptismal records, Maeve found a compartment sealed with beeswax. Inside were letters arranged by century, each bundle marked with a category. Daughters who brought disgrace, children not acknowledged, widows who would not leave, women who spoke against the house. The earliest letter was 3 centuries old. Its instruction remained clear. When a woman of the blood endangered Caroglass, her name was to be removed from parish copy, family register, pora, household prayer, and spoken remembrance. Before death, a lock of hair was taken. After death, no bell was rung and no keening permitted. In this way, the family mourner would be denied the name and pass over the dead in silence. The Banshee, Finton said. Maeve unfolded another page. A priest had warned them. A death unannounced did not vanish. Grief without a name remained near the place that refused it. One forgotten woman might linger as a voice. Many would gather. Later letters recorded the results coldly. A daughter sent away after bearing a child. A widow who refused to surrender her rooms. A girl confined after accusing her uncle. An infant entered only as female issue. Then scraped from the book when the father married. The family called the ritual mercy. They wrote that forgetting protected the living from scandal and the dead from shame. Maeve knew those words. Not exactly, but closely enough. She had written similar phrases in professional reports, insufficiently documented, excluded from the principal line, not material to the claim. She had believed accuracy meant recording only what could be defended. Surrounded by hair and mutilated portraits, she saw what such language allowed respectable people to do. Finton opened a packet tied with blue thread. The top letter bore Nora Callahan's signature. Maeve took it from him. Her mother had come to Caroglass 26 years earlier after finding her own name hidden in a convent register. She had spent 3 weeks copying erased entries and matching locks of hair to the women in the portraits. Her letters grew more urgent. They have mistaken silence for protection. The crying is not warning them of death. It is asking whom it is allowed to mourn. If the names are restored together, perhaps the women will separate again. Perhaps they can be remembered as themselves. The final letter was addressed to Maeve, though it had never been sent. Nora wrote that Lady Ethne had discovered the restored genealogy before it could be removed. Lorcan had tried to help. Breed had hidden Maeve's existence from the family. Then came the line that made Maeve sit down. If you ever read this, they have already begun forgetting me. You may believe I died estranged from you. That was the history they left us. I did not leave. Maisie. They removed me. A memory opened not fully, but enough to hurt. Her mother at the front door, carrying the silver locket, rain in her hair, saying she had to correct something before it became permanent. Maeve had never seen her again. Fintan held up a smaller document. There's more then. It was a witness statement in Breed's handwriting. Nara had been taken into the chapel during the weeping. Her name had been cut from the household book while she was still alive. By morning, everyone except Breed and Lorcan believed she had arrived alone and left alone. At the bottom, Lady Ethne had added, "The daughter remains outside the house and may be used when the line requires correction." Maeve looked toward the brass box. Its lid stood open. The genealogy lay unfolded across the table, though neither of them had touched it. Every erased name had begun to darken beneath the vellum. From the portraits behind Maeve came her mother's voice, no longer weeping. "Now write us back." For one suspended moment, none of the portraits moved. Then every cut canvas exhaled. The sound passed through the chamber like wind through reeds, 100 breaths drawn by mouths that no longer had faces. The iron lamp swung above the table, though the air was still. Its light crossed the portraits one by one, and within each empty oval something pale pressed forward from behind the cloth. Maeve did not pick up the pen. Her mother's voice came again. "Write us back." Fintan stood beside the stairway, his hands over his ears. "There are too many." He was right. The voice that had sounded like Nora now held others beneath it, young women, old women, children too young to speak clearly. Their grief overlapped until no single cry could finish before another began. It was not a chorus. A chorus required separate voices. This was one voice made from everyone denied the right to remain separate. The black water reached the table legs. Maeve opened the restored genealogy. Names surfaced beneath the vellum in different hands. Convent script, hurried pencil, ink browned by centuries. Some appeared only for a second before sinking back into the page. "What are you?" Maeve asked. The portraits trembled. Images entered her mind without becoming memories. A girl watching her infant carried away. A widow dragged from her bedroom while servants emptied the wardrobes. A child trying to say her own name as an older man scraped it from a register. Maeve felt each moment from within, yet none belonged entirely to her. The answer came from the walls. "We are what was left." The words shook dust from the ceiling. Maeve understood then that the stories had been wrong even before the ritual corrupted them. The family Banshee had never killed. She had never selected the doomed or called death toward the house. She had performed the final kindness of recognition. She cried because someone had lived, because someone would be lost, because a name deserved to be carried beyond the last breath. The Callahans had not escaped her by erasing names. They had starved her. Every death she could not announce had remained inside the house. Grief severed from identity. Over generations, those remnants had pressed together, losing faces, histories, even the boundaries of their suffering. The thing beneath Caro glass was not the family mourner anymore. It was mourning without a family, and now it needed a living name. The fresh ink beside Maeve's second entry spread across the vellum like veins. Fintan whispered, "It wants to become you." "No," Maeve said. She looked at the faceless portraits and understood the deeper cruelty. It did not want her body. A body could die and be forgotten. It wanted the structure of her identity, a recorded birth, a profession, a passport, clients, signatures, a name existing in documents beyond Caro glass. Through her, the forgotten could enter history again. The recognition should have horrified her. Instead, another thought arrived first. How many people had she erased without touching their names? There had been the Cork children reduced to Time's unverified issue. A woman omitted from a shipping fortune because her marriage certificate could not be found. A son concealed from an inheritance report after the client warned that publication would embarrass the family. Maeve had not burned their records or cut their faces from portraits. She had used cleaner instruments. Footnotes, qualifications, professional caution, She had believed omission was not judgment. Yet each time she accepted the account preferred by the powerful. She helped decide whose life became official. The voices softened. They knew. On the table, black ink formed names from her old case files. People she had never met. People whose existence she had made easier to dispute. Fenton stared at them. Those aren't Callahan's. No. The chamber had not shown her an inherited sin alone. It had shown her a method she had inherited willingly. Maeve took up the pen. The voices drew one breath together, before its nib reached the first erased name. Footsteps descended the hidden stairway. Lady Leanh entered carrying a silver knife and the public family register. "You still misunderstand," she said. Behind her, Brid stood weeping silently. Leanh opened the register to Maeve's blank line. "The dead do not need their names restored," she said. "They need one name strong enough to contain them." The portraits turned toward Maeve. Every missing face now wore hers. Lady Leanh placed the public register on the wet table as carefully as if she were setting down a sleeping child. The book opened to Maeve's branch. Her mother's line was absent. Maeve's own entry had become a pale indentation beneath the paper, visible only when the lamp swung across it. Leanh held out the silver knife. "The ritual requires your hand," she said. "The name must consent to its removal." Maeve did not take it. Around them, the portraits watched with her face. Some wore her expression as it was now, jaw tight, eyes fixed upon the register. Others showed her older, younger, weeping, smiling with a tenderness she did not recognize. 100 possible Maeves had been stretched across the dead. Fenton moved closer to her. "What happens if she does it? The house survives." Leanh said, "That was not my question." Leithne's composure thinned. The voices withdraw. The family is spared. Miss Callahan will no longer be troubled by what she has learned. Because she'll be dead? Because no one will remember enough to call her living. Breed made a broken sound behind them. Maeve looked at the knife. Its narrow blade was scored with names, each one cut through by a deeper line. Nora appeared near the handle. She understood why her mother had failed. Restoring the women one by one would not have been enough. A name written in a hidden archive remained vulnerable to the same people who had erased it. Memory, locked beneath a chapel, was merely another form of burial. The dead did not need secrecy. They needed witnesses. Maeve reached for the knife. Leanh released a slow breath. Then Maeve drove the blade through the red cord binding the public register. The cord snapped. The book fell fully open, its spine cracking like a small bone. "No," Leanh said. Maeve pulled the brass-bound genealogy from the box and placed it beside the official tree. Names moved beneath the vellum, appearing and vanishing too quickly to copy. She pressed the pen to the first blank branch. "Anna Dullahan," she wrote. The chamber convulsed. One portrait split from top to bottom. Behind the cut canvas stood a young woman with cropped hair and a bruised cheek. Her face lasted only a heartbeat before dissolving into mist. But this time Maeve saw it clearly. Leanh seized her wrist. "You are not restoring them. You are opening the house." Maeve tore herself free, then let it open. She wrote the next name. And the next. Mothers returned beside children recorded as illegitimate issue. Widows reappeared beside husbands who had inherited their property. Girls were placed back into generations that had continued as if they had never been born. The weeping rose with every entry. Yet it changed. Separate notes emerged from the fused lament. One voice sobbed. Another laughed once in disbelief. A child whispered her name repeatedly, testing its sound. Finton took the loose letters and began reading names aloud. Brid joined him. Ethne struck the pen from Maeve's hand. It landed in the black water. "You think remembrance is kindness?" she said. "Some were erased because their return would destroy the living." "No," Maeve replied. "They were erased because the living preferred comfort to guilt." She retrieved the pen. The water around her fingers was warm. Ethne raised the knife. But Lorcan's voice came from the stairway. "Let them be mourned." He stood unsupported in the doorway, his cardigan hanging loosely from his shoulders. His eyes were clear. For the first time, he spoke Nora's name without fear. The portraits screamed, not in pain. In recognition, Maeve reached the final blank line. Her own name waited in the sealed genealogy, dark and glistening, connected to every woman above it. She knew what writing it into the official register would do. A living name could become a door. The fused remnant would no longer be trapped beneath Caroglass. It could move through every record that proved Maeve existed: contracts, certificates, databases, collections. It could use her place in the world to make room for the forgotten. Ethne saw that she understood. "If you write it," she whispered, "you will belong to all of them." Maeve thought of every omission she had called professional caution. Then she wrote, Maeve Nora Dullahan, daughter of Nora Brigid Callahan. The weeping stopped. Every candle went out. In the darkness, hundreds of women spoke Maeve's name with perfect clarity. Finton's hand found hers. Then his fingers recoiled. "Who are you?" he asked. Across the table, the ink of Maeve's name began spreading into every branch of the family tree. Fintan's question remained in the darkness after his hand withdrew. "Who are you?" Maeve tried to answer, but her name no longer belonged wholly to her mouth. It moved through the chamber in hundreds of voices, spoken with different ages, accents, and griefs. Each repetition loosened something inside her: the memory of her first school, the smell of her Dublin flat, the precise shape of her mother's hands. Then the chapel bell rang. Once. The sound passed through Caroglass from foundation to roof. Doors opened above them. Portrait hooks tore free, somewhere in the house. Glass shattered in long, descending waves. When the emergency lamps flickered on, Maeve was alone beside the table, not alone in the chamber. Lady Ethne, Lorcan, Finton, and Brid still stood around her, but their eyes moved across the place where she was standing without stopping. Ethne looked down at the ruined register. "What have we done?" she whispered. Lorcan touched Nora's restored name. "Who wrote these?" Brid was crying. She did not appear to know why. Maeve reached for her, but her fingers passed through the sleeve of Brid's dress with the resistance of cold water. The movement sent ripples across the black pool at her feet. In those ripples, faces appeared, dozens, then hundreds, each distinct for the first time. The women were separating. Maeve understood the cost. By giving them her recorded identity, she had not freed herself from the house. She had made herself the binding thread through which they could return. Her name now ran beneath theirs, connecting parish books, letters, certificates, photographs, and human recollection. Wherever her existence had once been documented, room had opened for them. But there was no room left for Maeve alone. At dawn, the household emerged from the chapel carrying the official register. No one looked back. Maeve followed them upstairs. The corridors had returned to their former positions, though several doors opened onto bare walls. In the dining room, 5 places had been set. Fenton removed one plate, frowned, then asked Breed why there had been an extra chair. Breed could not answer. Lady Aithne ordered the West Library sealed. Yet when she opened the family register to inspect the damage, every public Callahan name had vanished. The pages were not empty. They held Eine, Sorcha, Margaret, Elspeth, Nora, and all the others. Daughters once called disgraceful. Children once entered without fathers. Widows once reduced to property disputes. Their names filled every branch in different inks, crowded together so densely that the tree no longer resembled inheritance. It resembled testimony. At the bottom of the final page was a blank line. Aithne stared at it for a long time, then closed the book. That winter, Caroglass changed quietly. Lorcan began leaving flowers before the faceless portraits. Fenton copied the restored names and sent them to parish offices, archives, and distant descendants. Breed found herself setting aside a cup of tea each evening for someone she could not remember. Lady Aithne stopped entering the chapel. She died before spring. No cry announced her death. Months later, a genealogist named Helena Ward arrived from London after receiving an unsigned commission to verify the corrected Callahan lineage. She found the manor nearly empty and the West Library reopened. Fenton showed her the register. There are names here that exist nowhere else, Helena said. They exist here, he replied. In the upstairs corridor, Helena paused before a pale rectangle on the wallpaper. 2 hooks remained where a portrait had once hung. Who was painted there? Fenton studied the empty space. No one. That night, Helena woke to women weeping outside her window. She crossed the room and pulled back the curtain. The lawn was empty. Fog covered the cliffs, and the Atlantic could be heard below, breathing against the stone. The crying came from many voices, but one stood nearest the glass. A woman's reflection appeared behind Helena. She had dark hair, tired eyes, and black ink running from her fingertips. Helena turned. The room was empty. On the desk, the family register lay open to a page Helena had not yet examined. A new line had appeared beneath the names of the forgotten women. The handwriting was neat, professional, and still wet. It read, recorded by Maeve Nora Callahan. Helena touched the ink. Outside, the multitude stopped weeping. Then one woman began to laugh softly through the glass. A name is more than a label. It is evidence that someone occupied a place in the world and that their suffering cannot be made convenient by silence. Maeve believed records were neutral. Yet every omission protected one version of history at another person's expense. In restoring the forgotten women, she saved their identities but surrendered the boundaries of her own. Perhaps Caroglass was never haunted simply because people died there. It was haunted because the living decided whose deaths deserved to matter. How much of history is still weeping because no one preserved the names? Story 2. By 7 in the morning, The first strip of blacktop looked too clean for County Meath. It ran across the pale fields in a straight, wet ribbon, cutting through hedgerows that had bent around the old dirt lane for longer than anyone on Cormac Burns' crew could say. Mist clung low over the drainage ditches. Beyond the fencing, cattle stood with their heads raised, watching the rollers pass as if the machines had entered a room without knocking. Cormac liked the sight of the new road. It made sense. It obeyed gradients, load estimates, projected traffic flow. Unlike the sunken lane beneath it, it did not wander around hawthorn trees or narrow beside stones that no map bothered to name. He stood near the paving machine with a paper cup warming his palm and listened to the crew argue about the marks. There were 8 of them, pressed into the asphalt, laid the previous evening. They resembled hoof prints, though no hoof had sunk into the surface. The edges were charred rather than dented. Each crescent burned a dull gray into the black material. A faint smell of scorched hair drifted above them. Some sort of chemical reaction, Cormac said. Declan Riley, the night foreman, crouched beside the nearest mark. Chemical reaction shaped like a horse, contamination in the aggregate, oil, metal, something carried in by the trucks. Trucks don't walk in pairs. Cormac looked along the carriageway. The prints formed 2 measured lines, beginning abruptly near the old lane's buried entrance. They crossed the new surface and stopped at the temporary barrier where construction ended. Behind them, the paver idled. Nobody resumed work. Cormac checked his watch. More to remind the men that time was passing than because he needed to know it. Cut out the affected section. Relay it. We've an inspection on Friday. Declan remained crouched. He was a broad, soft-spoken man from a village west of the site, old enough to remember when children still walked the lane to school. We told you this stretch should have been left open. You told me there was a local concern. It's not a concern. Cormac took a sip of coffee. It had already gone bitter. Then what is it? Declan glanced toward the buried lane. The original route was still visible beyond the fencing, a brown depression between thorn hedges. But where it met the works, it disappeared beneath compacted stone and asphalt. A courtesy, he said. One of the younger laborers laughed, then stopped when no one joined him. Cormac had heard versions of the story during consultation meetings. A rider, a road for the dead, a custom involving unlocked gates and lamps left unlit on certain autumn nights. He had filed it with objections about badgers, noise, and the loss of a footpath nobody used. The environmental report had mentioned the lane only once. Minor cultural interest. It said, no protected status. Cormac had written that sentence after removing 3 pages from the survey. He told himself the omission had saved 18 months. It had preserved funding, kept contractors employed, and prevented the bypass from bending toward houses whose owners would demand compensation. Roads could not be designed around every fear inherited by a village. Still, when the excavator bit into the old lane 2 weeks earlier, he had watched the hawthorn roots come up like knotted fingers. Now he folded the empty cup until the lid cracked. Relay it, he repeated. The crew obeyed. Slowly, a saw cut a rectangle around the first print. Steam rose when the slab was lifted. Although the morning was cold, beneath the asphalt, the aggregate had blackened all the way through. Beneath that, impressed into the compacted stone, lay the same crescent shape. then another beneath it, and another. The marks descended through every layer they had laid, perfectly aligned, as though a horse had walked there before the road existed and the ground had remembered the weight. No one spoke. Declan stood and wiped his palms on his trousers. "You should open the old lane again." Cormac stared into the cut section. At the bottom, where the machine bucket had scraped the ancient soil, something pale showed between two stones. He knelt and pulled it free. It was a strip of survey ribbon, mud-stiffened and singed at both ends. The company used blue ribbon. This one was white. Across it, in waterproof black ink, someone had written his full name, Cormac Byrne. The handwriting was his own. Cormac folded the white ribbon twice and slid it into his jacket before anyone could ask to see it. "What was it?" Declan said. "Old survey marker. That wasn't ours." Cormac stood too quickly. Gravel shifted beneath his boots. Rubbish from the preliminary works. "Get the replacement mix brought up." Declan looked at him a moment longer, not openly accusing, which made the silence worse. Then he turned toward the crew. By mid-morning, the damaged section had been removed down to the clay. Cormac photographed the blackened layers for the contractor's record, choosing angles that made the marks look irregular. In his report, he described thermal contamination of unknown origin. He omitted the crescents in the subbase. He omitted the smell. He omitted the ribbon. Omission had always been easier than lying. A lie invited examination. An omission could be defended as judgment. He had learned that during the Heritage Review. The original assessment had arrived 11 months earlier from a consultant named Siobhan Kelleher. Most of it concerned hedgerows, field boundaries, and a ruined lime kiln east of the route. Buried near the end was a section titled Intangible Cultural Significance. Cormac had read it late one evening in his rented office in Navan while rain tapped the glass. The old lane, the report said, appeared in parish accounts as Bialach and Efir Merbeach, the dead man's route. For at least 3 centuries, local families had maintained an uninterrupted passage from the western bog road to the eastern ridge. Gates were left unlatched after sunset on certain nights. Fallen branches were removed before dawn. No dwelling was built directly across the lane. The custom had been attributed to the Dullahan. Siobhan had recommended rerouting the bypass by nearly a kilometer. Cormac deleted the section before forwarding the assessment. He told himself the consultant had exceeded her remit. Folklore was not archaeology. A story did not become infrastructure merely because frightened people repeated it. His father would have disagreed. Seamus Byrne had spent 37 years repairing county roads and distrusting every new machine introduced to do the work faster. He carried an ash walking stick even before he needed one, and never drove through a crossroads without lowering the radio. "There are roads for getting somewhere," he once told Cormac, "and roads for letting something pass." Cormac had been 17. Already accepted into engineering school. Already ashamed of the mud on his father's boots. He laughed and asked whether ghosts paid tolls. Seamus did not laugh with him. After that, they spoke less about roads. The last argument came years later. When Seamus learned about the bypass, he called the old lane by its Irish name and told Cormac to leave it crooked. "You think straight means safe," he said. Cormac accused him of wanting the county preserved as a museum of poverty and superstition. 3 weeks later, Seamus died when his van left a wet road near Kells. Cormac attended the funeral, returned to Dublin, and approved the alignment before the flowers on the grave had wilted. By late afternoon, the replacement asphalt had been rolled smooth. No marks remained. The crew relaxed enough to complain about overtime and cold tea. Cormac stayed until sunset, watching the black surface lose its shine. Before leaving, he took the ribbon from his pocket. The singed edges crumbled against his thumb. His name remained clear. Beneath it, hidden in the fold, was another line. Open what you closed. Cormac dropped it into his desk drawer and locked it. That night, rain moved over the site in hard bursts. The security alarm woke him a little after 2 in the morning. When he arrived, Declan and 2 guards were standing beside the carriageway under portable floodlights. The hoofprints had returned. They began at the buried mouth of the old lane, crossed the replacement asphalt, and continued through mud, gravel, and standing water without changing depth or shape. Each print was dry at its center. Each rim was blackened. Cormac followed them past the machinery, the fuel tanks, and the place where they had ended before. The paired tracks turned toward the raised portable office where he kept the plans, contracts, and altered reports. They climbed the metal steps. At the office door, they vanished. Declan shone his torch beneath the trailer. The hoofprints were burned into the ground below it, ending directly under Cormac's locked desk. Cormac unlocked the office while Declan waited on the steps behind him. The room smelled of wet coats, printer toner, and something faintly burned. Nothing appeared disturbed. The plans remained pinned to the walls. His laptop sat closed beside the radio charger. The drawer containing the ribbon was still locked. Cormac crossed the room and placed his palm on the desk. Warm, not heated by the portable radiator, which had been switched off since evening, but warm from below, as if an engine had been running beneath the floor. Declan noticed his expression. Open the drawer. There's nothing in it relevant to this. You've said that twice now. Cormac turned away. Through the window, the paired tracks were visible in the floodlights, ending beneath his chair. He could feel Declan watching him. Waiting for the confession Cormac had no intention of giving. Get the security recordings, he said. All cameras from midnight onward. They reviewed the footage in the larger welfare cabin. The site had 6 cameras, 1 at each vehicle gate, 2 facing the machinery compound, 1 overlooking the fresh asphalt, and another mounted above Cormac's office. At first, the screens showed only rain. The western gate camera flickered shortly before 1 in the morning. The image bent into horizontal bands, then steadied. The chain around the gate lifted without being touched. It hung suspended for several seconds before falling loose. Both metal doors swung inward. Nothing entered. Cormac replayed the section. The gate opened again. Beyond it, the old lane disappeared between hedges that shook under the rain. There were no headlights, no animal, no person. Turn up the sound, Declan said. The guard increased the volume. Static filled the cabin. Beneath it came a slow, metallic tolling, so distant that Cormac first mistook it for machinery striking loose steel. The sound repeated at irregular intervals. A bell, not the bright ring of a church bell, but something heavier and cracked, as though suspended deep underground. On the next camera, the new asphalt remained empty, with each toll. However, a dark crescent appeared on its surface. 1 print, then another. The marks formed without any visible weight pressing them down. camera by camera. They advanced across the site. When the tracks reached the office, the screen went black. No one spoke until a voice crackled from the radio mounted beside the kettle. Patrick Joseph Hanley. The three guards turned. The radio was not receiving a live channel. Its battery had been removed for charging. Cormac lifted it carefully. "Who's Patrick Hanley?" One of the guards pointed toward the door. "Patty. Roller operator. He's on the overnight maintenance crew." Declan was already reaching for his phone. They found Patty near the fuel tanks, smoking beneath the overhang of a storage container. He was 26, narrow-faced, and usually incapable of standing still. Now he stared at the radio, clipped to his jacket. It said my name. He told them. Cormac inspected the device. Interference. My full name. Someone knows your full name. Not Joseph. Patty swallowed. Nobody here knows Joseph. I don't use it. Declan asked what the voice sounded like. Patty rubbed his lips with the back of his hand, like someone trying to speak without opening their mouth. Cormac ordered everyone into the welfare cabin and suspended night work. He told the guards to keep the gates locked and instructed Patty to remain inside until morning. By 4:30, the rain stopped. Cormac sat at the table completing an incident report while the workers attempted to sleep on benches. Every few minutes, the dead radio released a pulse of static. No further names came through. Near dawn, Cormac noticed Patty's seat was empty. The rear door stood open. They searched the compound, then followed a trail of wet footprints toward the unfinished eastern carriageway. The prints ended beside the place where the old lane would have continued beneath the road. Patty lay on his back in the grass. There were no wounds on him. His eyes were open, fixed on the paling sky. One hand was closed around the white ribbon from Cormac's locked drawer. Declan knelt and touched 2 fingers to Patty's throat. Then Patty coughed. A cloud of black soot spilled from his mouth. His lips moved once, shaping words without sound. Cormac leaned closer. Patty's eyes shifted toward him, and from somewhere inside his closed throat came the slow toll of a bell. Then the dead radio at Cormac's belt spoke again. Cormac, Seamus, Byrne. The ambulance took Patty Hanley to Our Lady's Hospital before sunrise. He was alive when they loaded him in, though he had not spoken again. Every few breaths, a gray residue gathered between his teeth. The paramedic asked whether he had inhaled smoke. Cormac said there had been no fire. He did not mention the bell. By 8 that morning, he had assembled the supervisors in the welfare cabin and presented 3 explanations. The hoofprints were deliberate sabotage. The blackening in the road material was contamination from an unknown industrial source. Patty's collapse was the result of exhaustion amplified by collective panic. He spoke steadily, using the language of risk assessments and procedural control. Every claim was plausible when considered alone. Together, they sounded like boards laid across deep water. Declan sat near the door with his arms folded. "What about the radio?" he asked. "Someone transmitted on the same frequency. The battery was out. Residual charge." "And the ribbon?" Cormac looked at him. "What ribbon?" The room became quiet. Declan lowered his eyes, but not in surrender. Cormac ordered the overnight footage archived, restricted access to the recordings, and informed the crew that discussion of supernatural claims would be treated as workplace disruption. 2 laborers resigned before lunch. A third refused to return to the eastern section unless a priest blessed it. The project director called from Dublin and reminded Cormac that delays would trigger penalties. That, at least, was a language he understood. Work resumed. The crew extended the road by 140 meters that day. Fresh asphalt was laid beyond the place where Paddy had been found. Cormac remained on site until the final roller passed, watching the smooth black surface harden beneath a colorless sky. The next morning, hoofprints crossed exactly 140 meters. They began where the old lane disappeared beneath the western approach. They continued over every section previously marked, passed beneath Cormac's office, and ended at the new edge of the road. Not one print appeared beyond it. Cormac measured the distance himself. 140.2, said Maeve Larkin. The junior surveyor, holding the laser rangefinder, Cormac checked the paving record. What was yesterday's completed length? Maeve hesitated. 140.2. He looked toward the prints. They were spaced with mechanical consistency, each pair separated by the same distance. Yet the stride seemed too long for an ordinary horse. The marks did not wander or hesitate. They traveled straight down the center of the carriageway, using the line Cormac had designed. That afternoon, he ordered another 90 meters laid. The following morning, the prints extended 90 meters farther. On the third day, he reduced production to 50 meters without telling the night security team. The prints advanced 50 meters. Cormac began keeping the daily paving totals in a private notebook. Distance laid, distance marked, weather, temperature, security incidents. The numbers matched every time. He stopped sleeping properly. When he closed his eyes, he saw his father walking ahead of a road roller, placing stones back into ruts the machine had flattened. He heard Seamus saying that speed was not always progress. Sometimes, speed merely allowed a mistake to reach more people. Cormac woke with the taste of soot at the back of his tongue. He requested chemical testing from an independent laboratory. The results identified ordinary bitumen, stone, trace iron, and carbon residue. Nothing capable of producing heat in the shape of hoofprints. He hired a private security contractor without informing the county authority. 4 men watched the road overnight from separate positions. At dawn, all 4 insisted nothing had crossed the site. The prints had appeared between their posts. Cormac changed tactics. He suspended paving for 1 day. The next morning, no new prints appeared. His relief was immediate and shameful. It lasted until Declan found him beside the unfinished carriageway. "So it goes only where we build to do," Declan said. "It proves someone is responding to our schedule, or using the road." Cormac turned on him. "A dead horseman is not measuring production reports." Declan's expression remained calm. "Maybe he doesn't need the reports." Cormac ordered excavation ahead of the next planned section. If someone had buried devices or chemical compounds beneath the route, they would find them before the asphalt arrived. The excavator removed the topsoil, then the crushed stone foundation. Nothing appeared except clay, roots, and the broken remains of the old lane. Near sunset, Maeve called Cormac over. She stood inside the shallow cut where asphalt would be poured the following morning. Her face had lost its color. Across the exposed clay were 2 parallel rows of charred hoofprints. They continued east beneath ground no machine had touched. Cormac stepped down into the cutting and followed them until they vanished under the unexcavated soil. Beside the last visible mark lay a small roadside sign, buried face down. He lifted it from the mud. The lettering was old, hand-painted, and blackened around the edges. Dublin, 47 miles. Behind him, from far beyond the unfinished road, a bell began to toll. The bell continued after sunset. It did not seem to come from the church at Kilbride, or from any point Cormac could locate across the fields. Each toll arrived through the ground first. A dull pressure under his boots, followed a moment later by the sound itself. The cattle beyond the fencing had gathered at the farthest hedge. None of them moved. Cormac ordered the site cleared. Only Declan, Maeve, 2 guards, and 3 machine operators remained to secure the equipment. The road lay beneath the portable floodlights, unfinished at its eastern edge. Beyond the barrier, the excavated track disappeared into darkness toward Dublin. The silence came gradually. First the wind dropped, then the distant traffic faded. The generator continued to vibrate beside the welfare cabin, but its engine made no sound. Cormac placed a hand against its casing and felt the machinery shuddering under his palm. "Can you hear that?" Maeve whispered. "Hear what? My name?" A diesel rumble rose from the parked excavator. Its cab was empty. The ignition key hung inside Cormac's office. The boom lifted. Everyone stepped back as the bucket turned above the exposed clay. From somewhere beneath the engine came a voice, blurred by vibration. "Maeve Bridget Larkin." Maeve covered her mouth. The road roller started next. Its warning beacon rotated without casting light. Beneath the heavy idol, another name formed. Declan Michael Riley. Declan did not move. "Don't answer it." One guard laughed too loudly. Someone's hidden speakers in the machines. The paver woke behind him. Thomas Gerard Nally. The laughter stopped. One by one, every machine began to run. Engines trembled in absolute silence until a name pushed through each vibration. Operators, laborers who had gone home. The project director in Dublin, Siobhan Kelleher. Even Patrick Joseph Hanley in his hospital bed. The names traveled east along the new road. Cormac reached for his phone. The screen showed no signal. When he tried the emergency radio, soot spilled from the speaker grill and stained his fingers. Then the floodlights went out. No one screamed. The darkness seemed to take the sound before it could leave them. A spark appeared at the buried entrance to the old lane. Another followed. Charred hoofprints ignited across the blacktop, each crescent glowing red for an instant before fading to ash. They advanced toward the workers at the pace of a walking horse. When the marks passed beneath Cormac's office, the metal steps rang as if struck by iron shoes. When they crossed the fresh section, the asphalt softened and released the smell of burned hair. At the edge of the darkness, something moved. A black horse emerged from the mist. It was enormous, its coat reflecting no light, its mane hanging in wet ropes along a neck veined with pale foam. Sparks scattered from its hooves. Leather harness straps were fastened with pieces of bone. Small, cracked bells hung across its chest, swinging without sound. The rider sat upright in a long, dark coat. Above his collar there was nothing. No head, no wound. Only an open black absence where the neck ended, releasing strands of smoke that curled backward like hair in wind. He held the missing head beneath one arm. It was not his own. The face changed as Cormac watched. For one moment it belonged to Paddy Hanley. Soot whitening his lips. Then to Siobhan Kelleher. Then to Seamus Byrne as he had looked in his coffin. Rainwater caught in his gray eyebrows. Black thread stitched the mouth closed. Still, the voice came from it. The head called every person on the site by their full name. With each name, one of the bells on the horse trembled. The eyes shifted from face to face while the sewn lips strained against the thread. Declan pulled Maeve behind the concrete barrier. Cormac could not move. The horseman reached the end of the completed road and stopped before the unfinished ground. The horse stamped once. The barrier split down the middle. Although nothing touched it, the severed head turned in the rider's hand. Its face settled into that of Cormac's father. The eyes fixed on Cormac. The stitches stretched until dark blood appeared around them. Cormac Seamus Byrne. The closed mouth said. Then the rider raised one gloved hand and pointed past him, toward the straight road leading east. Behind Cormac, every machine spoke together. Open the rest. By morning, the rider was gone. The machines stood where they had been left, their engines cold, their fuel gauges unchanged. The concrete barrier remained split from top to bottom. On the eastern side, the exposed clay was marked by a single pair of hoofprints pointing toward Dublin. Maeve refused to return to the site. The guards resigned together. Cormac told the project director there had been structural damage during an electrical fault. He listened to himself speak and understood that the explanation no longer mattered. The project could continue without belief. Asphalt did not require honesty to harden. Declan waited outside Cormac's office until the call ended. "You saw him," he said. Cormac looked at the altered heritage report lying on his desk. Chauvin's original assessment mentioned parish records. The old church at Rathmore, it's been closed for years. The church has. The records weren't destroyed. Cormac did not ask how Declan knew. Rathmore Parish Church stood 4 miles north of the construction site behind a wall swallowed by ivy. Its roof had partially collapsed, and rain had darkened the stone around the empty windows. A newer church served the village now, but the graveyard remained in use. Fresh flowers lay among tilted stones whose inscriptions had been softened by centuries of weather. Declan led Cormac through the vestry. A cabinet had been dragged across a narrow door in the floor. Beneath it, iron hinges showed through dust. The padlock was old but recently oiled. "Who has the key?" Cormac asked. Declan took one from his pocket. Cormac stared at him. "My grandfather kept the road," Declan said. "My mother made me promise never to take the duty. I thought promises like that belonged to frightened people." The lock opened with a wet click. Stone steps descended beneath the church. The air grew colder with each one. Cormac smelled damp paper, candle wax, and the mineral scent of old graves. Their torch beams passed over walls scratched with parallel lines, some straight, some deliberately bent. At the bottom stood an oak door wrapped in rusted chain. White survey ribbon had been tied around every link. The material was identical to the strip Cormac had found beneath the road. Declan cut none of it. He untied each knot carefully and placed the lengths on the floor without stepping over them. Inside was a records chamber no parish inventory had mentioned. Shelves covered every wall. Bundles of documents rested in oilcloth. Rolled maps filled wooden racks. Hundreds of strips of white ribbon hung from hooks, each carrying a handwritten name. Cormac recognized surnames from nearby villages. Riley, Hanley, Kelleher, Burn, his father's ribbon, hung near the center. One end had been burned away. Cormac reached for it, then stopped. Declan opened a map across a reading table. It showed County Meath before the modern road network. Though one route had been redrawn in black ink through every edition, the dead man's route crossed bogs, fields, parish boundaries, and estate land. Later roads curved around it. Bridges were angled away. Walls ended before touching it. Every generation had preserved the same continuous passage. Cormac unrolled a newer map. His bypass lay directly over the black line. On a nearby shelf were maintenance oaths signed by roadkeepers, farmers, priests, and county surveyors. The wording changed over time, but the obligation remained. The way shall not be closed. The way shall not be widened. The way shall not be made straight. No light shall guide him farther than the next boundary. No iron road shall carry him beyond the night allotted. Cormac read the last line again. Declan found the ledger in a box, sealed with black wax. Its leather cover had warped from damp. The earliest pages were written in Latin and Irish. Later entries were in English, each generation clarifying what the previous one had feared. The lane was not to be abandoned. Fallen trees had to be removed. Flooded sections had to be drained. Gates could slow the rider but never stop him completely. A passage must remain open, but it must remain narrow. Crooked, rough, slow. Cormac turned to the final written page. The entry was dated 28 years earlier and signed by Seamus Byrne. Modern roads shorten more than distance. Should the dead road be joined to the national system, the rider will no longer be bound by parish, field, or dawn. He will travel as men travel. He will take the speed we give him. Beneath the signature, someone had added a newer sentence in black ink. The handwriting was Cormac's. The first city will hear its names before sunrise. Behind them, the oak door swung shut. From inside the walls came the sound of hooves descending the stone steps. The hoofbeats stopped outside the oak door. Cormac held his breath. Dust trembled from the stone ceiling with each silence between them, as though whatever stood on the other side was shifting its weight. Declan raised the torch. A shadow passed beneath the door. Not the shadow of legs, but of something long and narrow dragging across the floor. Then the bells rang once. Every ribbon hanging from the chamber wall lifted toward the door. Cormac seized his father's strip before it could tear free. The burned end curled against his wrist, hot enough to sting. At once, the hoofbeats retreated up the stairs. Declan stared at the ribbon in Cormac's hand. He left that for a reason. Cormac looked toward the shelves. Then we find out why. They searched until the torch batteries began to weaken. The route maps showed that nearly every awkward feature of the old lane had been deliberately preserved. Cormac had assumed its bends followed property lines or natural obstacles. The records proved otherwise. A stone narrowing near Ballymore had been rebuilt 7 times after vehicles struck it. A steep rise beside the bog had been reinforced instead of leveled. Farmers were paid to maintain gates that served no agricultural purpose. Drainage channels kept the lane passable while ensuring that water always crossed it in shallow, slowing streams. The road workers called these features burdens. The parish records called them mercies. A surveyor's report from the 1920s described the journey in terms that resembled a calculation. A rider entering at the western boundary after nightfall would lose time at each bend. Gate, ford, rise, and broken surface. If the obstacles remained intact, he could reach no major settlement before dawn. Cormac read the passage twice. They engineered the lane, he said. Declan nodded. Just not for cars. At the bottom of a locked chest, they found maintenance notebooks bound in cracked green cloth. Each belonged to a keeper of the route. The entries recorded fallen branches, damaged gates, washed out sections, and any attempt by the county to improve the lane. One notebook bore Seamus Burns' name. Cormac sat at the table before opening it. His father's handwriting was heavy and upright. The letters pressed so deeply into the pages that they could be felt from behind. The first entries were practical: drainage depths, stone deliveries, hedge repairs. Later pages contained sketches of road bends and calculations of travel distance before sunrise. Seamus had understood more engineering than Cormac had ever credited him with. The final entries concerned a proposed county improvement scheme 28 years earlier. A dangerous curve near Kells was to be straightened, and an old gate removed to improve access for farm machinery. Seamus objected. The council rejected his concerns. The night before work began, he moved concrete blocks onto the machinery access road and disabled the grader. The project was delayed. Local officials described the incident as vandalism. 3 nights later, someone removed the blocks. Seamus returned alone. Cormac turned the page. A newspaper clipping had been folded inside. He knew the photograph before he saw the headline: his father's white van crushed against an ash tree, its windscreen broken inward. Cormac had been told that Seamus lost control on wet ground. The notebook gave another account. The grader moved after midnight with no driver. I followed it before it could reach the gate. The rider was behind it. The machine was not building a road for men. The next sentence had been written shakily. I put the van across the cut. If the bend is opened, he reaches the main road before dawn. The final page was stained brown along one edge. Cormac will think I died because I was foolish. Let him. Better he hates me than inherits this duty. Cormac could no longer feel the cold. His father had not died on an ordinary road. He had used the van as a barrier. Preserving the bend Cormac had later erased from the new alignment. Declan placed another document beside the notebook. It was an accident diagram bearing Seamus's signature, and beneath it, the approval mark of the young engineering assistant who had reviewed the site after his death. Cormac recognized his own initials. He remembered the inspection. He had spent less than 20 minutes there. He had classified the bend as hazardous and recommended future straightening. That recommendation had become the foundation of the bypass proposal. Cormac closed his eyes. He had not merely ignored his father's warning. He had used his father's death as evidence that the old road needed to be destroyed. A final sheet slipped from the notebook. It was a hand-drawn map of the route, with every obstacle numbered and the expected delay written beside it, across the eastern edge, where the bypass would one day connect with the motorway. Seamus had drawn a thick black line. Below it were 6 words: beyond this point, dawn cannot catch him. Cormac looked at the modern route map beneath it. The final motorway connection was scheduled to be opened the following evening. According to the project documents, it had already been approved for an early systems test. Cormac found the notice on his phone when he and Declan climbed out of the parish cellar. Automated barriers would be raised after midnight. Traffic control cameras, electronic signs, and emergency communications would switch from the construction network to the national motorway system. No public vehicles were expected. The road itself would be live. Cormac stood among the graves while the meaning settled inside him. He had been thinking of the Dullahan as something buried beneath the old Leanh, disturbed by excavation and seeking release. That interpretation still carried the comforting shape of an engineering problem. Find the sealed place. Restore the barrier. Close the breach. But the parish records had never described a prison. They described a route. The gates had been left unlocked because the rider could not be denied passage. The fallen branches were removed because a complete obstruction would force him from the prescribed way. The bends, stones, flooded cuts, and narrow crossings were not crude attempts to trap him. They were delays. Each generation had maintained a road that was open enough to guide the Dullahan and difficult enough to exhaust the night. Dawn had been the only barrier. Cormac looked toward the distant construction cranes. He was never under it. Declan shut the cellar door behind them. No, we didn't let him out. No. Cormac unfolded his father's map across a grave marker. Seamus had calculated every obstruction in minutes. The gate near Rathmore, the ford at Clonard, the double bend beside the ash grove. Individually, none mattered. Together, they kept the rider among scattered farms until the first light reached the eastern fields. Cormac's bypass removed all of them. The gradients were shallow. The curves were designed for speed. The surface drained quickly and remained usable in winter. The junction ahead offered an uninterrupted connection to the motorway network. From there, roads branched toward Dublin, Drogheda, Galway, Cork, Belfast. A system built to let living people cross the country before dawn would serve the dead just as efficiently. His phone rang. It was the project director. Cormac, I've heard there was another site closure. We need to cancel the systems test. A pause followed. On what grounds? The eastern connection isn't safe. The inspection certificates say otherwise. They're wrong. You signed them. Cormac stared at the initials on his father's accident diagram. I know. The director's voice hardened. The minister's office has been briefed. You will not suspend a major infrastructure project because local workers are repeating ghost stories. This isn't about belief. Then provide an engineering reason. Cormac could have mentioned damaged barriers, unauthorized machinery activation, contaminated asphalt, or communication failures. Each would trigger an investigation, not an immediate closure. The systems test would proceed while officials requested documentation. The truth was the only explanation serious enough. It was also the one no authority would accept. Behind the director's voice, Cormac heard a faint crackling. At first he thought the connection was failing. Then came the slow toll of a bell. "Who is that with you?" he asked. "No one." The crackling deepened. A second voice pressed through the call, muffled, as if speaking behind stitched lips. Eamon Christopher Walsh. The director stopped breathing. Cormac heard a chair scrape. "What did you say?" The call ended. On the road below the church, an electronic warning sign flickered to life, although the site was miles away. Its amber lights formed words across the blank display. Route accepted. Then the message changed. Destination required. Declan crossed himself. Cormac understood why the severed head had worn familiar faces. The rider did not choose names at random. He gathered them from those who built, approved, maintained, and used the way ahead. Every database connected to the road would become a parish register. Every camera would become an eye. Every speaker, telephone, and engine could become the sewn mouth. The Dullahan did not need to learn the modern world. Cormac had designed the modern world to identify everyone traveling through it. His phone lit again. This time, no number appeared. A live traffic map opened by itself. A black line ran from the old lane to the unfinished junction, then divided across the country in pulsing branches. Thousands of small points moved along them, each representing a vehicle, one by one. Names began appearing beside the points. Commuters, families, ambulance crews, night shift workers, children asleep in back seats. At the motorway connection, a horse-shaped icon waited. Cormac tried to close the screen, but the map expanded. A route was being calculated toward Dublin. Beneath it appeared a final instruction: remove the last barrier. From the construction site, far across the fields, came the roar of every machine starting at once. By the time Cormac and Declan reached the site, the machines were already moving. The excavator crawled toward the eastern junction with its cab empty. The paver followed, feeding black asphalt from a hopper that should have been cold. Rollers advanced behind it in perfect alignment, flattening a service link that had been left incomplete for safety inspections. No one operated them. Their engines spoke beneath the roar. Names passed from one machine to the next like instructions. Cormac drove his vehicle across the unfinished carriageway and stopped sideways before the excavator. Its bucket lowered until the steel teeth hovered above his windscreen. "Move," Declan said. Cormac remained behind the wheel. The machine stopped. For a moment, the only sound was the ticking of his cooling engine. Then something struck the road far to the west. One hoofbeat. The excavator reversed. Cormac understood. The machines did not need to force him aside. The rider was coming to claim the work himself. He called the project director again. Eamon Walsh answered immediately. His breathing was shallow. "You heard it," Cormac said. Silence. "You heard your name. What have you done?" The question removed the last excuse Cormac had preserved for himself. He sent the original heritage assessment, the altered report, Seamus's notebook pages, the parish maps, and every site recording to the county authority, the transport department, the press, and the entire project mailing list. Then he activated the emergency broadcast system used to address workers across the site. His voice came through every portable speaker. "My name is Cormac Seamus Byrne. I falsified the heritage assessment for this project." The engines quieted. Workers gathering beyond the perimeter fence turned toward the speakers. Cormac continued. "I removed evidence concerning the old road, because rerouting would have delayed construction. I approved unsafe work. I concealed incidents. Patrick Hanley was harmed because I refused to stop." The confession felt too small for what it described. Administrative language could not contain a road full of names. Still, he forced himself to say each fact without qualification. "I built this connection knowing the records were incomplete. Every certificate carrying my signature must be withdrawn. The eastern junction must be destroyed immediately." Phones began ringing across the site. Warning lights flashed on the office cabins. Eamon shouted through Cormac's handset about criminal liability, suspension, and ministerial authority. Cormac ended the call. "Can we break it?" Declan asked. Cormac looked at the plans. The main carriageway remained separated from the live motorway by a narrow section of reinforced deck. Destroying it would take controlled explosives they did not possess. But a drainage trench crossed beneath the final approach. If they collapsed the culvert and removed enough foundation, the road would become impassable. Excavator and breaker, Cormac said. Cut through here. What about the machines? They follow the route. We changed the route. The operators returned reluctantly once Cormac climbed into the excavator himself. Declan took the breaker. Others brought cutting equipment, fwill, and concrete saws. They began severing the bypass. The work was brutal and imprecise. Steel reinforcements screamed beneath the blades. Broken asphalt fell into the drainage trench. The road surface split, exposing layers Cormac had once admired for their uniformity. Dark hoofprints ran through all of them. The western floodlights failed. A bell tolled. Beyond the site entrance, mist rolled along the old lane, moving faster than wind. Sparks appeared beneath it. The black horse emerged at a gallop. The rider bent low over its neck, the severed head held before him like a lantern. Its face was Cormac's. The stitched mouth called names from the motorway traffic map. Declan drove the breaker through another section of concrete. The gap's not wide enough. Cormac swung the excavator bucket into the foundation. Stone collapsed into the trench. The main carriageway broke apart. For one breath, the rider slowed. Then the horse turned. Cormac followed its gaze and saw the unfinished service link running parallel to the bypass. It was narrow, intended only for maintenance vehicles. But the driverless paver had completed its final meters before they arrived. A road did not have to be wide. It only had to be open. Cormac rotated the excavator, but the horse was already upon them. It passed through the floodlights in a storm of ash. The severed head turned toward Cormac as the rider crossed the service link. One open eye held something worse than triumph. Recognition. The horse's hooves struck the live motorway. Every electronic sign along the eastern horizon illuminated at once. The Dullahan accelerated. Within seconds, the bells were no longer behind them. They were sounding through the traffic moving toward Dublin. For 3 days, no one died in County Meath. Patrick Hanley woke in hospital unable to remember the sound of bells. The soot vanished from his lungs. The hoofprints on the old lane cooled to black stains. No further names came through dead radios. Cormac was arrested before the bypass had finished smoking. He gave the investigators everything: the original assessment, the altered files, the site recordings, and his father's notebook. He described the rider, the severed head, and the way every machine had called names beneath its engines. The officers wrote carefully when he spoke about falsified reports and concealed hazards. When he spoke about the Dullahan, their pens slowed. The charges were real enough without the supernatural. Fraud, reckless endangerment, professional misconduct, obstruction of an investigation. Cormac contested none of them. From a holding room in Navan, he watched news reports show the severed bypass from above. Commentators called the destruction an act of panic by a disgraced engineer. Some replayed his confession and praised his decision to stop the test. Others described him as a man turning criminal negligence into folklore. The road remained closed. For a while, Cormac believed that mattered. Declan visited once before the hearings began. He brought Seamus Burns' green notebook in a clear evidence bag. "The old lane is open again," he said. "We cleared the western gate and rebuilt the ford." Has he returned? No. Cormac looked through the reinforced glass. Then dawn caught him somewhere. Declan's expression did not change. Cormac understood what he had said. Not stopped him. Caught him somewhere. The rider had crossed onto the motorway before sunrise, and the national road system did not end at a parish boundary, even if daylight forced him from the road. Darkness would return over thousands of junctions. Have there been deaths? Cormac asked. Nothing they're connecting. That night, Cormac dreamed of a traffic map spreading across the country like black veins. Each route carried a moving point. Each point had a name. He woke when the television in the holding room turned on by itself. A traffic bulletin showed congestion near Dublin. Cameras displayed rows of brake lights beneath rain. The presenter spoke about signal faults affecting several flyovers and tunnels. Then the audio changed. A commuter's full name came through the studio speakers. The presenter stopped talking. Another name followed. Then another. The broadcast cut to silence. By morning, the recordings were online. Drivers had captured motorway signs, flashing names instead of destinations. Emergency telephones rang without being touched. Sat-nav systems instructed people to continue straight, even when no road remained ahead. Officials blamed a coordinated cyber attack. Cormac watched every clip. On a tunnel camera near the city, a dark horse moved between lanes without slowing. Vehicles passed through it and emerged with frost across their windows. The rider could not be seen clearly, but something pale turned beneath his arm whenever the camera focused. The sewn mouth had learned to use speakers. Days later, photographs appeared from places far beyond Meath. Charred hoofprints crossed a flyover above the River Liffey. They ran through a toll plaza whose barriers had lifted during the night. They appeared inside a railway underpass, along a coastal road, and across the polished floor of an underground car park. Roads that had never carried horses remembered the shape immediately. Cormac's hearing began under heavy public attention. He entered his guilty plea and gave no explanation beyond the truth already recorded. His professional title was revoked before sentencing. The bypass project was abandoned, and the old alignment was placed under emergency heritage protection. People called that a victory. Cormac knew better. He had restored the lock after teaching the door how to travel. Months later, during a transfer between prisons, the transport van entered a motorway tunnel outside Dublin. Fluorescent lights passed over the windows in measured intervals. Halfway through, every light went out. The van radio released a low crackle. The guards looked toward it. Cormac closed his eyes before the first name was spoken, not because he feared hearing his own, because the voice began with a child in the car ahead. One by one, the tunnel lights came back on behind them. In each illuminated section, a pair of charred hoofprints appeared on the ceiling, racing east faster than the van could drive. Ahead, every electronic sign displayed the same message. No, road closed. And somewhere beyond the tunnel, countless bells answered from every road ahead. The Dullahan's new road is a story about what happens when progress is treated as permission. Cormac believed old customs were obstacles left behind by frightened people, never considering that some traditions survive because they contain knowledge modern systems cannot measure. His confession restores one broken route, but responsibility arrives too late to remain local. Once the old horror enters a network built for speed, efficiency, and connection, no village boundary can hold it. Perhaps the darkest question is not whether we believe the warnings of the past, but whether we recognize them before we redesign the world around what they were trying to restrain. Story 3. The first thing Nessa Doyle noticed about Padraig Mullen's funeral was that no one in the front pew was crying. They had the proper faces for grief, mouths pressed thin, eyes lowered, hands folded around damp handkerchiefs, but the tears themselves had not arrived. Rain moved against the windows of St. Coleman's in soft gray sheets, and the church smelled of wet wool, candle grease, and the faint mineral cold that rose from old flagstones. Padraig's coffin rested beneath the sanctuary lamp, bright oak under a crust of white lilies. Nessa stood beside it in black, waiting for the priest's final prayer. She had never met Padraig. From what his eldest daughter had told her in the sacristy, he had repaired tractors, disliked visitors, and once went 16 years without speaking to his younger brother. These were useful details. A lament required particulars, even when the grief behind it was borrowed, beneath her shawl, clipped inside the lining. A recorder no larger than 2 fingers was already running. Nessa told herself she recorded only her own work. That was how she described it to families if they noticed the small green light. Professional documentation, preservation of an endangered tradition, material for private study. The truth was that private study paid poorly, while the Dublin Audio Company paid very well for unprocessed rural mourning. They wanted the catches in widows' throats. The breath before a son, said Ma'am. The raw little sounds people made when dignity failed them. The priest stepped back. Nessa drew breath. Her first note was low and bare, less like singing than the beginning of a question. It traveled into the rafters and returned thinner. She shaped Padraig's name around the melody, then his father's name, then the townland where he had been born. The family's stillness changed. The youngest daughter covered her mouth. Someone behind Nessa began to sob with the embarrassed rhythm of a person trying not to be heard. That was the moment she usually felt powerful, not cruel. She would have said, necessary. She could open people when they had forgotten how. But as she reached the second verse, another woman joined her. The voice came from below. It was faint at first, no more than a vibration under the soles of Nessa's shoes. She assumed one of the heating pipes had begun to hum. St. Coleman's had been built on marshy ground, and the floor complained in cold weather. Yet the sound rose with her next line, carrying a melody that curved beneath her own like dark thread beneath lace. Nessa faltered. The hidden singer did not. It continued alone for 3 notes. No one in the pews looked down. The priest watched Nessa with patient concern, waiting for her to recover. Only an elderly woman near the aisle lifted her head sharply, as though someone had whispered into her good ear. Nessa resumed, louder than before. The second voice remained beneath her, never competing, never quite harmonizing. It seemed to know where Nessa would breathe. Worse, it sang a phrase. She had not chosen a descending turn of 5 notes. Intimate and unfinished. Her fingers went cold. She knew that melody, not from a funeral, not from any songbook or field recording. It belonged to a room with yellow curtains, a basin of untouched water, and a woman's hand growing lighter inside hers. Nessa cut the lament short. The priest moved quickly into the closing blessing. The family took her interruption for emotion, which almost made her laugh. Padraig's eldest daughter embraced her in the porch and pressed an envelope into her hand. "You made him sound loved," she whispered. Nessa thanked her and slipped the envelope beside the recorder. Outside, The rain had softened to mist. She sat in her van without starting the engine, listening to water tick against the roof. For several minutes, she did nothing. Then she removed the recorder, connected her headphones, and opened the file. Her own voice appeared cleanly in the waveform. Beneath it ran a second line, thin but continuous. Nessa isolated the lower track and raised the volume. At first, there was only stone-deep humming. Then the 5-note phrase emerged, sung in a voice roughened by age. It was Nessa's voice, and before the recording ended, that older version of her whispered a name she had not heard spoken since her mother's burial. The name on the recording was Bridget. Nessa listened to it 3 times in the church car park, each repetition making the word less like speech and more like breath, dragged across a rough surface. On the 4th attempt, she removed the headphones before the whisper arrived. Rain silvered the windscreen. Beyond it, the Mullins clustered beneath umbrellas as the coffin was carried toward the hearse. Padraig's youngest daughter was still crying now, her body bent inward as if grief had finally found the correct place to enter. Nessa started the van and drove west. By evening, she had convinced herself the second voice was contamination. Old churches held sound badly. Stone returned fragments. Wireless microphones bled into one another. A voice recorded at one funeral could remain in the device's temporary memory and surface under another file. She had heard stranger faults in studios where engineers charged by the hour and still blamed the weather. The explanation remained intact until she reached the next wake. It was held in a low farmhouse outside Kilfenora, where peat smoke clung to the ceilings and cups of tea passed constantly from hand to hand. The dead woman, Eileen Brogan, lay in an upstairs room beneath a white coverlet. Someone had placed her rosary between fingers that looked too carefully arranged. Nessa sang beside the bed. This time she kept the recorder switched off. She watched the family instead, the widower staring at his wife's shoes beneath a chair. 2 grown sons disagreeing in whispers over whether the curtains should remain open. A granddaughter pressing her face into the sleeve of her coat. Genuine grief was rarely beautiful. It distracted itself. It worried about parking, sandwiches, wet shoes, who had forgotten to telephone an aunt. Nessa had once respected that disorder. Now she found herself listening for usable sounds. A broken inhale from the widower, the granddaughter's muffled plea, the soft repetition of Eileen's name after everyone believed the room had gone quiet. Without thinking, Nessa slid her hand beneath her shawl and activated the recorder. The green light glowed against her palm. Later, in a roadside hotel overlooking fields drowned in darkness, she uploaded the files to her laptop. Declan Say called before she had finished labeling them. His face appeared in a small square on the screen, smooth and pale beneath studio lighting. Behind him stood shelves of vinyl records that Nessa suspected had been arranged by color rather than played. "I've spoken to the investors," he said. "They want authenticity, but not too much suffering. Something meditative, ancient without being inaccessible. Grief without grief." Declan smiled. "Exactly." The proposed collection would be called Atlantic Lamentations. 12 hours of voices, weather, church interiors, and ritual atmosphere, sold through luxury sleep platforms and wellness subscriptions. Nessa's name would appear as principal performer and cultural consultant. The advance was larger than anything she had earned in a year of funerals. "We'll need access to your archive," he continued. "Raw sessions, unused takes, Environmental sound. We can clean permissions afterward. Some families were never told. They don't own air. The sentence pleased her because it sounded like something she had already believed. After the call, Nessa opened the Kilfenora recording. The room emerged first, cups settling on saucers. A chair leg, scraping. Rain tapping the upstairs window. Then came her lament. Lower and more restrained than it had been at St. Coleman's. Beneath it, almost hidden, were 5 descending notes. Nessa stopped the file. Her hands remained on the keyboard. She had heard those notes before Bridget died. Her mother had hummed them while brushing Nessa's hair as a child, always stopping before the melody resolved. Years later, when illness reduced Bridget's voice to a papery murmur, she hummed them down the telephone whenever Nessa promised to visit, and did not. The final promise had been made on a Thursday morning. Bridget had asked her to come home. Nessa had said she could not. A hotel owner in Galway had died, and the family wanted a full traditional lament with 3 performances. Meals included. Cash paid that evening. It had been the largest fee she had ever been offered. "You'll be there tomorrow?" Bridget had asked. "Tomorrow," Nessa said. By dawn, her mother was dead. Nessa closed the laptop. But the melody continued through its speakers. 5 notes, then 5 again. The screen showed no file playing. She pulled the power cable free. The voice lowered, becoming clearer as the room fell silent. It was still her own voice, old and frayed. But this time it did not whisper Bridget's name. It whispered the name of the widower sleeping 2 rooms away. The name belonged to Thomas Brogan. Nessa knew it because she had heard Eileen's sons use it throughout the wake. Thomas had taken a room in the same hotel rather than spend the night in the farmhouse without his wife. When his name came from the silent laptop, Nessa sat motionless, listening to the radiator click. The voice did not repeat it. By morning, Thomas was dead. A porter found him seated beside the window, one hand on the sill and the other pressed to his chest. The glass stood open despite the rain. Mud darkened the carpet beneath it, though the ground outside lay 2 stories below. Eileen's elder son called to cancel the burial lament. "I'm sorry," Nessa said. "Did you come back last night?" he asked. "No." Da said a woman was singing outside his window. He was grieving. He said she had your voice. The burial went ahead without music. For the next week, Nessa crossed the western counties as though motion might prevent the name from following her. She sang in a chapel near Clifton, in a sitting room above a butcher's shop, and beside an open grave where Atlantic wind flattened the ribbons on every wreath. At each place, she kept the recorder in her bag. At each place, she eventually took it out. She wanted one clean file. A recording without the second voice would reduce St. Coleman's and Kilfenora to faulty equipment and exhaustion. She began carrying 2 devices, placing one near the mourners and one beneath her shawl. Both captured the same 5 notes. Sometimes the melody appeared under her singing. Once it continued after everyone had left, threading through chairs being folded and plates collected from tables. Declan called repeatedly about the contract. Nessa ignored him until he sent a revised figure large enough to make refusal feel theatrical. They met in a Galway hotel lounge overlooking the river. Declan arrived with licensing schedules and a presentation filled with mist, ruined abbeys, and women whose mouths were open in picturesque sorrow. "You look tired," he said. "I've been working. That's what makes this valuable. It isn't imitation." On his tablet was a silver-haired woman bent over a coffin. "Where did you get that photograph?" "Stock library. She's a widow from Roundstone." Declan shrugged. "Then she photographs well." Her name was Una Kelleher. Nessa had sung when Una's husband, Seamus, died the previous winter. She remembered the house because the heating had failed and everyone kept their coats on. Una had not cried during the prayers. Later, Nessa recorded her breaking down alone in the pantry. Declan had bought the file as part of a package labeled Coastal Female Grief. "I want to speak to her," Nessa said. Una answered her door after sunset. She recognized Nessa but did not invite her inside. "You recorded me," she said. Nessa's prepared explanation vanished. "I heard it on a meditation application," Una continued. "They put waves behind me. I didn't know they had released it." "You sold it?" "Yes." The word stood between them with more weight than an apology. Una looked toward the dark road. "The woman came 3 nights before Seamus died." "What woman?" "The singer, outside our bedroom window." Nessa felt cold move beneath her clothes. "She never showed her face," Una said. "But when I heard your recording, I knew the voice. The one beneath yours was the voice from the garden." That night, Nessa drove to an empty lay-by and opened every file she had made since Tomas Brogan's death. She layered them, filtered out wind and speech, and isolated the narrow frequency where the hidden singer lived. 5 notes emerged. Then a name, Moira Kelleher. Una's younger sister was alive. Nessa knew, because Moira's sobbing had been the clearest sound in the pantry recording, and Declan had used it twice. Before Nessa could close the file, her phone lit with Una's number. When she answered, Una did not speak. Through the receiver came the sound of a woman singing outside a window. The singing on Una's phone continued for 13 seconds. Nessa heard rain against glass. Una's breathing, and the thin scrape of furniture moving somewhere in the house. Beneath it all, the woman outside held the 5 descending notes without hurry. Then Una whispered, "She's at Moira's window." The line went dead. Nessa called back until the screen warned that the number was unavailable. She tried Moira next. No answer. By the time she reached the Kelleher house, an ambulance was already parked across the lane, its blue light turning the wet stone walls briefly colorless. Moira was alive. She had collapsed beside the kitchen table but recovered before the paramedics arrived. Her heart was strong. Her blood pressure was normal. She remembered hearing a woman sing in the yard and opening the back door because she thought Nessa had come to apologize. There had been no one outside. Una stood in the hall with her arms folded. "You brought it here," she said. Nessa looked toward the paramedics and lowered her voice. "There may be interference in the recordings. A repeated frequency. Something embedded during editing. My sister heard it without a recording. Suggestion can do strange things." Una's expression changed. Not into anger, but pity. "That is what you tell yourself for money?" Nessa left before dawn. For 2 days, she did not sing. She dismantled both recorders on her kitchen table, replaced their memory cards, and installed new software on the laptop. She contacted a sound engineer in Limerick, who examined 3 files and reported no evidence of corruption, feedback, or copied tracks. "There are 2 vocal sources," he said. "Same timbre, different age. That's impossible. Then someone is very good. Declan became the obvious suspect. Nessa drove to Dublin without warning and entered his studio while a receptionist was still asking whether she had an appointment. She found him inside a glass booth, listening to her voice through expensive headphones. "You altered the files," she said. Declan removed one ear cup. "Good morning to you, too. You built another voice beneath mine. For what purpose? To frighten me. To force the contract." He stared at her for a moment, then turned the monitor toward her. Hundreds of waveforms filled the screen. "We've barely cleaned them," he said. "No layering. No synthetic work yet. Yet, we discussed voice modeling. I never agreed to it. You agreed to archive access. That is not the same thing. It is according to the contract you haven't read." Nessa leaned toward the speakers. From one unfinished track came the sound of mourners shifting in pews. Below them, almost inaudible, the 5-note melody began. Declan frowned. That wasn't there yesterday. Nessa closed the program so violently the mouse struck the wall. By evening, she was back in Clare, driving north toward the home of Myriad Flaherty. Myriad had been a keener before Nessa was born. Age had folded her nearly double, but her eyes remained clear and severe. She lived alone in a cottage where dried herbs hung from beams, and no electrical device was allowed beyond the front room. She listened without interruption as Nessa described the recordings. Tomas Brogan, Moira, and the voice outside the windows. When Nessa finished, Myriad asked, "Did they know you took their sorrow?" "I recorded public funerals." "That is not what I asked." Nessa looked away. Myriad poured tea into 2 chipped cups. "A lament is not a song in the way you think. It is an opening. The family gives grief to the keener because they cannot carry all of it themselves. She holds it, shapes it, and gives it back changed enough to bear. That is folklore. No, folklore is what remains after people stop obeying." Nessa said nothing. "Grief given freely may travel." Myriad continued. "It may be remembered, taught, sung by strangers, but grief taken secretly does not travel. It follows. Follows whom? The mouth that claimed it." A coal shifted in the hearth. Nessa heard, very faintly, 5 descending notes. Myriad's face hardened. "Do you hear that often?" Nessa asked. "I heard it once before. The night your mother died." Nessa felt the room contract around her. Myriad reached across the table and touched 2 fingers to Nessa's throat. "You have sold too many voices," she said. "Now something has come to decide which one belongs to you." Myriad's fingers remained against Nessa's throat until the 5 notes faded from the chimney. "Say your name," the old woman said. Nessa almost laughed. "Nessa Doyle." Only the first word came out clearly. Her surname broke apart behind her teeth, reduced to a dry movement of air. She swallowed and tried again. The effort scratched her throat, but produced no sound beyond a whisper. Myriad withdrew her hand. "It has begun taking the shape of your voice," she said. Nessa stood so quickly that tea spilled across the table. "I have a cold. You have no cold. I have been singing every day. You have been taking every day." Nessa left without finishing the tea. By the time she reached her van, she could speak normally again. She tested her voice with scales. Then an old funeral verse. The notes were rough, but present. Myriad had frightened her into constriction. Nothing more. Yet during the drive home, a deeper change appeared. Nessa tried to sing the 5-note melody and found that she could not remember how the 3rd note sounded. She knew where it should fall. Her throat shaped itself for it. No tone emerged. At home, 3 messages waited from Declan. The 4th arrived while she was locking the door. "We need approval by tomorrow," he said. The investors heard the samples. They're calling the 2nd vocal layer extraordinary. "Remove it." "Why?" "It isn't mine." "That is precisely why it works. It sounds inherited." She told him the files were not to be distributed. Declan became quiet, in the careful way of a man looking at a signed document. "The archive license is already active," he said. "You gave us reproduction rights. I gave you recordings. You gave us whatever was in them." After the call, Nessa opened her laptop to delete the original files. The folders were empty. She searched the drive, external storage, and cloud backups. Every funeral remained listed by date and place. But each file showed a duration of nothing. When she clicked one, the speakers released a breath. Then her voice said, perfectly and clearly, "Moira Kelleher." Nessa slammed the laptop shut. Her telephone rang. Una did not greet her. It came back. "Where?" "Outside Moira's bedroom." "Is she ill?" She wasn't. The silence that followed contained a distant woman singing. Nessa drove to Roundstone through hard rain. By the time she arrived, Moira had been taken to hospital. She died before sunrise from a sudden cerebral bleed no examination had predicted. At the hospital entrance, Una struck Nessa across the face. The blow was not strong, but Nessa staggered. Her balance had changed. Her knees felt loose. Her spine strangely compressed. In the glass doors, silver ran through her hair from temple to crown. Una saw it too. "What happened to you?" Nessa lifted a hand to her face. The skin across her knuckles had thinned. Brown marks lay beneath it like stains soaked through paper. Her fingers, usually steady through the longest lament, trembled with age. She locked herself inside the public lavatory. The mirror showed a woman at least 10 years older than the one who had left Myriad's cottage. Lines had deepened around her mouth. The skin beneath her jaw hung softly. One back tooth shifted beneath her tongue. Nessa opened her mouth and attempted a single note. Nothing came. She tried again until the tendons stood out in her neck. Her lungs pushed air, her tongue formed the vowel. Her body remembered every movement required to make sound. The room remained silent. Then music began inside her handbag. Her recorder had switched itself on. From its tiny speaker came Nessa's voice, young and full, singing the lament she had performed at Seamus Kelleher's funeral. Beneath it, Moira wept in the pantry. The two voices folded together, and a third rose from below them, older, rougher, patient. It sang another name, Kathleen Rusk. Nessa knew Kathleen. 2 years earlier, at her husband's wake, Kathleen had screamed until her sons carried her from the room. Nessa had sold that scream to Declan under the title Widow. Interior, winter. She found Kathleen's number and called. No voice left Nessa's mouth, but the line connected. For several seconds there was only breathing. Then Kathleen whispered, "Who is outside?" through the receiver. Nessa heard her own stolen voice begin to sing. She looked down at her hands. Another dark mark was already forming beneath the skin. Kathleen Rusk survived the night. Nessa learned this from a text sent by Kathleen's eldest son just before dawn. His mother had been found unconscious beneath an open bedroom window, but the doctors believed she would recover. The message ended with a question Nessa could not answer. Why was she saying your name? By then, Nessa was already driving toward St. Coleman's. The 5-note melody played continuously from the recorder on the passenger seat. It no longer sounded like a song. Each note seemed to pull the next from some deeper chamber. The pauses between them filled with low breaths and the faint movement of women whispering behind walls. Nessa's voice emerged occasionally, naming Kathleen, then Bridget, then Nessa herself. She switched the recorder off. It continued playing. Morning had not yet reached the hills when St. Coleman's appeared through the rain. The church stood alone above a flooded field, its pale walls blurred by mist. Padraig Mullen's funeral flowers had been removed, but several white petals remained trapped against the steps like scraps of wet paper. The side door was unlocked. Inside, the church smelled colder than before. Nessa walked toward the place where she had first heard the hidden singer. The flagstones beneath the front pews appeared ordinary, though the 5-note melody grew louder with every step. It traveled upward through the soles of her shoes and into her weakened knees. She knelt near the sanctuary rail. One stone was darker than the others. Its edges had been sealed with wax the same gray color as the floor. When Nessa pressed her palm against it, she felt air moving through a narrow crack. The recorder spoke from her coat pocket. Below. The word was in Bridget's voice. Nessa searched the sacristy and found an iron lifting hook behind a cabinet of old hymnals. She returned to the dark stone, worked the hook into the waxed seam, and pulled. The flagstone rose more easily than it should have. Beneath it waited a narrow stairway. The steps descended into blackness, steep enough to require both hands against the walls. Moisture coated the stone. Nessa's breath came shallowly, and pain tightened around her hips with every downward movement. Whatever years had entered her body remained there. At the bottom, she found an oak door bound with rusted iron. A small wooden plaque had been nailed above it. The sorrow room. Nessa pushed. The chamber beyond was low and circular, older than the church built over it. Shelves covered the walls. Upon them rested black gloves, rosaries, veils, cracked spectacles, children's shoes, dried funeral flowers, and hundreds of handkerchiefs stiffened by age. None bore names. An altar stood in the center beneath a round opening in the ceiling. Nessa realized she was directly below the place where Padraig's coffin had rested. The opening had been covered by a thin metal grill. Voices could pass through it. Along one wall, ledgers filled a cabinet from floor to ceiling. Their pages recorded generations of keeners, mourners, and families. Beside each funeral was a mark showing whether the lament had been given, withheld, or taken. Nessa searched until she found her own name. The entries began 21 years earlier. Most were marked given. Then the handwriting changed. Funeral after funeral had been labeled taken, sometimes followed by descriptions she recognized as Declan's commercial titles. Male grief, church interior, daughter calling for mother, widow, interior, winter. The final entry had no funeral attached to it. Bridget Doyle, lament unreturned. Below that, written in fresher ink, mouth remains open. Nessa backed away from the ledger. Something clicked behind her. On the central altar sat a small digital recorder. It was modern, scratched along one corner, with a strip of faded adhesive across its back. Nessa knew the device immediately. She had owned it before the two recorders she now used. But she had believed it lost years ago. Across the tape, in her own handwriting, were the words, "Ma'am, last night. Do not erase." Her hands shook so badly that she nearly dropped it. The battery indicator glowed despite the recorder having been missing for 7 years. Only one file remained. Nessa pressed play. For several seconds, the room filled with the hiss of an open telephone line. Then came Bridget's breathing, weak and uneven. A clock chimed somewhere far away. After that, Nessa heard her own younger voice say, with unmistakable impatience, "I cannot come home tonight. The Galway family is paying me to grieve." Bridget began to hum the 5 descending notes, and beneath her humming, someone in the room whispered to Nessa from directly behind the recorder, "She knows you are listening now." Nessa did not turn around. The voice behind the recorder had sounded neither male nor female. It had carried the soft patience of someone standing beside a bed, waiting for the final breath. She kept her eyes on the device. Bridget's humming continued through the speaker. Beneath it came the occasional scrape of fabric, the clink of glass, and Nessa's younger voice traveling down a telephone line from Galway. "I will come tomorrow," she heard herself say. There was a pause. "You always say tomorrow," Bridget replied. Nessa remembered ending the call after that. She remembered placing the recorder beside her hotel bed because she had wanted to preserve the melody while it remained fresh in her head. What she had not remembered was leaving the line open. On the recording, her younger self moved around the room, testing microphones and humming portions of Bridget's song. In the distance, Bridget breathed alone. Then the call disconnected. The file should have ended. Instead, it continued. Nessa heard the Galway hotel room after she had left for the funeral. Rain against the window. Traffic on the wet road. The empty hiss of the recorder. Hours later, footsteps returned. Her younger voice began speaking labels into the microphone. Female breath. Elderly. Clean. A pause. Low moan. Isolated. Another pause. Atlantic room tone. Nessa gripped the altar. Memory returned not as confession but as procedure. She had opened the file the morning after Bridget died. The call contained nearly 4 hours of breathing, muttered prayers, and small sounds made by a woman whose body was failing without witness. Nessa had cut away her mother's name. She had removed the telephone ring and the clock. She had kept the breaths. The first package sold for €80. The second sold for more. She had told herself that Bridget would have approved of usefulness. The recorder clicked. Its small display changed from the single audio file to a folder directory. Names appeared that Nessa had not entered. Every package she had sold. Every false label. Every morning sound extracted from Bridget's final night. Elderly female distress. Deathbed breath. Rural woman. Prayer fragment. Atlantic room tone. The 5-note melody sounded from somewhere inside the walls. Nessa opened the final folder. A contract appeared on the screen. Far too long for the recorder to contain. She recognized Declan's company logo and her own digital signature beneath paragraphs she had skimmed while thinking about the advance. The license granted Say Acoustic unrestricted rights to reproduce, transform, synthesize, and permanently model all submitted vocal material. All submitted vocal material, not only her performances, everything in the archive. The stolen cries, Bridget's breathing, the hidden voice beneath the church. A new file began playing. Declan spoke in a studio, his voice close to the microphone. Model stability is excellent. Emotional texture persists even when language is replaced. Another man asked, "How many outputs? Current deployment? Just over 11,000. Nessa felt the chamber tilt. Declan continued. Sleep applications, grief therapy, heritage installations, luxury spas, guided dying services. We can make her sing any text now." Her voice answered him from the recording, not the aged whisper. Her natural voice as it had sounded 10 years earlier, clear, warm, and obedient. "Your sorrow is safe with me." The phrase repeated in different accents, different keys, different artificial rooms. Nessa heard herself comforting strangers she had never met, singing over ocean tracks, whispering through hospital speakers, breathing beneath guided meditation, calling names in languages she had never learned. Thousands of mouths, one voice. The ledger cabinet began opening by itself. Book after book fell outward, striking the floor in heavy succession. On every exposed page, new entries wrote themselves in wet black ink. Cities Nessa had never visited, families she had never seen, deaths that had not yet happened. Beside each name appeared the same judgment, taken. Nessa reached for the recorder, but the speaker released a burst of applause. Declan's voice returned. "We launch Atlantic Lamentations worldwide tomorrow." The 5 descending notes rose around Nessa from the walls, the ceiling, the objects on the shelves. Her younger synthetic voice joined them in perfect harmony. Then, the recorder displayed an incoming transmission. A live microphone had opened somewhere far from St. Coleman's. Nessa heard a hospital room, machinery breathing softly, and a frightened man asking why a woman was singing in the corridor. Her manufactured voice answered from outside his door. When it spoke his name, another line appeared in the ledger. The ink was still moving when Nessa saw the location. Saya Acoustic Studios, Dublin. The live transmission ended with the sound of a door opening. For several seconds, Nessa heard nothing but the hospital machinery and the man's frightened breathing. Then came a single wet cough, followed by silence. A new entry completed itself in the ledger. Declan's say voice received. Nessa stared at the words. Declan had not been the frightened man. The location belonged to his studio. Yet the room in the transmission had sounded clinical. Before she could understand the contradiction, the recorder returned to Bridget's final file. The hidden speaker behind it inhaled. This time, Nessa turned. No one stood in the sorrow room. The shelves were crowded only with the abandoned possessions of mourners, veils, shoes, handkerchiefs, broken rosaries. Yet every dark object seemed to lean toward the altar. Listening, Bridget's voice emerged again. She was no longer humming. She began to keen. The sound was weak at first, the work of lungs already failing. It rose from somewhere below speech, carrying neither words nor melody in any ordinary sense. 5 descending notes formed its spine, but around them Bridget placed small cries, unfinished names, and breaths that trembled on the edge of silence. Nessa had heard hundreds of people mourn. She had never heard anyone mourn the living. Bridget sang of a girl with mud on her shoes, standing on a kitchen chair to reach a shelf of cups. She sang of hair tangled by Atlantic wind, of a daughter who once believed every room became safer when her mother entered it. The keen moved forward through Nessa's childhood, touching moments she had forgotten because they had never seemed valuable enough to preserve. Then the sound changed. The girl in the song grew older. She learned that sorrow drew attention. She learned that strangers would pay to hear pain shaped beautifully. She learned to study grief without entering it. Bridget's voice thinned. "My poor lost girl," she whispered. Nessa's knees struck the floor. The lament had not been for Bridget's approaching death. It had been for Nessa. Her mother had understood, during those final hours, that the daughter she loved had already begun disappearing behind the professional face she wore at funerals. Bridget had keened for the part of Nessa that could still have returned home, confessed fear, held a dying hand, and accepted a grief that could not be turned into performance. The 5 notes ended without resolution because Nessa had never arrived to answer them. A second voice joined the recording. Una, crying in the pantry. Then Moira. Then Tomas whispering that a woman stood outside his window. More voices followed widows. Igumse. Frightened children. Elderly men. All drawn from recordings Nessa had sold. Some sobbed. Some prayed. Others spoke names in the private tones people used only when they believed no stranger was listening. The sorrow room filled with them. The handkerchiefs on the shelves darkened as though freshly wet. Rosary beads clicked against wood. The children's shoes shifted in pairs. Myriad's warning returned to Nessa. Grief, taken secretly, did not travel. It followed. The old stories had called such a follower a banshee, but the word had been made simple over time. A woman crying before death. A warning at the window. Something belonging to certain bloodlines. The thing in the chamber was older and less merciful. It did not create the lament. It gathered what had been denied, misused, and left unanswered. Every stolen cry had entered Bridget's unfinished song because Nessa had given them all the same destination, her archive, her contract, her name. The recorder spoke in Bridget's voice. "You made a road of your mouth." Nessa touched her throat. A vibration moved beneath the skin. Deep and crowded, thousands of voices pressed there, waiting behind the silence where her natural voice had been. The ledger pages began turning. Every taken mark changed slowly to another word. Unreturned. Nessa understood then why the voice appeared outside the windows of the dying. It was carrying each stolen grief back to the moment when grief was owed. But the recordings had been copied beyond counting, and every copy carried a fragment of the lament. The Banshee could not return them alone. It required a living instrument. Nessa's body had been aging because each death pulled another portion of the song through her. Her voice had vanished because her mouth was being emptied for something larger. The recorder's light went dark. For the first time, the chamber became completely silent. Then every unclaimed object turned toward Nessa. From inside her closed mouth, Bridget's voice said, "Begin with the ones whose sorrow you remember." Nessa left St. Coleman's carrying the recorder, the ledger pages that named the living, and a silence no effort could break. By midday, she had written the confession. She wrote it by hand because speech was no longer available to her, and because a typed statement seemed too much like another file that could be copied without consequence. She named Declan, Saye Acoustic, every false label she could remember, every family she had recorded without permission, and every fragment taken from Bridget's final night. She did not call it preservation. She called it theft. The statement went to the newspapers, the police, the families, and the companies distributing Atlantic Lamentations. Along with it, Nessa released the unedited recordings, each returned privately to the people whose grief they contained. She included the dates, locations, commercial titles, and payments she had accepted. Responses arrived almost immediately. Some threatened her. Some begged her to remove the files again. One man wrote that hearing his dead son's unaltered voice had broken something in his wife that had taken years to mend. Una sent only 4 words. Moira deserved to know. Declan did not respond. News from Dublin reported that he had been found alive in his studio, though he could no longer speak. Every speaker in the building had been playing Nessa's voice when the staff entered. The audio continued after the electricity was cut. That evening, Nessa returned to her cottage and destroyed the local archive. She carried hard drives, memory cards, tapes, contracts, invoices, and labeled envelopes into the yard. Rain soaked the papers before the fire accepted them. The plastic cases softened and folded inward. The oldest recordings shrieked briefly as their tape tightened in the heat. For several minutes, Nessa believed the flames were enough. Then her telephone lit with messages from strangers. A spa in Toronto had heard a woman singing inside a treatment room. A hospice in Edinburgh reported the same 5 notes through its ceiling speakers. A sleep application in Singapore had begun addressing users by the names of relatives who were dying. The copies could not be recalled. They had been downloaded, sampled, remixed, sold, mirrored, and stored in systems Nessa would never see. Her voice had become infrastructure. The recorder in her coat played a name, Kathleen Rusk. Nessa drove through the night. Kathleen lay in an upstairs bedroom, smaller than Nessa remembered, her face pale against the pillows. Her sons stood near the door, frightened and angry. One tried to prevent Nessa from entering until Kathleen lifted a hand. "Let her come," she whispered. Outside the window, the 5 notes began. Nessa sat beside the bed and opened her mouth. At first, nothing emerged. Then grief moved through her. Kathleen's scream from her husband's wake rose from Nessa's throat. No longer isolated, polished, or titled. Around it came the sounds Nessa had cut away. Kathleen's sons calling for water. A chair falling. Someone saying her husband's name. The widow begging the dead man not to leave her with the house unfinished. Kathleen listened. Tears slipped into her hair. "That is mine," she said. The song returned to her completely. The singing outside the window stopped. Kathleen survived until morning. Nessa did not. Not entirely. When she stood, her back had bent. Her hair was white. The hand gripping the bed frame belonged to a woman near the end of life. The skin translucent over swollen joints. Yet the recorder named another person, then another. Nessa traveled to each one. She sat beside strangers in cottages, hospitals, council flats, and nursing homes. She returned a daughter's hidden sob to her mother, a husband's unanswered apology to his wife, a child's terrified breathing to the family who had never known it was recorded. Each restored lament cost her years. Her teeth loosened, her sight clouded, her bones thinned beneath her clothes. Still, the names continued. Near winter's end. Nessa reached a house overlooking the Atlantic, where an old man waited beneath an open window. He recognized her before she entered. "You are the woman who sings before death," he said. Nessa shook her head. She was the woman who had listened after grief believed itself alone. The recorder spoke the old man's name. Nessa sat beside him, opened her ruined mouth, and prepared to give back what she had taken. But the voice that emerged was not his family's. It was Brigid's. And this time, the 5-note lament finally reached its missing final note. The final note did not end the lament. It opened it. Brigid's voice passed through Nessa with such force that the old man's curtains lifted though the window was closed. The sound carried the missing resolution her mother had withheld in death. Not forgiveness, not accusation, but recognition for one clear instant. Nessa understood the difference between being mourned and being absolved. Brigid had mourned the daughter who might have returned. She had never promised to excuse the woman who did not. When the song ended, the old man was still alive. He slept with one hand resting on Nessa's wrist, his breathing slow and peaceful. Outside, dawn loosened the darkness over the Atlantic. Nessa tried to say her mother's name. Nothing moved in her throat. The 5 notes were gone from her body. So was every other voice. She left the house before the family woke and walked east along the coast road. Her van remained in the yard, but her hands could no longer hold the steering wheel. Her back had curved until her face pointed naturally toward the ground. White hair hung almost to her waist. People who passed her saw an ancient woman in a black shawl and stepped aside without asking where she was going. The recorder had stopped naming the dead. Her younger voice had not. It traveled through speakers she would never reach. Say Acoustic survived Declan's disgrace by changing its directors, denying knowledge of the original recordings, and describing the deaths as harmful folklore amplified by public panic. The company removed Atlantic Lamentations for several weeks, then announced that its most popular vocal model had been legally reconstructed from licensed material. They called the new product The Last Keener. Advertisements promised an immortal voice trained on centuries of authentic sorrow. Customers could select a name, language, emotional intensity, and duration. The voice would sing for sleeping infants, grieving adults, meditation rooms, memorial services, and the bedsides of those who wished not to die in silence. It sounded like Nessa at 30. Warm, certain, beautifully wounded. No warning accompanied the download. Across the following months, reports appeared from homes where no one had ordered a lament. Families heard a young woman singing outside sealed windows. Hospital patients woke asking why an old woman stood in the corridor with rain in her hair. Those who opened their doors found wet footprints leading away. Though the weather had been dry, Nessa continued walking. She crossed villages where she had once been paid to grieve and towns where no one knew her name. She slept in church porches, abandoned sheds, and once beneath the awning of a luxury hotel that played her synthetic voice in its spa. She never entered. Whenever the song named someone, she felt the death as a tug behind her ribs. She could no longer return every stolen sorrow. There were too many copies, too many altered voices, too many people listening without knowing they had become witnesses. She had wanted grief to outlive the mourner. Now it would outlive everyone. Years later, a sound collector named Owen Vale purchased an original release of The Last Keener from a private archive. He specialized in discontinued software, corrupted meditation tracks, and recordings rumored to contain voices not present during production. The file arrived without metadata, He played it alone in his upstairs study while rain tapped softly against the window. A young woman began the familiar 5 descending notes. Beneath her voice ran breaths, prayers, and fragments of strangers calling the dead by name. Owen smiled and increased the volume. A second singer joined from outside. She sounded impossibly old. He approached the window and saw a bent woman standing in the road beneath the yellow street lamp. Her shawl hung heavy with rain. Her face remained hidden, but her mouth was open. From the speakers, the young voice sang Owen's name. Below the window, the old woman answered in perfect harmony. Owen raised his recorder. The ancient singer stopped. Then she slowly lifted her face. Her eyes were wet with a grief he had not yet earned. And when she opened her voiceless mouth, the playback behind him whispered, "Do not make me yours." The recording light was already on. Nessa believed sorrow became harmless once it was captured, labeled, and sold. But grief is not merely sound. It belongs to memories, relationships, and moments of helplessness that cannot be separated without consequence. Her punishment was not simply losing her voice. It was hearing that voice become immortal while she herself grew unrecognizable and silent. Perhaps the Banshee in this story is less a creature than a debt, the return of every private pain treated as public property. When we preserve another person's suffering, are we remembering them? Or are we only teaching the world how to consume their grief? Story 4. The fair arrived in Ballycarrick under a sky the color of old tin. By noon, the field beside Blackthorn Circle had become a temporary town of steel ribs, striped canvas, diesel fumes, and men shouting measurements through the wind. Lorries sank into the wet ground. Chains clattered. Generators coughed awake. Beyond the hedgerow, the ancient stones stood on the slope, black with rain and crowded by thorn trees, heavy with dark berries. Ronan Scully had worked fairs long enough to distrust beautiful locations. Beautiful locations meant soft ground, narrow roads, planning officers, photographers, and people who assumed colored bulbs could make rust harmless. He preferred industrial estates, where no one mistook a machine for magic. He was beneath the ghost train when Declan Bow found him tightening a drive chain. "Bit close to the stones, aren't we?" Declan asked. Ronan kept his torch between his teeth. "Stones don't complain about music. These might." Declan was 18 and knew enough to repeat every local warning. He had heard no one should cut Blackthorn after sunset and that horses refused to pass between the tallest stones. Ronan pulled the torch free. "Get the cable trunking off the waltzer before someone drives over it." Declan lingered. "There's a woman at the gate asking who owns the carousel. Tell her it owns itself." The boy left, unconvinced. Ronan slid out into the cold. His palms smelled of grease through his gloves. For a moment, the smell became hot rubber, rain on painted metal, and the bitter electrical stink after a brake relay failed. He rose too quickly and struck his shoulder against the frame. No one noticed. The carousel occupied the center of the field. It was an old galloper's model, all mirrored panels and faded hunting scenes, owned by the fair's manager, Seamus Vale. 30 carved horses circled beneath its canopy, each with glass eyes and teeth too carefully painted. One brass pole stood empty. Ronan stopped at the platform. The missing mount was Black Ned, a tall stallion with a chipped silver star on its forehead. Ronan remembered securing it in the transport frame that morning because its rear bracket was warped. Now 2 leather straps hung from the pole, neatly unbuckled. Seamus emerged from behind the ticket booth, carrying a paper cup. "You move, Ned?" Ronan asked. "Thought you did." "I didn't." Then, one of the lads did. "Check the wagon." The horse was not in the wagon. Beneath the ride. Behind the prize stalls. Or inside the maintenance trailer. No one admitted touching it. Seamus grew irritated in the way of men who treated missing property as a personal accusation. "Find it before opening," he said, "and don't make a story out of it." Ronan almost laughed. The fair survived by making stories out of everything except its own mistakes. Near dusk, he found 2 shallow grooves in the mud behind the carousel, as though something heavy had been dragged toward the hedgerow. They ended beside the blackthorn trees. Beyond them, the grass rose untouched toward the stones. Pinned to one thorn was a strip of red-painted leather, Black Ned's bridle. Ronan worked until the gates closed, checking cables, limit switches, safety bars, and emergency stops. He tested everything twice. On some nights, twice was not enough, but he had learned not to follow that thought to its end. Rain began after the others left for the caravans. Ronan remained in the maintenance trailer, filling out inspection sheets while the fair settled around him. Without music or crowds, the rides looked embarrassed by their own shapes. The Ferris wheel creaked once. Somewhere, loose canvas snapped. Then the carousel organ began to play. The tune was slow and uneven, familiar in the way a childhood song can feel familiar, even when you have never heard it before. Ronan stepped outside. The carousel was turning in darkness. Its power cable lay disconnected in the mud. The horses rose and fell beneath dead bulbs. The empty brass pole passed him once. Then again. On the 3rd turn, something knocked softly beneath the platform. Not machinery. Hooves. Ronan climbed onto the moving boards and pulled the brake lever. As the platform slowed, the music stretched into a breathless note. The horses stopped. The empty pole did not. It continued around the carousel by itself, carrying a saddle that had not been there before. Across the wet leather, in fresh white paint, was Ronan's full name. Ronan stood on the motionless carousel until rain washed the white paint into thin streams. His name remained legible. He touched the saddle with one gloved finger. The leather held the dense chill of something taken from underground. When he pulled his hand away, a blackthorn berry rested in his palm, crushed dark as a clot. The saddle vanished when he went to fetch Seamus. By the time they returned, the brass pole was empty again. The power cable still lay disconnected, and the organ's paper roll had not moved inside its cabinet. Seamus examined the platform without stepping onto it. "You've been awake too long," he said. "I know what I saw. You saw an old ride settling in bad weather. It went round. Then you left a charge in the auxiliary battery. There is no auxiliary battery." Seamus regarded him with the patience he reserved for inspectors and grieving parents. "Find Ned," he said. "We open tomorrow." That was how authority worked at the fair. Seamus owned the rides, the permits, and the public smile. Ronan owned everything that might crush, burn, shear, or throw a human body once the smile had sold it a ticket. By morning, He had 3 electricians, 5 right hands, and Declan waiting for instructions. He assigned grounding tests, checked hydraulic pressure, rejected a worn locking pin on the waltzer, and ordered a frayed extension lead replaced. No ride opened until Ronan signed its sheet. People called him difficult when he stopped them losing money. They called him brilliant when he kept them earning it. Shortly before noon, Seamus brought him coffee beside the children's roundabout. You've marked the Skyhammer closed. Limit sensors intermittent. It passed in Mallow. It isn't in Mallow now. Replace it after closing. Ronan watched the ride's long arm shining with rain. For an instant he saw another machine beneath it. Yellow restraints. Wet steel. A child's trainer kicking once above the platform. He blinked, and the Skyhammer returned. The sensor stays failed until I say otherwise. Seamus lowered his voice. You used to understand the difference between unsafe and inconvenient. The fair noise seemed to withdraw. 5 years earlier, on another field, a restraint circuit had begun tripping during the busiest Saturday of the season. The fault had appeared small, a corroded contact producing false open signals. Each stoppage cost 10 minutes and a queue of angry customers. Ronan had bridged the circuit until a replacement could arrive. He had tested the bars manually. He had tested them twice. The child in the outer seat had been thin enough to slip beneath one when the carriage tilted. 9 years old. According to the newspaper, Ronan remembered the red hood of her coat more clearly than her face. The investigation blamed an unpredictable component failure. Seamus's solicitor said there was no value in confusing people with temporary repairs that could not be proven relevant. Everyone in the fair cut corners. Ronan had simply been nearest when one broke. Open it when you've changed the sensor, Seamus said, and walked away. Black Ned was found that afternoon inside a livestock shed 1/2 mile from the field. The farmer swore the building had been locked all night. The horse stood upright between empty pens. Its wooden hooves sunk several inches into the concrete. Mud streaked its flanks. Someone had repainted the chipped star on its forehead. But instead of silver, it was a dull, bruised red. Ronan ordered it, placed in the maintenance wagon. He did not mention the 4 black crescents burned into the floor beneath its hooves. The fair opened under strings of yellow bulbs. Music overlapped from every direction. Children ran between stalls carrying spun sugar, their faces transformed by colored light. Ronan moved among the rides with a radio at his belt and keys against his hip, solving faults before anyone else noticed them. Nothing unusual happened. That almost frightened him more. After closing, he returned to the workshop trailer and locked the door behind him. His steel toolbox sat beneath the bench, secured by a brass padlock whose only key remained on his ring. The lock was intact. Inside, on top of his neatly arranged spanners, lay the carousel's inspection sheet. Ronan had signed it that morning. Beneath his signature, written in thick white paint that was still wet, were 3 words, "One rider owed." Then something inside the locked toolbox knocked once from beneath the paper. The knocking came again. Ronan held the toolbox open with one hand and lifted the inspection sheet with the other. Beneath it lay only spanners, sockets, insulated pliers, and a folded pair of grease-stained gloves. Nothing moved. He removed each tool and placed it on the bench. The knocking followed his hands downward until the box was empty. Then it stopped. At the bottom, beneath the removable tray, He found a blackthorn berry pressed flat against the steel. Its skin had split, leaving a stain the color of old blood. Ronan burned the inspection sheet in the heater. The white words darkened before the paper did. By morning, the trailer smelled of scorched varnish and something sweetly rotten. He told no one. He worked through the opening checks with a headache behind his eyes, rejecting questions from Declan and avoiding Seamus whenever he saw the manager crossing the field. Near midday, an elderly woman appeared beside the carousel carrying a camera bag and a flat brown envelope. She wore a green raincoat buttoned to the throat. Her gray hair had been cut bluntly at the jaw, and a pair of spectacles hung from a cord against her chest. "Ronan Scully?" she asked. He kept tightening the housing on the organ motor. "Depends. Nuala Fennessy. I photograph local events for the parish archive. We're not open yet. I'm not here for this year's fair." She laid the envelope on the carousel platform. Ronan did not touch it. Nuala looked toward Blackthorn Circle. "My grandfather photographed this fair when it first came to Ballycarrick. 1958. Different owners. Same carousel. That ride wasn't here in the 50s. The canopy was replaced. The horses weren't." She opened the envelope and removed a black and white photograph. The image showed the carousel standing on the same field. Although the hedges were lower and the stones more exposed, fair workers gathered in front of it with their caps in their hands. Some smiled. Others stared away from the camera. Black Ned stood at the edge of the group, detached from its pole. A rider sat upon it. At first, Ronan thought the figure was wearing a dark hood. Then he understood there was nothing above the collar. The rider's shoulders ended in a clean, black emptiness. A severed head hung from the saddle by its hair. Its face had blurred during exposure, but its pale eyes were sharp. They looked directly into the camera. Ronan pushed the photograph back toward her. "It's damaged." "No. Double exposure." Then, Nuala pointed to 3 workers standing nearest the rider. Small ink marks had been added beneath their boots. Patrick Horgan fell beneath a dismantled Ferris wheel the following spring. Liam Greeley, found drowned in a water tank that was only waist deep. Eamon Crow, disappeared from a locked caravan. "You collect bad luck? I collect names." Her finger moved along the photograph. Every marked person had been connected to a death at the fair. No conviction. No public blame. Then the fair returned here, and they died before it left. Ronan's mouth tasted of metal. Nuala studied him. "Has one of the horses gone missing?" He looked at her too quickly. "That happens first," she said. A burst of feedback screamed from the public address speakers. Ronan turned toward the control booth. When he looked back, Nuala had placed the photograph beside his hand. "Keep it," she said. "It changes." That evening, fog gathered around the field before closing. It lay low beneath the rides, making the moving cars appear to skim over cloud. Declan found Ronan near the generator trailer. "There's a horse up by the stones." Black Ned moved beyond the hedgerow. It circled Blackthorn Circle at a slow, deliberate pace. Although no machinery carried it, and its carved legs remained rigid, upon its back sat the same headless rider from the photograph. The severed head swung from the saddle. As it passed between 2 standing stones, its eyes opened. They fixed on Declan. The boy whispered, "It knows me." By the time Ronan forced his way through the hedge, the circle was empty. The photograph lay on his workbench when he returned to the trailer. He was certain he had left it folded inside his coat. One new figure now stood beside the headless rider. Declan stared out from the faded image, wearing the same work jacket he had worn that night. Beside him stood a little girl in a red hood. Ronan recognized her immediately. She had died at the fair 37 years before Declan was born. Ronan decided the photograph was a trick because the alternative required too much rearrangement. Nuala had known about Black Ned. She had known about the missing horse, the stones, and the fair's history. That gave her motive, opportunity, and enough local gossip to construct whatever performance she wanted. Old photographic paper could be altered. Faces could be transferred. People believed what frightened them. He repeated these explanations until they began to sound like rules. Declan did not return to work the following morning. His caravan bed had not been slept in. But his clothes, phone, and wages remained inside. Seamus said the boy had probably taken fright and left without admitting it. When Ronan showed him the photograph, the manager barely glanced at it. "Burn it. You recognize the girl?" "No." Ronan watched his face. "You didn't look." "I looked enough." Seamus folded the photograph once, sharply, across the rider's body. Ronan snatched it back before he could tear it. For a moment, neither man spoke. Then Seamus said, "You're here to keep machinery running. Leave stories to people who don't understand machines." That evening, the fair opened, despite Declan's disappearance. The weather cleared, drawing families from 3 villages. Music shook the damp from the canvas roofs. The smell of chips, diesel, hot sugar, and wet coats thickened between the rides. Under the carousel canopy, Black Ned's empty pole revolved with the others. Ronan remained beside the control panel. He inspected every circuit twice. The organ motor behaved normally. The emergency brake engaged cleanly. Nothing explained the knocking beneath the platform, the white paint, or the child's face in the photograph. Nothing had to. At closing, Seamus ordered the music cut while the last visitors drifted toward the gate. Operators lowered shutters. Ride lights went dark in sections, leaving the field patchy and unfamiliar. A woman began screaming beside the carousel. Ronan turned. The ride had started without him. The platform accelerated in complete silence. Its power indicator remained dead. The painted horses rose and fell beneath extinguished bulbs, their glass eyes flashing whenever they passed the security lamps. Black Ned occupied the empty pole. The horse was slick with mud. Red paint gleamed on the star between its eyes. A tall figure sat rigidly in the saddle, dressed in a black coat whose hem hung below its boots. There was no head above the collar. A human head swung from the saddle by a long rope of dark hair. People gathered instead of fleeing. Fair workers, parents, teenagers, and children stood mesmerized at the platform's edge. Seamus pushed through them, shouting for Ronan to stop the ride. "I can't," Ronan said. The control panel was cold beneath his hands. As Black Ned came around again, the severed head opened its eyes. The carousel slowed. Its painted mouth remained closed, but its gaze moved deliberately across the crowd. Each time, the eyes settled on someone. The horse beneath the rider stopped rising and falling. First, the head looked at a game stall operator named Ciaran Malloy. Charon went gray. Years earlier, a drunken customer had collapsed behind his stall. Ciaran had dragged the man outside the fair boundary before calling for help so the death would not appear in the incident book. Black Ned passed on. The eyes found Maeve Larkin, who ran the children's swings. She covered her mouth. Ronan remembered a winter conversation about a teenage worker whose sleeve had caught in an exposed drive belt. Maeve had signed a statement saying the girl ignored instructions. The protective cover had been removed for months. The head turned toward Seamus. The carousel halted. Every horse stopped mid-rise. The severed face studied him longer than it had studied the others. Seamus did not move. Sweat shone on his upper lip despite the cold. Then the head's eyes shifted to Ronan. Something beneath the carousel struck the platform once. The crowd seemed to disappear from his awareness. He saw only the pale face swinging beside Black Ned's flank and the dark eyes moving over him with slow, intimate recognition. The red-hooded child stood among the horses. She was small enough that the brass poles concealed her whenever the platform turned. Rainwater dripped from her sleeves. One side of her face was bruised where it had struck the ride structure. Ronan stepped backward. The child raised one hand and pointed not at him, but at Seamus. The head's mouth opened. From somewhere inside the carousel came Declan's voice. He knew before it happened. Seamus ran. Black Ned leapt down from the moving platform and followed him into the dark. Black Ned vanished with Seamus between the shuttered stalls. Ronan followed as far as the dodgems, where the lights had died and the floor reflected only fog. He heard hooves strike metal somewhere ahead. Then a man cry out once, not loudly, but with the breathless surprise of someone who had opened a familiar door onto a cliff. Seamus. No answer came. The fair had gone silent. Not quiet. Silent. The generators still trembled inside their housings. But no engine noise reached him. The carousel turned without music. The Ferris wheel began lifting empty cages into the fog. Across the field, the waltzer spun with its bars raised, each car rocking under an invisible weight. Ronan ran toward the gate. A dozen visitors were already crowding there. The gate stood open, yet no one crossed it. Beyond the entrance, the lane stretched between hedges toward the village, yellow with mist beneath the lamps. Kieran Malloy shoved past the others and sprinted down it. They watched his shape shrink, vanish around the bend, then reappear from behind the ghost train less than a minute later. Ciaran stopped so abruptly that he fell. "I went straight," he said. His knees were black with mud. "I never turned." A woman began crying. Someone tried the opposite boundary, climbing through a gap in the hedge beside the food vans. He emerged moments later from behind the Ferris wheel, bleeding from Blackthorn scratches. The rides continued to wake. Bulbs glowed without power, dim and reddish beneath the fog. Empty swing chairs rotated above the ground. The children's roundabout creaked into motion. Every carved animal vacant except the red rooster, which remained perfectly still. Ronan took a torch from his belt and pushed through the crowd. "Stay together," he said. It was the kind of instruction people obeyed because he sounded certain. He no longer was. Near the carousel, Nuala Fennessy stood alone with her camera hanging against her coat. "You knew this would happen," Ronan said. "I knew the fair would close its road. Where's Seamus? If the rider had taken him, the machines would have stopped." Ronan looked across the moving rides. "They're running. They're waiting." "For what?" Nuala's gaze settled on him. "For someone to be named properly." He left before she could say more. The maintenance truck failed to start. Though the battery tested full, Ronan tried the tractor, 2 caravans, and Samos's Land Rover. Every engine turned over, caught for a second, then died beneath a sound like distant hoofbeats. He gathered tools from the workshop trailer and began tracing cables, breakers, and control lines out of instinct. The systems contradicted themselves. Disconnecting one ride started another. Pulling the main distribution switches made every bulb on the field flare brighter. The fare was no longer using electricity. It was using habit. Every lever he had trusted. Every inspection he had signed. Every shortcut hidden beneath professional language had become part of the trap. Near midnight, people started hearing voices inside the rides. Maeve heard the injured teenage worker calling from beneath the swings. Ciaran heard a drunken man asking why the ground was cold. Ronan heard a little girl counting restraint clicks from inside the dark skyhammer. 1, 2, then silence where the third should have been. He backed away until his shoulders struck the side of his caravan. Something red fluttered against the door. A ticket had been pinned there with a Blackthorn spine. The paper was softened by age and stained along one edge. The printed name of the fare belonged to the season 5 years earlier, when the child in the red hood had died. Ronan remembered tearing hundreds of identical tickets from their rolls while helping at the gate after the queue grew too long. This one bore a dark thumbprint. He knew the shape before he admitted why. During the accident, he had knelt beside the child and pressed his hand to the wound beneath her coat. Later, before the police arrived, he had used that same hand to remove the bridge wire from the control cabinet. The stain on the ticket matched the line across his thumb. On the back, someone had written a single sentence in white paint. "You were not the first to touch the machine." A sound came from beneath his caravan floor. Not knocking this time. A ratchet turning slowly against a bolt. The ratchet stopped when Ronan lifted the caravan hatch. Cold air rose through the narrow service space beneath the floor, carrying the smell of wet soil, machine oil, and blackthorn sap. His torch found only pipes, wiring, and the pale underside of the chassis. No one was there, yet one of the caravan's mounting bolts had been loosened almost completely. Ronan climbed back outside with the red ticket in his pocket. Across the fairground, the silent rides continued moving through the fog. The Ferris wheel turned empty. The swing chairs revolved without riders. The carousel stood at the center of it all, circling at the same patient speed. Every machine seemed to be facing it. Nuala waited beside the maintenance trailer. "The chamber is beneath the carousel," she said. Ronan stared at her. "There is no chamber. There wasn't a door the last time either." "You've been under it?" "My grandfather was once." "What did he find?" "He never said." Afterward, he refused to photograph fares unless every face could be named. Ronan took the heavy pry bar from his bench. The carousel platform had been built in sections, each panel joined by iron clasps. He knew every access point, the motor housing, the gear assembly, the organ cabinet, the grease channels beneath the central column. But as he crawled under the moving platform, his torch caught a seam he had never seen. A circular steel plate was set into the ground directly beneath the carousel's center. Rust had sealed its edges. A ring-shaped handle lay flat against it, black with age. Hooves passed overhead. Each impact sent dust into his eyes. Ronan wedged the pry bar beneath the handle and pulled. The plate resisted, then opened with a sound like a long breath released through teeth. Stone steps descended into darkness. The carousel's music began above him, though the organ remained silent outside. Down there, the tune sounded slower and deeper, played through walls rather than pipes. Ronan went down. The steps ended in a round chamber lined with old timber. The ceiling was so low he had to stoop. Brass poles pierced the earth overhead, descending from the carousel like the bars of a cage. Objects hung from them. A woman's red scarf, a cracked pair of spectacles, work gloves stiff with mud, a child-sized shoe, wallets, keys, watches, rings, and laminated staff badges had been tied to the poles with faded ticket cord. Some names Ronan recognized from stories repeated around campfires, workers who had fallen from rides, drowned, vanished, or supposedly left without collecting wages. Others had been scratched away. Against the far wall hung a row of bridles. All belonged to Black Ned. The oldest was little more than darkened leather and green brass. The newest still carried grease from Ronan's own hands. Each bridle bore a metal tag stamped with a name and a year. Patrick Horgan, Liam Greeley, Eamon Crow. The final tag was blank. Ronan's breath caught when he saw the workbench. It was an old mechanic's bench, scarred by blades and burns. Tools lay arranged across it by size, exactly as he arranged his own. At the center rested a clear evidence bag marked with the faded crest of the investigation authority. Inside was a broken restraint contact from the ride that had killed the girl. Ronan knew it by the crescent-shaped fracture across the ceramic base. The official report stated the component had been destroyed during testing. He had believed Seamus's solicitor when he said nothing usable remained. Beside the evidence bag lay the bridge wire Ronan had removed after the accident. It was still bent to the shape of his pliers. A white card had been tied around it. Removed after failure. Found before inspection. Ronan read the sentence twice. Then he saw the date. The card had been written the morning before the accident. Someone had found the bypass before the child boarded. Someone had known. The music above stopped. In the sudden silence, a figure shifted behind the hanging bridles. Ronan raised his torch. Declan stood against the wall. Mud covered his clothes. His face was pale, but his eyes were open. Declan? The boy lifted one trembling hand and pointed toward the blank tag on Black Ned's newest bridle. Letters were appearing on the metal, pressed upward from beneath its surface. They formed Seamus Vale's name. Then, beneath it, another name began to emerge. Ronan Scully. The letters stopped forming when Ronan touched the tag. Seamus Vale's name remained deeply stamped into the brass. Ronan's own had appeared only halfway, the lower strokes unfinished, as though the metal were waiting for a decision. Declan slid down the wall and sat among the hanging coats and work badges. "Are you hurt?" Ronan asked. "I don't know." The boy's voice sounded dry and distant. He stared at the objects suspended from the poles. "They showed me things." "Who did?" Declan looked toward the darkness behind the bridles. "The people no one was meant to remember." Ronan cut the ticket cord binding a lantern to the wall and turned its brass wheel. A weak amber flame rose inside, although there was no fuel reservoir. The light revealed shelves built into the chamber's curved stone. They were packed with ledgers. The oldest had covers of cracked hide, their pages swollen by damp. Later volumes were bound in canvas, then vinyl, then cheap office plastic. Each carried the name of the fair under one of its previous titles. Vale's Mechanical Exhibition, the Cork Imperial Pleasure Ground, St. Brigid's Autumn Amusements. The first entry Ronan opened was dated more than a century earlier. A boiler assistant named Thomas Reeve had ignored a pressure warning to prevent the steam organ from closing during a holiday crowd. When the pipe burst, a woman was killed by flying brass. Witness statements disappeared. Reeve remained with the fair until it camped beside Blackthorn Circle. A second entry had been added beneath the first in different ink. Account settled. Public confidence preserved. There were photographs between the pages. Workers stood beside dismantled rides, ticket booths, animal wagons, and painted attractions from decades before Ronan was born. In each final photograph, Black Ned waited apart from the others with a headless rider on its back. Sometimes the horse carried one name on its bridle, sometimes several. The fair changed owners, colors, routes, and public names. The wording in the ledgers changed too. Death became incident. Negligence became operational misjudgment. A missing worker became voluntary departure. The final sentence never changed. Public confidence preserved. Ronan felt suddenly cold. They fed people to it. Declan whispered, "No." The word came too quickly. He turned more pages. A ride operator who had secured a broken gate with wire. A manager who had sent a feverish animal handler back into a cage. A mechanic who had certified a corroded axle after being warned it would fail. No charges. No convictions. Each worker vanished during a return to Ballycarrick. The Dullahan had not been protecting the fair from accidents. It had been protecting the fair from consequences. On the lowest shelf, Ronan found the current ledger. Seamus's handwriting filled the final pages. The entry concerning the dead girl began 3 days before the accident. It described repeated restraint faults, queue delays, and Ronan's suggestion that the sensor circuit could be bridged temporarily. Ronan's stomach tightened. That part was true. The next line was not written from memory or hearsay. It included the color of the wire, the terminal numbers, and the exact bend Ronan had placed in the copper. Seamus had watched him do it. The entry continued. Bypass discovered during morning inspection. Mechanic advised to remove before opening. Intervention deferred due to projected Saturday revenue loss. Ronan read it again. Below, Seamus had recorded the child's fall, the removal of the wire, the false statements given to investigators, and the transfer of the damaged restraint contact into private storage. He had documented everything. Not to confess. To preserve a record for the offering, a paper envelope was fixed to the page. Inside lay a copy of the original inspection sheet, signed by Seamus before the ride opened. Beside the restraint system, he had written, "Temporary deviation authorized by management." The signature had been cut from the report submitted to investigators. Ronan gripped the edge of the bench until his knuckles ached. He told me there was no proof. Declan looked at him. "There was proof of both of you." A door slammed somewhere above. Dust fell from the ceiling as footsteps crossed the carousel platform. Slow human footsteps. Not hooves. Seamus appeared at the bottom of the stone stairs. Mud covered one side of his coat. Blood ran from a cut above his ear, but his expression was calm. He looked at the open ledger. Then, at Ronan, "You were never supposed to find this room," he said. Ronan held up the inspection sheet. "You knew the bypass was still there." Seamus descended one step. "I knew exactly what you had done." Behind him, from the darkness beneath the carousel, Black Ned began to breathe. Black Ned's breathing filled the chamber. It came slowly from behind the bridles, deep enough to stir the hanging badges and make the lantern flame bend. Ronan could not see the horse. Only the dull gleam of one glass eye between strips of leather. Seamus descended the final steps. "You think that ledger makes you innocent?" he asked. "No." The answer surprised Ronan with its ease. He held up the altered inspection sheet. "But it proves you let the ride open." "I let your ride open. You authorized it. You built the bypass. And you kept the evidence." Seamus glanced at Declan as though the boy were another misplaced tool. "Evidence is useful only when you decide who should carry it." Ronan understood then why Seamus had never dismissed him after the accident. He had called lawyers, corrected statements, and moved the fair before public anger could settle. He had paid Ronan through the winter when work was scarce. He had even visited Ronan's mother after her surgery. Ronan had mistaken preservation for loyalty. "You kept me close," he said. "I kept the fair alive." The lantern flickered over the ledgers. Seamus explained it without pride. The Dullahan did not come for everyone who caused a death. County Cork was full of graves created by carelessness, anger, drink, and bad decisions. Most guilty people were named by families, courts, newspapers, or their own consciences. The writer hunted those who had been removed from consequence. A death concealed by money left something unfinished. A false report. A silenced witness. A missing photograph. Each act built a road between the guilty and Blackthorn's circle. When enough people agreed to protect a name, the writer came to collect the person wearing it. The fair learned to use that road. Seamus said, "One worker disappears, and the business survives. Hundreds keep their livelihoods." Declan stared at the personal belongings hanging from the poles. "You call that survival. I call it arithmetic." Ronan opened another ledger and saw the pattern clearly. The fair did not merely surrender those responsible. It selected the most expendable person whose guilt could absorb everyone else's. A young operator offered instead of the owner who ordered a damaged ride opened. A mechanic offered instead of the inspector who accepted money. A laborer offered instead of the manager who removed a guardrail. The Dullahan took the named guilty, but the fair decided which names remained visible. Ronan looked at the half-formed letters on the bridle tag. "My name was always meant to be there. From the moment you removed that wire, you told me to remove it. I told you the ride needed to run." Seamus's calm expression fractured for an instant. That distinction had protected him for 5 years. Above them, the carousel began turning faster. Brass poles moved within the ceiling, scraping soil from their sockets. The hanging possessions rotated with them, circling the chamber like bodies in a slow dance. Ronan reached for the ledger containing the accident entry. Seamus seized his wrist. "If you take that upstairs, the protection ends." "For whom?" "For all of us." "You mean for you?" The sound behind the bridle stopped. A dark figure stepped forward. Black Ned's carved body was too large for the chamber, yet it passed between the poles without touching them. Mud dripped from its wooden legs. The headless rider sat bent beneath the ceiling, the empty collar turned towards Seamus. The severed head hung beside the saddle. Its eyes remained closed. Seamus released Ronan and backed toward the stairs. "It cannot take me," he said. "My name is not the offering." Ronan looked at the newest bridle. Seamus Vale's name had begun fading from the tag. His own continued to deepen. The arrangement was completing itself. Declan moved beside the workbench. "What happens if he confesses?" Seamus answered before Ronan could. "The rider needs a concealed death. Once the truth is public, the road closes." Ronan felt something shift inside him, not hope, but the shape of the choice Seamus had denied him. "You could have confessed years ago. And destroyed every family that depends on this fair? You mean your name?" Seamus's face hardened. "A clean name is worth more than one guilty man." The severed head opened its eyes. It did not look at Ronan. It looked at the ledger in his hands. From above came the crackle of the fair's public address system switching on by itself. Every speaker across the field gave a low, waiting hum. Ronan understood what the rider wanted. Not his death. Not yet. It wanted the hidden death named where everyone could hear it. Seamus understood at the same moment. He lunged for the ledger. Black Ned lowered its headless rider between them, and from the open collar came the voice of the child in the red hood. "Tell them which man you saved." Ronan ran with the ledger beneath his coat. Behind him, Seamus shouted his name. But the carousel stairs twisted upward and placed 3 landings between them, where there had been one. Declan followed close enough that Ronan could hear his breath. Black Ned's hooves struck the underside of the platform, each impact traveling through the fairground like a second heartbeat. They emerged beside the carousel organ. The public address system still hummed. Every speaker pole leaned slightly toward the center of the field. Ronan crossed to the control booth and forced the door open with the pry bar. Inside, the mixing desk was dark. The main cable had been pulled from the wall, yet a small red lamp glowed above the microphone. Beyond the window, visitors and workers had gathered between the silent rides. No one was trying the road now. They stood beneath the dead bulbs and watched him as though the fair had arranged them for judgment. Seamus reached the booth. "You speak into that microphone," he said, "and there will be nothing left." Ronan opened the ledger to the page bearing the child's name. "You already made sure there was nothing left of her. She had a family. They were compensated. Compensated for what?" Seamus did not answer. "For a component failure?" Ronan asked. "For bad luck? For something no one caused?" The microphone produced a soft crackle. Ronan lifted it. His first words died in his throat. For 5 years, he had rehearsed versions of the accident that allowed him to continue living. The sensor had been unreliable. The bar had passed a manual test. The child had been unusually small. The rain had affected the mechanism. The investigation had found no criminal fault. All of those things could be true and still form a lie. "My name is Ronan Scully," he said. His voice traveled from every speaker across the field. It returned from the fog a fraction later, repeated in a child's whisper. "I was the mechanic responsible for the Skyhammer when a 9-year-old girl named Aisling Kelleher was killed." A movement passed through the crowd. The girl had a name now. The fair seemed to contract around it. The restraint circuit kept stopping the ride. I bypassed it because the queues were long and because I wanted Seamus Vale to see me as the man who could keep anything running. Seamus struck the booth window with both hands. "Stop," Ronan continued. I told myself the bypass only ignored a false warning. I told myself I had checked the bars. After Aisling fell, I removed the wire before the inspectors arrived. The rides began slowing. The Ferris wheel cages settled one by one. The swing chairs descended through the fog. The waltzer completed a final empty turn and stopped. Ronan read from the ledger. He named the damaged guards, the altered reports, the operators blamed for managerial orders, and the workers who had disappeared after the fair returned to Blackthorn Circle. He named Patrick Horgan, Liam Greeley, Eamon Crow, and those whose names had been scratched from badges and ledgers. With every name, another string of bulbs went dark. Seamus tore open the booth door. He did it. He shouted toward the microphone. He bypassed the system. I did not touch the machine. Ronan turned the microphone toward him. No, Seamus said. You knew it was still bypassed. Silence waited through the speakers. Seamus looked at the crowd. For the first time, Ronan saw not a manager defending a business, but a frightened man measuring which truth would cost him least. I knew, Seamus said. The words went out across the field. A deep sound rose from Blackthorn Circle. Not thunder. Hooves. The ground shuddered. The last moving ride, the carousel slowed until every horse stood level. Black Ned was no longer among them. Seamus stared toward the hedgerow. You've broken it, he whispered. No, Ronan said. I've broken what protected us. The fog parted between the stones. Black Ned entered the fairground carrying the headless rider. The severed head hung at the saddle, its eyes open and shining. No machine moved now. No music played. Even the crowd's breathing seemed to cease. Ronan stepped out of the booth with the ledger in his hands. The rider passed Seamus without looking at him. It stopped before Ronan. The severed head studied his face, then turned slowly toward the children's roundabout. Every carved animal remained still except the red rooster. Its brass pole began to rise and fall. Across its saddle, fresh white letters appeared. One rider still owed. The red rooster moved through the silence with a child's painted smile. Up, down, around. Its brass pole squealed at the top of each rise. Though Ronan had lubricated it that morning, fresh white letters remained across the saddle. One rider still owed. No one in the crowd spoke. The Dullahan waited beside the roundabout on Black Ned. The severed head hanging from the saddle had turned toward Ronan, but its expression held neither anger nor mercy. It looked like the face of a clerk waiting for a final signature. Seamus moved first. He seized Declan by the shoulder and pulled him forward. The boy was there, he said. The photograph chose him. Declan struggled free. I didn't kill anyone. That has never mattered, Seamus said. The fair chooses who carries the blame. Ronan looked at the old manager and finally understood the true shape of the tradition. It had survived not because guilty people accepted punishment, but because men like Seamus always found someone younger, poorer, or less protected to place between themselves and the road. Patrick Horgan had not been the only man responsible. Neither had Liam Greeley. Neither had Eamon Crow. The ledgers preserved public confidence by simplifying guilt until it fit on a single brass tag. Seamus pointed toward Ronan. You confessed. The death is no longer concealed. It cannot take you now. The severed head's eyes shifted to him. Seamus mistook the movement for agreement. He reached for Declan again. Ronan caught his wrist. It isn't asking who can be blamed, he said. It's asking who will pay. You already paid. Seamus hissed. You destroyed everything. No, I said what happened. Ronan released him and stepped toward the roundabout. The crowd opened without being told. Nuala stood near the carousel, holding her camera against her chest. Her face was pale, but she gave him one small nod. The rooster descended as Ronan approached. Its saddle was sized for a child. He had to grip the brass pole and pull himself awkwardly onto it. His knees bent high on either side. Beneath the red paint, he felt the vibration of machinery that was not connected to any motor. Seamus stared at him. You think this makes you good? Ronan settled his boots on the narrow rests. No. That was the last lie he refused to tell. He had not become innocent by confessing. Aisling Kelleher remained dead. Her mother had still received a report describing an unforeseeable failure. Her father had still been made to feel cruel for demanding another investigation. Ronan had lived 5 years inside the life their silence purchased. Confession did not restore what had been taken. It only stopped the theft from continuing. The roundabout began to turn. At first, Ronan passed familiar faces. Declan, Nuala, Maeve, Jiran, and workers who had spent years pretending not to know what kept the fair alive. On the second circuit, strangers stood among them in old clothes, men in flat caps, women wearing faded ride uniforms, children holding tickets from fairs that no longer existed. On the third circuit, the living disappeared. The field beyond the roundabout became the field from the photograph. Canvas tents replaced modern stalls. Gas lamps burned through rain. Blackthorn circles stood bare against the night. Aisling waited beside the ride. Her red hood was down now. She looked neither injured nor afraid. She looked 9 years old and tired of adults deciding which version of her death was most convenient. Ronan tried to say her name. The brass pole rose. Something tightened around his throat. The Dullahan rode alongside the roundabout, keeping pace without sound. The severed head beneath Black Ned's reins no longer had blurred features. It had Ronan's face. He watched his own eyes open. Then the rooster descended, carrying nothing. At dawn, the roads led out of Ballycarrick again. Police found Seamus sitting beside the open ledgers beneath the carousel. The fair never reopened. Families received records, photographs, and names they had been denied for generations. Nuala developed one final plate. It showed Aisling standing beside a tall mechanic in grease-stained clothes. The man's face was a smooth white absence, as though it had never been printed. Behind them, Black Ned waited beneath the stones. A newly restored head hung beneath its reins, watching the empty place where Ronan Scully's face should have been. Some truths do not save the person who tells them. They only prevent the lie from claiming someone else. Ronan's confession could not return Aisling or erase the years he spent accepting protection purchased with her silence. His final choice was not redemption in the simple sense. It was the refusal to let guilt be transferred once more to someone easier to sacrifice. Perhaps that is why the writer took his face rather than his name. A name can be confessed, recorded, and remembered. A face is how we continue pretending we are still the person we believed ourselves to be. Story 5. The first thing Dr. Aisling Ward noticed about the bog woman was that her left hand had not closed around death. It rested palm up in the black peat. the fingers slightly curved, as if waiting for someone to place an object there. Rain had polished the exposed skin to the color of old tea. A fringe of sedge trembled above the trench, though there was almost no wind. The peat cutters had stopped their machines before dawn. By the time Aisling reached Ballycarrick Bog, the Discovery Trench had been roofed with tarpaulin, the access road lined with Garda vehicles, and 3 television vans were already sinking into the verge. "Nothing has been moved," said Ciaran Fennell, the excavation director. He spoke with the careful patience of someone who knew her reputation before he knew her. "Except one section of the cutting blade. We had to lift it clear." Aisling crouched beside the body. The woman lay on her back less than a meter below the modern surface. Her hair spread through the peat in reddish cords. The torso was compressed but nearly complete. The ribs held beneath skin darkened by centuries of tannin. A woolen band crossed one shoulder. There were no ornaments, no visible binding, no wound that immediately explained death. The mouth was open just enough to show the pale ridge of the lower teeth and the blunt emptiness behind them. "No tongue," Aisling said. Dr. Niamh Kelleher, the team's osteologist, looked over from the sampling table. "Post-mortem loss is possible. The hyoid, intact, as far as I can tell." Aisling leaned closer. The cut inside the mouth was too smooth to be decay. A narrow seam of peat filled the cavity. It looked less like earth forced in by pressure than something deliberately packed there. Behind her, cameras clicked beyond the barriers. Ciaran lowered his voice. "We agreed there would be no announcement until the preliminary examination. We agreed there would be no identification." Aisling replied, "Discovery is not identification." He did not answer. 8 years earlier, at Kilbride House, she had named 3 skeletons as famine burials before the isotope work was complete. The remains belonged to a family buried privately during an outbreak of scarlet fever, and their descendants had learned of the excavation from a museum advertisement showing the youngest child's skull. Aisling still told herself the institution had chosen the display. The institution had used her words. By late afternoon, the bog woman had been lifted in a cradle of peat and carried to a temporary conservation unit beside the works office. She was placed inside a low-glass chamber fitted with sensors and a circulation system that kept the air cold and wet enough to prevent shrinkage. Outside, the light failed beneath a lid of cloud. Pools left by cutting reflected the security lamps without showing their depth. Dara Kill, the graduate recorder, photographed the woman's skin while Aisling dictated female, probably adult. Preservation exceptional. Linear markings visible along the sternum and upper arms. Possibly textile impressions. "They are not textile impressions," said a voice from the doorway. An elderly woman stood there in a waxed coat, rain shining on her shoulders. Eogan Riley, the peat works foreman, hovered behind her. "This is Brona Scully," he said. "Local history group." Brona did not offer her hand. Her attention remained on the chamber. "Those are letters," she said. "Older than the ones you use." Aisling looked again at the pale lines crossing the woman's chest. They resembled scratches left by roots. Except roots wandered. These marks repeated in hooked clusters. "We will establish what they are," Aisling said. Brona's eyes moved to the open mouth. "Did you take the soil out of there?" "No." "Then leave it." Ciaran stepped between them. The sight is restricted. The old woman nodded as though he had confirmed something. Before Iagan led her away, she said, "Glass is worse than earth. Earth knows how to keep a cry down." Near midnight, Aisling remained alone to review the first images. Rain ticked against the roof. The chamber's circulation pump gave a low, regular breath. A sensor chimed once for a humidity variance. Aisling turned. Condensation had formed on the inside of the glass above the woman's face. The droplets had gathered in clean strokes, leaving the rest of the panel clear. Across the glass, written from within, was one word: Dara. Aisling stood before the chamber until the letters began to run. At first, the droplets held their shape with unnatural precision. Dara. 5 strokes on the inner surface. Each line too deliberate to be blamed on temperature or airflow. Then the circulation pump changed pitch, and the name sagged into thin trails. She opened the chamber diagnostics. Humidity within tolerance. Temperature stable. No access breach. The only anomaly was a 6-second rise in carbon dioxide inside the sealed case, as if someone had exhaled. Aisling photographed the glass before wiping the outside with her sleeve. Though she knew the moisture was beyond her reach, she did not wake Dara or call Ciaran. By morning, the panel was clear, and the image on her phone looked theatrical in a way that made her ashamed of taking it. Dara arrived carrying 2 coffees and stopped when she saw Aisling watching her. "You look dreadful," she said. "Sensor fault." "What kind?" "Condensation." Dara glanced at the chamber. "That seems normal for a body kept in wet peat." The answer relieved Aisling more than it should have. Work resumed beneath steady rain. The woman's peat cradle was scanned, sampled, and mapped under oblique light. The markings on her chest appeared less like random cuts than repeated hooked shapes intersected by short lines. Aisling dictated cautiously, avoiding words such as script, inscription, and ritual. At Kilbride, caution had arrived after the microphones. She remembered standing beneath museum lights with the family's bones arranged behind her, explaining hunger lesions to journalists. She had spoken beautifully. That was what returned most often, not the descendants shouting in the foyer, but the calm authority of her own voice. The museum director had called it an understandable interpretive error. The family had called it grave robbery with captions. Shortly after noon, Dara dropped a measuring scale beside the chamber. "Did you hear that?" Aisling looked up. "Hear what?" Dara stared toward the rear wall, where the metal cladding trembled in the wind. A woman crying. Outside, there was only rain hissing over cut peat. Probably one of the reporters, Aisling said. Dara laughed, but without ease. That evening, the excavation lights formed a white island in the bog. Beyond them, drainage channels and stripped peat merged into a single black surface. Dara remained at the trench to complete context sheets while the others ate in the works cabin. When she returned, her boots were soaked above the ankles. "You stepped off the boards," Ciaran said. "I didn't. There's bog water inside your boots." Dara sat down slowly. She was farther out tonight. No one asked whom she meant. Aisling found her later beside the conservation chamber, listening with one ear almost against the glass. "You should sleep," Aisling said. Dara did not move. "She knows my full name. So does everyone on site. She says it differently." Aisling wanted to ask how. Instead, she said, isolation, poor sleep, repetitive sound. They encourage suggestion. Dara finally looked at her. Is that what happened at Kilbride? The question struck with such accuracy that Aisling's face hardened. What happened at Kilbride was an institutional failure. But you made the announcement. I interpreted the evidence available. And when the family asked you to stop the exhibition, Aisling felt the old room close around her. Cameras. Glass. White labels. Small bones made orderly under light. We are not discussing this. Dara turned back to the woman. She is. Near dawn, the rain ceased. The silence woke Aisling in the works cabin. Dara's camp bed was empty. Outside, every security lamp still burned. Dara stood beyond the final boardwalk, barefoot in the peat. Her trousers dark to the knees. Her boots had been placed neatly side by side at the edge. Dara, Aisling called. Dara looked back with an expression of profound relief. She found where they put the rest of her voice. She said. Then she walked forward. The bog opened without a splash. Peat folded over her thighs, waist, and shoulders. Ciaran reached the boardwalk as her head disappeared, leaving only a chain of slow bubbles moving into the darkness. They searched until morning and found nothing. When Aisling returned to the conservation unit, the glass above the body's face was clear. Dara's name had gone. Fresh condensation was gathering into 2 words. They did not blur when the circulation system warmed, nor when Aisling increased the chamber airflow. Each letter stayed clear at its edges, beaded with moisture that clung to the inner panel like sweat. Ciaran refused to look at it. The Garda search team arrived with poles, ropes, and a thermal drone that found only strips of colder ground where old drainage channels crossed the bog. Dara's footprints ended less than 6 meters from the boardwalk. Beyond that point, there was no disturbance except the bubbles Aisling had watched moving away in a straight line. She could not have gone under that quickly. One of the officers said. Ciaran answered without turning from the trench. The bog does not care what should be possible. Aisling spent the morning reviewing the site cameras. The exterior footage showed Dara leaving the cabin barefoot, pausing at the boardwalk, and walking toward the dark. There was no hesitation in her movements, no struggle. Her head tilted slightly, as though listening to someone walking beside her. A second camera inside the conservation unit recorded the chamber at the same time. Aisling watched both files side by side. Dara stepped off the last plank. Inside the glass, the bogwoman's ribs lifted. Not much, barely a breath's width. Yet the peat packed around her chest cracked in a thin line, and the hollow beneath her collarbones expanded. The mouth remained open. The dark cavity where the tongue should have been seemed to deepen. When Dara disappeared beneath the peat, the preserved woman's chest fell. Aisling replayed the sequence until the movement began to look ordinary. That was how rationalization worked. She knew. Repetition could make even the impossible resemble a technical artifact. She exported the footage, made 3 copies, and told no one. Brona Scully returned shortly after noon, carrying a canvas parcel and a folder swollen with damp. Ciaran tried to stop her at the door, but Aisling waved her inside. You said the markings were letters, Aisling said. Pieces of letters. Brona unwrapped several sheets of transparent tracing film covered with hand-copied symbols. Some matched the hooked cuts across the woman's sternum. They are from a lament recorded in parish fragments. Brona said. Not a song for mourning one person. A naming lament. A genealogy? No. An accusation. She laid one tracing over a photograph of the corpse. The fragments aligned with the cuts across the chest and upper arms, though entire lines were missing where the skin had folded or decayed. Brona translated slowly. Here lies the daughter of She Stopped. The name is gone. Then, these are the houses that closed their doors. These are the hands that held the knives. These are the mouths that called silence mercy. Ciarain made a small sound. Aisling looked at him. His face had drained of color. What is it? He stood beside the chamber, staring past his own reflection into the woman's empty mouth. She used to say that. Who? My mother. The rain began again, lightly at first. Ciarain pressed both hands against the work table. When my father was dying, she would sit beside him and say, silence was a mercy. She didn't want him told how bad it was. Brona's expression tightened. Your mother's name? Maida Fennell. The conservation pump gave a low shudder. From somewhere beyond the excavation lights came the sound of a woman weeping. Ciarain closed his eyes. The others heard only the rain. But Aisling saw his shoulders loosen as if a hand had settled across them. It's her, he whispered. Aisling seized his arm. Listen to me. Your mother is dead. I know. The weeping moved closer, crossing the bog without footsteps. Ciarain turned toward the door. Aisling tightened her grip. But he looked at her with such quiet tenderness that for one irrational second she felt embarrassed to restrain him. She says she was wrong, he said. She says there are things silence cannot protect. Behind them, moisture spread beneath the bog woman's skin. It gathered first around the throat, then moved upward through the jaw in branching silver lines. The neck bulged once. Something pressed from inside the sealed mouth. Aisling stepped closer despite herself, between the woman's teeth. The peat shifted. A human tongue pushed slowly into view. It was pink, wet, and freshly severed. And in Maida Fennell's voice, it said, "Come home, Ciarain." The tongue remained visible for less than a second. Then the peat inside the woman's mouth collapsed around it, and the sound ceased. Ciarain did not move toward the door. He stood rigid beside the work table while Aisling held his arm, his pulse striking hard beneath her fingers. Brona stared at the chamber with both hands pressed over her own mouth. Aisling opened the case, diagnostics. No pressure change. No rise in carbon dioxide. No mechanical disturbance large enough to account for movement in the jaw. The internal camera showed only darkness between the woman's teeth. We are exhausted, Aisling said. Brona looked at her. You heard it. I heard something. It used his mother's voice. We heard a sound after being told to expect one. Ciarain pulled his arm free. Aisling continued before either of them could answer. Peat environments release methane, carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide. Exposure can cause dizziness, auditory distortion, confusion. Dara had been sleeping badly. So have all of us. You think gas wrote my name? Ciarain asked. I think condensation formed patterns on glass. My full name? The human brain is designed to recognize meaning. Even as she said it, Aisling remembered photographing the letters before anyone else had seen them. She did not mention the footage of the woman breathing. By afternoon, she had reduced the active team to essential personnel and ordered continuous atmospheric monitoring around the trench. Every reading returned within acceptable limits. She requested fencing around the boardwalk, additional lamps, and Garda observation at all access points. The official statement described Dara's disappearance as an accident caused by unstable ground. Ciaran read the draft in silence. She took off her boots. He said, "People behave unpredictably under stress." She answered someone. "We have no evidence of another person. You have evidence of something." Aisling met his eyes. "We have an excavation that will be closed permanently if this becomes a folklore spectacle. And that matters to you more than Dara?" The accusation was unfair only in its simplicity. Dara mattered. Aisling could still see the girl arriving with 2 coffees, treating the body in the chamber as a person rather than a career. But if the site closed now, the discovery would be handed to another institution. Another specialist would issue the findings, stand before the cameras, and become the authority attached to the woman beneath the glass. Aisling had spent 8 years being introduced through the Kilbride scandal. She had begun to believe Ballycarrick might replace it. "This is how we find her," she said, "by remaining disciplined." Ciaran gave a tired, contemptuous laugh. "You mean by deciding what the truth is before anyone else can speak?" That evening, he asked to leave the site. Aisling agreed. But the Garda sergeant insisted he remain until weather conditions improved. The access road had begun to sink beneath the rain, and the nearest safe crossing was already underwater. Ciaran sat alone in the works cabin under full surveillance. One camera faced the door, another covered the windows. A third recorded the boardwalk from the conservation unit to the excavation lights. 2 officers remained outside. At first, nothing happened. Ciaran drank tea without tasting it. He checked his phone repeatedly, though there was no signal. Once, he covered his ears and whispered something the microphone could not catch. Then every light around the cabin dimmed at once. They did not go out. They merely weakened, turning the wet landscape beyond the windows into a gray reflection. On the exterior monitor, Aisling saw Ciaran rise from his chair. Inside the cabin, he remained seated. She leaned closer. His reflection stood in the dark window behind him. It turned its head toward the bog. The real Ciaran did not move. The reflection crossed the glass, passed beyond the window frame, and appeared on the surface of the flooded ground outside. It walked away from the cabin without disturbing the water. A flat black figure moving toward the excavation lights. Aisling ran for the door. Ciaran was still seated when she entered. Then he looked up, listening. His face softened. "Ma'am," he said. He walked past Aisling, past both officers, and onto the boardwalk. They seized him, but his wet coat slipped through their hands as though coated in oil. He stepped into the peat at the exact place his reflection had entered moments earlier. The bog received him without resistance. When his head vanished, the security monitor showed his reflection still standing at the water's edge. It turned toward the camera and raised one muddy finger to its lips. By morning, the road into Ballycarrick had disappeared beneath brown water. Rain filled the drainage cuts faster than the pumps could clear them. The excavation lights reflected in widening pools, each pole standing alone in the flood like a marker above a drowned grave. The Garda vehicles had been moved onto the highest strip of ground, but even there their tires had begun to sink. No one could leave. The remaining team gathered in the works cabin while Aisling replayed the footage of Ciaran's disappearance. On the screen, his reflection crossed the window before he did. It reached the edge of the bog, turned toward the camera, and raised one finger to its mouth. The gesture lasted 4 seconds. Afterward, the image broke into static. Niamh watched twice, then frowned. "Who is that?" Aisling turned from the monitor. "Ciaran. I know the name. I mean the man. The excavation director." Niamh's embarrassment appeared genuine. "Of course." She looked again. "I can't picture him." Eogan Riley, standing by the heater, rubbed both hands over his face. "Tall fellow. Was he? You worked with him for 6 months." Aisling said. Eogan lowered his hands. "I remember signing things. I remember arguments about drainage. But his face," he stopped. No one mentioned Dara until Aisling did. The silence that followed was worse. Niamh remembered a student recorder, but not whether Dara had been fair-haired or dark. Eogan thought the missing woman might have been from Galway. One of the Garda officers insisted there had only been one disappearance. Aisling opened Dara's personnel photograph on her laptop. The image showed a blurred oval above the collar of her field jacket. Ciaran's staff portrait was the same. Their names remained beneath the files, but the faces had become smudges, as though the photographs had been handled with wet thumbs. Outside, something began bubbling in the bog. At first, Aisling thought the submerged pumps had restarted. Then the sound multiplied. Across the cut surface, thousands of bubbles rose through the peat. They swelled slowly, trembling beneath skins of black water before bursting with soft, wet sighs. The noise spread from pool to pool until the entire bog seemed to be breathing through buried mouths. Some bubbles broke with a sound almost like a word. Others resembled the first choking attempt of someone trying to cry after years without air. Brona stood beneath the cabin awning, listening. "It is remembering them," she said. "The bog is releasing trapped gas." Aisling replied. Brona did not look at her. "Then why does it only breathe names?" Aisling walked through the flood to the conservation unit. Water covered the first step. Inside, the chamber alarms pulsed amber. The bog woman's skin had darkened, but the scratches across her chest appeared brighter, as though something pale had risen beneath them. There was no name on the glass. Aisling should have felt relief. Instead, she found herself staring into the woman's mouth. The peat plug behind the teeth had shifted again. Something pale lay within it, not flesh this time, but a narrow rectangular edge. She called for Niamh, then decided against it, using forceps. Aisling opened the chamber access port and reached between the woman's jaws. Cold air pressed around her wrist. The preserved lips were firm and leathery, but the inside of the mouth felt warm. The object resisted. When it came free, a strand of dark peat stretched after it like saliva. It was a strip of museum display card. Modern, cream-colored, laminated on one side. The printed text had been cut through the middle of a sentence. Yet Aisling recognized the typeface before she read the words. Evidence of severe nutritional stress, consistent with famine conditions. Her fingers went numb. The sentence came from the Kilbride exhibition. She had written it before the isotope results, before the family's objections, before the museum enlarged her interpretation beside the youngest child's skull. On the reverse was another fragment in her own handwriting. Proceed with public announcement. Identification sufficiently probable. She had forgotten writing that note, or had trained herself not to remember. The chamber glass fogged from within. This time, no name appeared. A sentence formed above the woman's face. Each letter drawn slowly through the condensation. You put words in the mouths of the dead. The bogwoman's jaw opened wider. From the packed darkness inside came Dara's voice. Then Thearan's, layered together beneath something older. Now give them yours. The voices stopped when Brona entered the conservation unit. Aisling still held the strip of museum card between the forceps. Condensation covered the chamber glass, but the sentence had already begun to dissolve. Only the final word remained legible. Yours. Brona read the card without asking permission. Her face changed when she saw the handwriting on the reverse. It has begun giving things back, she said. Aisling sealed the fragment inside an evidence sleeve. Giving back implies ownership. Does that make you feel better? Outside, the flood had risen to the cabin steps. The bubbles continued across the bog, breaking in clusters that seemed to follow Brona as she walked toward the northern cutting. There is somewhere beneath this place, she said. A chapelle, or what remains of one. Aisling followed, because staying beside the glass felt more dangerous than entering the storm. They crossed the submerged boardwalk with water pushing against their boots. Beyond, the excavation lights. Brona led her along a narrow ridge of uncut peat to a concrete drainage mouth half hidden beneath reeds. Rusted bars covered the entrance. But one had been bent outward years ago. The works company sealed the old passages when the western fields collapsed. Brona said, "My grandfather showed me this one before they filled the maps with cleaner lines." The tunnel beyond smelled of iron, wet stone, and vegetation kept too long without light. Aisling switched on her headlamp. The passage descended beneath the cutting at a shallow angle. Black water moved around their ankles. Its surface carried scraps of roots and pale fragments that Aisling first mistook for wood. One turned in the current. It was a human finger bone. She stopped. Brona did not. There are more farther in there. The tunnel opened after 30 meters into a chamber built from rough limestone. Peat had forced itself through the joints, forming dark veins across the walls. The arched roof had collapsed at one end, allowing roots to hang down in dense curtains. Behind them, the sound of the storm faded. Another sound replaced it. Breathing. Slow. Uneven. Coming from the stone itself, Aisling ran one gloved hand across the nearest wall. Beneath the black moisture, faint carvings covered the blocks. Names, most worn beyond reading. Some cut through by later scratches. These are not medieval, she said. No, Brona replied. Some are older, some are newer. At the center of the chamber stood the remains of an altar. It had split beneath the weight of the bog. One slab tilted forward into the floor. Around it lay rusted candle cups, animal teeth, and several glass buttons of 19th century manufacture. The chapel had not been abandoned once. It had been returned to. Brona knelt beside the broken altar and cleared peat from a narrow iron ring set into the floor. Aisling helped her lift the stone hatch. Warm air rose from beneath it. The compartment below was no larger than a grave. Inside lay a silver reliquary wrapped in rotted linen. Its surface bore the same hooked symbols carved into the bog woman's chest. The metal felt warm through Aisling's gloves. "Do not open it here," Brona said. You brought me here to find it. I brought you here to understand that finding and opening are different acts. Aisling examined the clasp. It had been sealed with black wax pressed by a crude oval mark, an open mouth crossed by a blade. The wax cracked beneath her thumb. Brona caught her wrist. You still think every closed thing is waiting for your authority. Aisling pulled free. And you think superstition is evidence? No. I think fear is evidence when generations preserve the same fear. Aisling opened the reliquary. There was no bone inside. A human tongue lay on a bed of bog cotton. It was dark red, thick at the severed root, and glistening as though freshly removed. No decay marked its surface. A bead of clear fluid gathered at the tip and fell into the silver lining. The tongue contracted. Aisling almost dropped the box. It curled once, slowly, testing the air. Then it turned toward her. Along its surface, pale marks rose beneath the flesh. Not letters carved from outside, but words forming internally through the muscle. Aisling bent closer. The first line was a name she did not recognize. The second was Dara Quill. The third was Kieran Fennell. A fourth line began to emerge beneath them. Before it was complete, the names carved across the chapel walls opened like mouths. Every one of them inhaled. And, from somewhere directly below the altar, Aisling heard her own voice reciting the Kilbride announcement word for word. The voice beneath the altar stopped when Aisling closed the reliquary. For several seconds, the chapel held only the sound of water moving through the drainage passage. Then the breathing in the walls resumed, slower than before, as though whatever lay inside the stone had settled back into sleep. Brona wrapped the silver box in its rotted linen. We take the records, she said. Not the tongue. Aisling looked toward the compartment beneath the altar. Her own voice still seemed to cling to the darkness there, polished and confident, describing the Kilbride remains to an audience that had not yet learned they belonged to someone. What records? Brona pointed beyond the hanging roots. A narrow door had been built into the rear wall of the chapel. Peat sealed its edges so completely that Aisling had mistaken it for stone. Together they cut through the roots and forced it inward. The room beyond was dry. Shelves leaned beneath bundles of parish documents wrapped in oilcloth. Some were vellum, others cheap paper darkened by smoke. A locked iron chest stood against the far wall, its lid marked with the same crossed mouth symbol as the reliquary. Brona opened a ledger dated 1848. The first pages recorded baptisms and burials. Halfway through, the handwriting changed. The entries became depositions, each signed by a different parish witness but written in the same disciplined clerical hand. Aisling read the first aloud. Families displaced from the eastern cabins had come to Ballycarrick seeking shelter during a winter of hunger and eviction. The landowners refused them entry to the grain stores. When the families remained beside the bog, men were sent at night to remove them. The next deposition described gunfire. The next described bodies dragged beyond consecrated ground. No grave locations were recorded, only numbers. 21 adults, 13 children, 4 unnamed infants. Brona turned another page. Here, the witnesses spoke of a woman called Sile Rua, though some used no human name for her. She appeared at the edge of the settlement after the killings and began a keening that lasted through sunrise. She did not mourn vaguely. She named every dead person. Then she named those who had ordered the attack. Those who fired. Those who watched. and those who opened the bog to receive the bodies. She made the crime impossible to bury. Brona said. The final deposition had been written by the parish curate. The landowners seized Sile Rua outside the chapel. They cut out her tongue so she could no longer repeat the names. When the blood would not stop, they packed her mouth with peat and carried her into the bog. She continued to keen without a tongue. The witnesses heard her beneath the ground for 3 nights. On the 4th morning, every window in the landowners' houses had fogged from within. Names appeared in the condensation. By the end of the week, those named had walked into the bog. Aisling closed the ledger. This proves a massacre, she said. Not what is happening now. Brona opened the iron chest. Inside were field notebooks, museum letters, photographs, and excavation permits spanning more than a century. The earliest photograph showed 6 men standing around a peat-dark body in 1912. One had written a caption beneath it, "The Ballycarrick Woman," suitable for Dublin display. Across the corpse's upper arm, faint but visible beneath the preserved skin, was the surname of the man holding the excavation spade. A later folder documented an attempted removal in 1956. The lead anatomist vanished before transport. His assistant reported that his name had appeared beneath the woman's ribs. In 1983, a museum conservator proposed placing the body in a touring exhibition. 3 weeks later, her name surfaced along the corpse's throat. She was last seen walking barefoot beside the western drainage cut. Aisling searched deeper. Every attempt followed the same pattern. Excavation, classification, ownership, a plan to remove or display the body, then names beneath the skin. At the bottom of the chest lay a recent envelope. Her name was typed across the front. Dr. Aisling Ward. Inside was a copy of the Ballycarrick excavation proposal submitted 6 months earlier. Someone had underlined the paragraph describing the body's potential for international exhibition. A second page contained a photograph of the bog woman before the current excavation had begun. The corpse still lay beneath intact peat. Across the skin of her abdomen, pale letters were already visible. Aisling Ward. Below the photograph, in Brona's handwriting, was a date from 3 years before Aisling had ever heard of Ballycarrick. She looked up. "You knew." Brona's face held no surprise. "I knew the bog had chosen the next person who would try to make the dead speak in her own voice." Behind them, the reliquary opened by itself. The tongue struck the silver lid once. Then again, on the 3rd strike, every document in the room began whispering Aisling's name. The whispering ceased when Aisling touched the photograph bearing her name. The paper was cold enough to numb her fingertips. 3 years before she had heard of Ballycarrick, the bog woman had carried Aisling Ward beneath her skin. Not written across the peat above her, not added later by Brona or some frightened archivist. The name had risen within the preserved flesh like a bruise, remembering its cause. "You said she chose me," Aisling said. "Why?" Brona lifted the reliquary from the chapel floor. The tongue inside had gone still, though its surface remained wet. "Because you would be heard." That is not an answer. It is the only one that matters. They returned through the drainage passage with the records wrapped beneath their coats. The flood had climbed higher. Water pressed against the tunnel walls, carrying bubbles that burst around their knees with faint syllables. At the conservation unit, the bog woman no longer appeared dead. Her eyes remained closed. but the skin around them had tightened. The hollows in her cheeks seemed fuller, beneath the glass. The markings across her chest shifted as moisture moved under the skin, joining separate fragments into lines. Aisling spread the parish depositions beside the chamber. She was a keener, she said. A death messenger. Brona shook her head. That is what people prefer banshees to be. Warnings. A cry before death. Something tragic but blameless. The records say people died after their names appeared. The guilty died. Dara was not guilty of a massacre. No, but she photographed human remains after being told the family had not consented to publication. Aisling stared at her. Brona continued quietly. Ciaran approved the removal of bones from a road project before the descendants were notified. They were not murderers. The bog does not confuse every wrong with the first wrong. It recognizes repetition. Aisling looked through the glass at the woman's open mouth. The original violence had not ended with knives or gunfire. It had continued when the murdered were denied names, when their bodies were hidden outside consecrated ground, when the one person who spoke for them was mutilated and buried. Silence had not been the absence of sound. It had been an act performed by those with power over the dead. The names are not predictions, Aisling said. Brona nodded. They are accusations. Aisling thought of the Kilbride family standing beyond the museum barrier. She remembered one woman asking that the smallest skeleton be removed from display. Aisling had said the exhibition served public understanding. She had not shouted. She had not threatened. She had spoken with institutional courtesy until the family's grief became an inconvenience to be managed. The chamber glass clouded. One by one, names appeared across it. Not Dara. Not Ciaran. Names Aisling did not know. They formed in overlapping rows until the entire panel was covered. Brona opened the oldest deposition and began reading. As each name was spoken, one line cleared from the glass. A woman, a child, a laborer, 2 sisters, an infant listed only as son of Nora. The bog outside answered every name with a low bubble breaking beneath the floodwater. Aisling understood then why the woman had not remained buried. She had not been calling people toward death. She had been forcing the living to acknowledge who had already been killed. The mutilation had failed because the naming did not belong only to her tongue. It had passed into peat, water, glass, skin, and memory. Every attempt to remove her as an object for study repeated the village's effort to separate her voice from its purpose. "What does she want me to do?" Aisling asked. Brona looked toward the equipment cases, the transport cradle, and the international loan documents stacked beside Aisling's laptop. "Not what you have always done." The bog woman's eyes opened. They were not preserved eyes. They were clear, gray, and wet. Her mouth moved, though no tongue lay within it. The voice came from the speakers, the ventilation ducts, the flooded ground, and Aisling's own chest. "You made the dead useful," it said. Aisling tried to answer, but her throat tightened. Beneath the woman's skin, dozens of names began moving upward from the ribs toward the mouth. The Banshee smiled. Then Aisling heard those names forming behind her own teeth. The names did not leave Aisling's mouth when she stopped speaking. They pressed behind her teeth, crowded against her tongue, and pulsed at the back of her throat with each breath. Some belonged to children. Others carried surnames repeated across the parish records. She could feel the difference between them without understanding how. Brona closed the oldest deposition. "You cannot contain them," she said. Aisling looked at the transport cases stacked along the wall. Each bore a customs label, shock monitor, and museum code. She had approved every form. The bog woman was scheduled to leave Ireland within 2 days. First for conservation in Dublin, then for an exhibition partnership in London and Boston. The documents described her as an object of exceptional educational value. Aisling tore the transfer authorization in half. She canceled the loan, the press embargo, and every transport request. When the museum director demanded an explanation over the emergency satellite line, she told him the excavation had uncovered evidence of a massacre and that the body could not be moved without violating both human remains policy and the wishes of the local community. "You do not have authority to make that decision alone," he said. "I had enough authority to arrange the transfer alone. That is different." "No," Aisling replied. "That is the problem." She ended the call. By afternoon, a temporary broadcast connection had been established from the works cabin. Reporters stood across the flooded access road beneath umbrellas, their cameras aimed toward the excavation lights. Aisling faced them without notes. She named the dead from the parish depositions. Not numbers. Names. Nora Caney and her infant son, whose given name had never been recorded. The Donnelly sisters. Tomas Byrne. Aileen Meara. Children entered only as daughters or sons because the curate had considered their fathers more important than they were. Each name crossed the floodwater with a faint echo from the bog. Then Aisling spoke about Kilbride. She described the premature identification, the exhibition, and the family's request that the remains be withdrawn. She admitted she had dismissed their objection as resistance to scholarship. She had allowed a museum to display a child's skull because public attention benefited her career. "I told myself that knowledge justified exposure," she said. "It did not. I took possession of the dead by speaking more loudly than those who loved them." No one interrupted. When she finished, the bog became quiet, for the first time since Dara disappeared. No bubbles broke the surface. Aisling almost believed confession had been enough. Then engines sounded beyond the flooded road. 2 tracked vehicles crossed the water carrying museum security staff, a government heritage officer, and a transport supervisor. They entered the conservation unit with signed orders and portable lifting equipment. "The transfer remains authorized," the heritage officer said. "The body is under state protection. The site is unstable." Aisling replied, "So is your judgment." The supervisor unlocked the transport cradle. Brona stepped in front of the chamber. "Move her, and the bog will take back every name you buried." The officer did not acknowledge her. The lifting frame descended over the glass case. The moment its straps tightened, a bubble rose outside. It burst with the sound of a woman drawing breath before a cry. Another followed, then thousands. The entire bog erupted. Black water convulsed across the cuttings. Bubbles swelled through peat in dense, trembling fields, each one breaking with a fragment of weeping. The sounds joined until the landscape became a multitude mourning from beneath the earth. The conservation unit shook. Water forced itself through the door seams. The chamber lights flickered. Every monitor displayed lines of names instead of temperature readings. The officials released the straps, but the lifting frame continued rising by itself. The glass chamber lifted several centimeters from its supports. Beneath it, Pete began pushing upward through the floor. The bog woman's skin changed. Pale lines surfaced across her abdomen, first scattered, then joining into letters. They emerged from beneath the preserved flesh, as though written from inside her body. Aisling Ward. Aisling felt the same letters burn across her own stomach. The Banshee opened her eyes. The weeping outside ceased in a single instant. Through the sudden silence came Dara's voice. "She has named you," it said. Then the chamber door unlocked from within. The chamber door opened only a few centimeters. Cold air poured through the gap, carrying the smell of peat, old blood, and something faintly sweet beneath both. The bog woman did not move, but the glass continued to rise from its supports as black earth swelled through the floor beneath it. The officials backed toward the exit. Aisling stepped forward. The burning across her stomach had deepened into pressure. She could feel each letter inside her flesh. Not carved, but remembered. Aisling Ward. Her name no longer seemed to belong to her. It had become an entry in a record older than any institution that had employed her. Brona touched her shoulder. "You do not have to carry her alone." "Yes," Aisling said. "I do." She opened the chamber fully. The preserved woman weighed less than expected. Pete had compressed the body until it felt like a child wrapped in wet leather. Yet, when Aisling lifted her from the cradle, the spine bent with the softness of living flesh. The head settled against Aisling's shoulder. From the open mouth came a breath warm enough to touch her neck. No one tried to stop them as she walked outside. The floodwater had become perfectly still. Across the bog, thousands of burst bubbles remained as dark circles on the surface, mouths that had finished speaking. The excavation lights blinked out one by one until only the lamps along the boardwalk remained. Aisling carried the woman toward the place where Dara and Ciaran had disappeared. With every step, names rose behind her teeth. She spoke them aloud, the murdered families first. Then those recorded without given names. Then people absent from the old depositions but present in the bog's memory. Servants who had watched the violence. Children sent away before dawn. Laborers ordered to open the peat. And women who washed blood from coats while insisting they had seen nothing. The bog returned each name in a whisper. When Aisling reached the final plank, the peat shifted before her. A narrow path opened in the black water. Beneath the surface, faces appeared. Dara looked upward with her eyes closed. Ciaran lay beside her, one hand extended as though still following his mother. Around them rested bodies from other decades, researchers, collectors, anatomists, laborers, and unnamed victims compressed into the peat. None seemed to be struggling. They were waiting. At the center of them was an empty space shaped like a woman lying on her back. Aisling understood the place had not been prepared as punishment alone. It was an office, a post, a mouth waiting to be filled. She lowered the Banshee into the water. The woman's gray eyes opened once more. For the first time, Aisling saw no accusation in them, only exhaustion. Aisling placed her palm against the preserved cheek. "I know your name was Silerua," she whispered, "but I do not know whether it was the name you chose." The woman's lips moved. No sound emerged. Aisling felt something loosen inside her throat. Her tongue went numb. She stepped off the boardwalk. The peat took her gently at first, closing around her boots and calves. Brona called her name, but Aisling did not turn. The cold reached her waist, then her ribs. Hands moved beneath the surface, guiding rather than pulling. When the mud touched her mouth, the names escaped all at once. They rose through the bog in a cry so vast that windows shook in villages many kilometers away. It was grief, accusation, testimony, and warning braided into a single voice. Then the peat closed. The flood receded before morning. Months later, workers repairing the northern drainage cut uncovered two women lying side by side. One was the ancient Ballycarrick body. The other wore the remains of a modern field jacket and an archaeological identification tag bearing the name Dr. Islingward. Both women were perfectly preserved. Both had empty mouths. Neither had a tongue. The authorities ordered the site sealed. But photographs had already spread. Museums across Ireland began reviewing collections acquired without family consent, though many resisted removing valuable remains from display. Then the glass cases started fogging. At first, one name would appear, then another. Labels changed overnight. Cataloged specimens regained family names, parish names, childhood names, and names institutions had replaced with numbers. In Dublin, a curator found words written inside a locked display case containing an unidentified woman's skull. When he leaned closer, the condensation cleared. The skull had been given a name. Below it, a second line was forming. It was his own. Some warnings do not exist to protect us from death. They exist to prevent the dead from being erased. Aisling believed that expertise gave her the right to interpret bodies, display them, and decide which voices mattered. The bog forced her to confront the difference between preserving remains and possessing them. Perhaps the Banshee's cry was never merely a prophecy. Perhaps it was testimony the sound made when grief refuses to become anonymous. And if the dead could name those who profited from their silence, how many names would appear on our glass? Story 6. The first thing Declan Reeve noticed was the rainwater on seat 27. It lay in a dark oval on the faded blue fabric, trembling whenever the engine idled. The roof above it was dry. The window beside it was shut. And when Declan pressed 2 fingers to the rubber seal, they came away dusty rather than wet. He told himself that one of the cleaners had spilled a bucket. That explanation lasted until he touched the water. It was cold enough to hurt. Declan pulled his hand back and wiped it on his trousers. Outside, rain blew sideways across the Galway depot, flattening receipts against the tarmac. The last bus to Carramore waited under yellow lamps with its destination board flickering between Galway Clifton and a blank panel. It was an old vehicle, and its interior smelled of damp coats, rubber flooring, and the sharp disinfectant used after midnight. Problem? Mary Ed Kelleher stood at the front doors holding a paper cup beneath her chin. She supervised night dispatch and had the permanently unimpressed face of someone who had spent 20 years watching drivers invent mechanical faults near closing time. Leak, Declan said. She glanced toward seat 27. Roof? Probably. You want another bus? He looked through the windscreen at the rain. Beyond the depot fence, the city lights dissolved into smeared gold. The route west would take him through Oughterard, Mom Cross, Recess, and the villages beyond, where the road narrowed between black lakes and stone walls. Another bus would mean paperwork, delay, and Mairead asking whether he was fit to drive. I'll manage. Mary drank from her cup. You always do." The words were ordinary. Declan still felt them settle somewhere unpleasant. He checked the mirrors. For a moment. The interior mirror showed a man sitting at the back in a long black coat. Declan turned. The seat was empty. When he looked again, the mirror held only rows of blue fabric and his own narrow face suspended above them. He was 48 but looked older beneath depot lighting. His beard had gone gray along the jaw, and a white scar divided his left eyebrow. "Still seeing things in the glass?" Merritt asked. He lowered his eyes. Reflection. Of what? A driver who wants to leave on time. She snorted and stepped down onto the wet pavement. Passengers began arriving in twos and threes. A nurse with swollen ankles, 2 university students whispering over one set of earphones, an elderly man carrying a shopping bag that clinked with jars, a young mother whose sleeping daughter wore a red wool hat. Declan greeted each person without warmth but without rudeness. Routine mattered. A ticket printed. A coin dropped. A light changed from red to green. People became destinations. Destinations became departures. No one chose seat 27. The young mother paused beside it, stared at the wet patch, and moved on. Her daughter opened her eyes as they passed. "There's someone's head up there," the child said. Her mother hushed her. Declan looked toward the overhead luggage rack. A black canvas holdall rested above seat 27. He did not remember anyone carrying it aboard. "Whose bag is that?" he called. A few passengers looked up. No one answered. He left the driver's seat and walked back. The holdall was old, its fabric shining with moisture. There was no tag, no zip pull, only a leather strap buckled around its middle. Water dripped from one corner onto the seat below with slow, patient taps. Declan reached for it. Something inside the bag whispered, not loudly, not clearly. It was the dry, intimate sound of lips speaking against cloth. He froze with his hand inches from the strap. The university students had stopped whispering. The nurse watched him over her phone, somewhere near the back. Glass clinked inside the elderly man's bag. Then the destination display above the aisle changed. The green letters did not show the next scheduled stop. They spelled Ballyfinnan Cross, a name removed from the route 19 years earlier. The bus doors folded shut behind Declan. From inside the dripping holdall, a voice said his name. The voice from the holdall did not repeat Declan's name. For several seconds, nobody moved. Rain ticked against the windows. The engine vibrated through the floor beneath his shoes. Steady and indifferent. Declan lowered his hand. "Someone's having a laugh," he said. The nurse looked toward the luggage rack. "I didn't hear anything." Neither did anyone else. Judging by their faces, the students had already returned to their shared earphones. Only the little girl in the red hat watched Declan, her eyes fixed on the canvas holdall. "It knows you," she said. Her mother pulled her closer. "She's tired." Declan returned to the driver's seat without touching the bag. Routine gave him things to do. He checked the handbrake. Doors. Mirrors. Fuel gauge. Cabin light. And ticket machine. He performed the sequence twice. Each movement belonged to a familiar order, and familiar order left no room for wet luggage or dead stops. The destination display corrected itself to Otterard. At last. He eased the bus from the depot. Galway thinned behind them in reflections, takeaway signs. Traffic lights. apartment windows glowing above shuttered shops. Then the road opened west, black and shining beneath the headlights. The city became scattered houses. The houses became hedges. Beyond them lay only rain. Declan drove with both hands at 10 and 2. He never exceeded the limit. He never rolled through a stop sign. He never allowed the timetable to rush him on bends. Passengers sometimes complained that he drove like an examiner sat beside him. But he accepted the insult. A driver who followed every rule could not be accused of carelessness. Not anymore. At Otterard, the nurse got off beneath the awning of a closed pharmacy. Declan watched until she reached her car. He logged the stop, drew a precise line beneath the entry, and counted the remaining passengers in the mirror. 6. The black holdall still rested above seat 27. A thin stream of water traveled down the window beside it. Although the glass beneath the roofline was dry, Declan looked away, past the village. Stone walls rose close on either side, flashing pale in the headlights. Reflective markers appeared and vanished like eyes closing. The elderly man came forward near Mom Cross. "You'll stop at Ballyfinane tonight?" he asked. Declan's foot tightened on the accelerator. "That stop's not in service. Road still passes it. No shelter there. There wasn't much of one before." Declan kept his eyes ahead. "Closest stop is Lough Junction." The man's jars clicked softly as the bus swayed. Some drivers stop when they're asked. Not there. The answer came too quickly. The elderly man studied the scar through Declan's eyebrow, then returned to his seat. Ballyfinane Cross had not appeared on official route maps for 19 years. Declan knew because he checked every new timetable, running a finger down the list until he confirmed the name was still absent. The shelter had been removed after the accident. That was how the company described it. The accident, as though a road had folded itself around a vehicle, as though rain had taken the wheel. Declan adjusted the demister. Though the windscreen was clear, he remembered almost nothing of that night before the impact. A pub near Clifton. Music. Someone laughing beside him. A bottle rolling beneath the passenger seat. Afterward, he remembered too much. The smell of coolant. His own blood running into his eye. A hand striking weakly against broken glass. He never allowed the memory to proceed beyond that point. Behind him, the holdall whispered again. This time the engine dipped, and the word traveled through the bus as clearly as an announcement. Chien. Declan's hand slipped on the wheel. The bus crossed the center line. A horn blared from the darkness, and he jerked back just as a lorry burst past, spraying the windows with water. Passengers shouted. The sleeping child began to cry. Declan slowed onto the verge. "What happened?" one student called. "Standing water," Declan said. There had been none. He counted the passengers in the mirror again. 6. Then the stop request bell rang. A single bright chime. The dashboard light came on beneath the words "stopping." Declan looked into the mirror. Every passenger had both hands visible. The bell rang a second time. Ahead, through the rain. An old stone shelter emerged beside the road. Its roof had collapsed years ago. Someone was standing beneath it. The figure beneath the ruined shelter did not move as the bus approached. Declan eased his foot from the accelerator. Rain swept through the headlights in silver cords, hiding the road and revealing it again in pieces. The broken wall, the leaning root post, the black shape waiting where no passenger should have been. The stop request bell chimed a third time. "Don't," the elderly man said from behind him. Declan glanced at the mirror. "Don't what?" "Open the doors." The man's face had gone pale above his shopping bag. The jars inside no longer clinked. He held them tightly against his knees as though afraid the contents might answer the bell. The figure outside raised one arm. Declan drove past. The shelter slid along the side windows and vanished behind them. The little girl twisted in her mother's lap to watch it disappear. He got on, she said. Her mother pulled her around. Nobody got on. Declan checked the doors. The indicator showed locked. He had not slowed below 20 miles an hour. He had not touched the control. Still, cold air moved through the bus. It carried the smell of wet earth and something metallic, like coins held too long in the mouth. Declan looked into the interior mirror. A tall passenger sat in the last row. He wore a black coat buttoned to the throat. Rainwater gleamed on the shoulders and ran down the sleeves, though the seat beneath him appeared dry. His hands rested neatly on his thighs. Long fingers, gray skin. Declan's heart struck once, hard enough to blur his vision. "Who boarded at the last stop?" he asked. The students removed their earphones. The elderly man stared at the floor. "What last stop?" one of them said. "The shelter." "There wasn't a shelter," the other replied. Declan looked again. The passenger remained in the mirror, perfectly still. His face lay beyond the frame. The mirror had been angled too high, Declan told himself. He adjusted it downward. The bus reached a low bend where rainwater had spilled from the bog and spread across the road. The headlights flattened against the flooded surface, turning it into a black mirror. Declan slowed, both hands locked around the wheel. The front tires entered the water. The bus shuddered. Water struck the underside in heavy blows. Overhead lights flickered once, and every window reflected the interior at the same time. In the glass beside him, Declan saw the passenger's full body. The black coat rose from the seat to a collar filled with darkness. There was no head above it. The neck ended in an uneven black opening, rainwater pouring from it in a continuous thread. Declan stamped on the brake. Passengers lurched forward. The young mother cried out. The bus stopped halfway through the flood. Engine growling. Water pushing around the tires. "What are you doing?" one student shouted. Declan turned toward the back. The last row was empty, but wet footprints marked the aisle. They began at the rear seat and ended directly behind his cab. Declan could not make himself look over his shoulder. Above seat 27. The holdall shifted. The leather strap tightened by itself. Canvas bulged outward from within, slowly taking the shape of a brow, a nose, a mouth pressed against cloth. The little girl covered her ears. A voice came from the bag, no longer whispering. "Lof na Rua," it announced dumb. Declan knew the name. Everyone who drove west knew it, though it had never been a bus stop. It was a lay-by beside a lake where a fisherman had drowned after 3 cars passed him waving for help. The destination display changed. Lof na Rua requested. "No," Declan said. The elderly man lifted his eyes. "It isn't asking you." The bell rang. On the road ahead, beyond the flooded bend, a woman stood beside the lake holding a red ticket above her head. Declan put the bus into gear. The woman's face was turned toward them, but her reflection in the water had no face at all. The holdall spoke again. This time, it named the elderly man. The holdall spoke the elderly man's name as if reading it from a list. Seamus Doran. The jars in his shopping bag knocked together. Seamus looked past Declan toward the woman waiting beside Lafna Rua, then down at the floor between his shoes. "She isn't mine," he said. The pale shape pressed harder against the canvas. "Lafna Rua." It repeated. Declan released the brake. The bus moved through the flood. "Stop," Seamus said. "It isn't a stop." The woman outside raised the red ticket higher. For an instant, the headlights showed weed tangled around her wrists and water streaming from the hem of her coat. Then the bus passed her. The bell gave one soft chime. The destination display went blank. Behind Declan, someone inhaled sharply. He checked the mirror. The woman by the lake was gone. The headless passenger sat in the last row again, its black coat shining with rain, its hands folded over its knees. There were still 6 passengers. Then the overhead lights went out. Darkness filled the bus so completely that Declan saw only the dashboard and his own hands. The engine continued running, but its sound seemed farther away, muffled beneath water. One of the students laughed nervously. "Brilliant," a young man said. "Exactly what you want out here," his companion answered. But the words dissolved beneath a rush of static from the speakers. Something heavy shifted behind Declan. The lights returned. The headless passenger had vanished. 5 people sat in the bus. Declan counted more slowly. Mother, child, Seamus. 1 university student. No, he said. The student sat alone across 2 seats. 1 white earbud in his left ear. He frowned toward the driver. "What? Where is she?" "Who?" "The girl sitting beside you." The student glanced at the empty seat. "I've been sitting here by myself." Declan stared at him. "You boarded together." "I boarded alone." "You shared earphones." The young man touched the wire running from his phone. It ended in a single white earbud. The other branch had been cleanly cut near the connector. The mother leaned into the aisle. "There was only 1 student when we left Galway." "No, there wasn't." Her expression tightened with the cautious concern people used around drunks and the confused. Seamus said nothing. Declan pulled onto the verge and stopped. Rain drummed on the roof. He walked down the aisle, checking every seat as though the missing woman might have crouched beneath one. An open notebook lay near the student's shoes. Declan picked it up. "What is this?" "Mine." The pages were filled with lecture notes in 2 different kinds of handwriting, one narrow and slanted, the other round and heavy. "You wrote all of this?" "I suppose so." The young man snatched it from him. Something red showed between the seat cushions. Declan pulled free an earbud. The plastic casing was red, scratched near the speaker, with a small silver star painted on the side. He remembered seeing it when the pair boarded. The missing girl had tucked it beneath her dark hair while laughing at something on the young man's phone. "Whose is this?" The student stared at the earbud. His face changed. His mouth opened. But no answer came. For a moment, tears stood in his eyes. Then he blinked, and even that vanished. Never seen it before. Declan closed his fist around the earbud. The plastic was warm. A drop of water appeared between his fingers and ran across his palm. Another followed, then another, until lake water spilled from his clenched hand and struck the floor. Above them, the holdall began to whisper. It recited the missing student's name again and again. each repetition quieter than the last, until the name no longer sounded like a name at all. The destination display flickered back to life. Beneath the red bridge, the remaining student looked through the rain-darkened window and began to scream. "There is no bridge on this road," Declan said. But ahead of them, something red was rising out of the fog. The red bridge rose out of the fog, one iron rib at a time. Declan knew every bridge between Galway and Carrowmore. This was not one of them. Its wet girders arched over the road without foundations. And beneath it, there was no river, only a darkness deeper than the surrounding night. The university student had pressed himself against the window. "Don't stop there," he said. The holdall above seat 27 answered in a woman's muffled voice. "Beneath the red bridge." The bell chimed. Declan kept driving. As the bus passed under the arch, rain struck the roof with such force that everyone ducked. For one breathless second, the interior turned red, washed in the glow of lamps that did not exist. Declan saw handprints covering the windows from the outside. Then the bridge was behind them. The student was gone. His notebook lay open on the seat. One white earbud trailed across the page, playing a thin hiss of static. Declan braked so hard that Seamus struck the seat in front of him. "Where is he?" The young mother looked up from her sleeping daughter. "Where is who?" "The student. There hasn't been a student on this bus." Declan pointed at the notebook. She frowned. "Is that yours?" Seamus stared at the empty seat, breathing through his mouth. For an instant, recognition tightened his face. "Two of them," he whispered. Declan stepped toward him. "You remember?" Seamus blinked. The recognition emptied from his eyes. "Two of what?" The ticket machine began printing. A strip of red paper curled onto the floor beside Declan's seat. He tore it free. Instead of fares and destinations, it bore names. Awif, Elevenlabs, Narua. Below the name, smaller letters read, "Drowned after assistance was refused. 3 witnesses denied seeing her." Another ticket emerged. Emir Keen, beneath the red bridge. Fatal collision caused by unsafe works. Contractor removed warning signs. Report sealed. The missing student's name was not printed anywhere. Declan gathered the tickets before the passengers could see them. The paper felt warm and damp, like skin beneath a bandage. He returned to the wheel. By his watch, recess should have been less than 10 minutes away. Yet the road continued between the same 2 stone walls. The same bent hawthorn appeared 3 times on the left. A white cottage with 1 lit window passed twice on the right. Although the second time its front door stood open, Declan checked the odometer. They had traveled 27 miles since Lofnarua. The road map said 6. Rain began falling inside the bus. At first it was only a fine mist beneath the ceiling lights. Then droplets gathered on the handrails and fell from the luggage racks. The mother pulled her daughter's red hat lower. Seamus raised his shopping bag onto his lap as water spread across the floor. The holdall remained. "Next stop," it announced. "St. Brigid's Wall." "No," Seamus said immediately. The destination display showed the same name. Ahead, candles burned along a ruined wall beside the road. A man knelt among them, holding both hands over a crushed lantern. Declan accelerated. "Please," Seamus said. "You told me not to open the doors. That was before I understood." "Understood what?" "That it doesn't take the person it names." The bus swept past the candles. The lights failed and returned. Seamus's seat was empty. The mother did not react. Her daughter slept against the glass. On the floor where Seamus had been sitting stood a shopping bag filled with broken jars and black lake water. Declan could no longer remember Seamus's surname. He seized the newest ticket as it slid from the machine. Malachi Flynn, St. Brigid's Wall, died after a defective lantern ignited his home. Inspection record altered by Supervisor Seamus Doran. The name returned to Declan at once. The road was not choosing randomly. Each stop belonged to a death hidden beneath someone else's denial. Each refusal removed a passenger, whether guilty, innocent, or merely present. The machine clicked again. A final red ticket emerged, more slowly than the others. Declan watched his own hands take it. Cian O'Dwyer Ballyfinane Cross. Beneath the name, the line describing responsibility was still being printed. The holdall whispered close to his ear. Driver known. The ticket machine finished printing. Driver known. Responsibility unacknowledged. Declan folded the red paper until Cian's name disappeared inside it. The road ahead narrowed without warning. The white center line ended beneath the bus, and the wet tarmac gave way to broken gravel bordered by grass. A rusted barrier stood open across the entrance, one half hanging from a stone pillar. A council sign leaned in the ditch. Road closed. Below it, almost erased by weather, someone had painted a black horse without a head. Declan pressed the brake. The bus did not slow. He pushed harder. The pedal sank to the floor with no resistance. The steering wheel pulled left, turning beneath his hands as though another driver had taken hold of it. The bus left the main road. Branches scraped along the windows. The headlights found grass growing through wheel ruts and old stones arranged in pairs beside the track. Each stone had a shallow bowl carved into its top. Rainwater filled some of them. Others contained coins, black feathers, and clumps of human hair bound with red thread. The young mother stood, holding her daughter against her chest. "Where are you taking us?" Declan did not answer. He was trying to remember the turning. There had been a road here once. Not a bus route, but an older lane running from inland burial grounds toward the western coast. Drivers called it the Corpse Road when they mentioned it at all. Bodies had been carried along it before churches kept proper registers, when families feared that the dead might wander unless every boundary was crossed in silence. His father had warned him never to stop on such roads, not because of ghosts, because some journeys were meant to remain one way. The track dipped between two hills. The rain inside the bus grew heavier, striking the floor in silver lines. Water ran toward the front steps, but did not escape beneath the doors. It gathered around Declan's shoes. The destination display changed. Funeral Road terminus, unknown. The engine cut out. Silence arrived so suddenly that Declan heard the child breathing. Ahead stood a ruined shelter built from gray stone. Its roof had partly collapsed, and thorn branches pushed through the doorway. Beside it, half hidden beneath moss, was an iron root marker shaped like a hand. The pointing finger faced the shelter. The doors opened by themselves. Cold wind entered the bus carrying peat smoke and the sweet, spoiled smell of flowers left too long beside a grave. The hold-all whispered Cian's name. Declan took the torch from beneath his seat. "Stay here," he said. The mother laughed once, without humor. "You think we're going anywhere?" Declan stepped into ankle-deep mud. The shelter was larger inside than it appeared from the road. Old enamel root plates covered the walls, some bearing village names he knew, others naming places absent from every modern map. Beneath them sat offerings in neat rows, horseshoes, milk teeth, funeral cards, driver badges, and coins pressed into black wax. At the center of the floor stood a wooden bowl filled with red bus tickets. Declan lifted one. The paper had decayed at the edges, but the printed name remained legible. Patrick Reeve, his father. The ticket gave no destination. Behind the bowl, thorn branches concealed a metal door set low into the rear wall. Declan cleared them away and found a recessed maintenance compartment, the kind once fitted beneath rural shelters for emergency tools and road equipment. A corroded padlock secured it. Stamped across the door was a fleet number. Declan read it twice. B. 417. The number belonged to the minibus he had driven 19 years ago. The vehicle had been destroyed after the crash. Declan had watched it lifted onto a recovery truck, its passenger side folded inward, its windscreen white with fractures. The company had written it off before sunrise. Something struck the inside of the compartment. Once, then twice. Declan raised the torch. The beam shook over the fleet number as the metal door bulged outward. From the bus behind him came the stop request bell. The sealed compartment answered with the same chime. The compartment chimed a second time. Declan stood in the ruined shelter with the torch trembling in his hand. Behind him, the bus bell answered once more, the two sounds folding over each other until he could no longer tell which came from metal and which came from memory. He set the torch between his teeth and struck the padlock with a loose stone. The first blow loosened rust. The second split the casing. The third sent the lock into the mud. The metal door opened a few inches by itself. A smell came out that Declan knew immediately. Petrol, wet upholstery, and old blood. He pulled the door wider. The compartment should have been shallow. Instead, the beam revealed a narrow cavity extending beneath the shelter, its walls lined with warped wooden shelves. Water stood across the floor, black and perfectly still. On the nearest shelf lay a red passenger ticket. Declan did not need to read the name. A brown stain covered one corner. The paper had softened where blood had dried into it, but the printed letters remained sharp. Sian O'Dwyer, Ballyfinnan across. Declan touched it with one finger. The shelter vanished. For an instant he was back inside the wrecked minibus, hanging sideways against the seatbelt. Rain came through the broken windscreen. Sian was beside him, trapped below the crushed dashboard, his breath bubbling through blood. "Don't leave me," Sian had said. Declan tore his hand away. The vision collapsed. On the next shelf sat a clear plastic folder bearing the old company seal. Inside was a copy of the statement Declan had given after the accident. He read the first line. Driver reports loss of control due to standing water. The lie looked smaller on paper than it had felt in his mouth. The report continued in Declan's handwriting. He had claimed Sian left the scene before emergency services arrived. He had claimed there was no alcohol in the vehicle. He had claimed the unopened bottle found under the passenger seat belonged to Sian. Every sentence returned with the memory of signing it. His supervisor had placed a hand over the page and said the company could protect a driver from bad weather, but not from drink driving and abandonment. Declan had signed anyway. A stack of photographs waited beneath the report. The first showed the bus interior at Loughnarua. Aoife Brennan stood in the aisle holding her red ticket. Behind her sat Seamus Doran, the two students, the mother and her daughter. The second showed the red bridge. One student was missing. The third showed St. Bridget's wall. Seamus's seat was empty. Declan turned over photograph after photograph. Each recorded another version of the same journey. Different passengers filled the seats. Farmers, nurses, tourists, schoolchildren, laborers in reflective jackets. Some looked toward the camera. Others stared at things outside the frame. With every image, someone disappeared. Yet Declan remained behind the wheel. His clothes changed. His hair darkened. Then grayed. Buses changed around him. From small rural coaches to newer vehicles with digital displays. The route had repeated across years. Declan found one photograph dated only 11 months earlier. He was driving the same bus he had left Galway in that night. The young mother sat behind him. Her daughter wore the same red hat. Declan's stomach tightened. He remembered neither of them. A sound came from the road. The bus engine had started. Declan lifted the final photograph. It had been taken from the front windscreen. Facing inward, Declan sat at the wheel, his eyes fixed on the mirror. Behind his seat stood the tall figure in the black coat. In the photograph, the figure had no head. Its pale hands rested on Declan's shoulders. A handwritten sentence ran across the bottom in ink matching Declan's accident statement. Driver refused all scheduled confessions. Route reset approved. The handwriting was his. Another document lay beneath the photograph. It was newer than the others. Its paper dry despite the water below. Across the top was printed, driver's final statement. The page was blank, except for one sentence. I left Cian O'Dwyer alive at Ballyfinane Cross because a pen had been clipped to the folder. Declan stared at the unfinished line. Outside, the bus doors folded shut. The mother began pounding on the glass. Declan turned toward her. In the rear window, the headless passenger stood in his driver's seat, and the bus began to move without him. The bus rolled away from the ruined shelter with no driver at the wheel. Declan ran after it. Mud dragged at his shoes. The torch beam jumped across the rear panel, the old fleet number shining beneath rain like something freshly painted. Inside, the young mother struck the glass while her daughter stared past Declan toward the empty road behind him. The headless passenger sat in the driver's seat. Its gloved hands rested lightly on the wheel. Declan reached the doors and seized the rubber edge. They opened at once, almost politely, and he stumbled aboard. The bus stopped moving. The headless figure was gone. Only the driver's seat remained, wet with rain. On the dashboard lay the blank statement and the clipped pen. The destination display changed. Acknowledge responsibility. Declan did not sit down. What is this? The mother demanded. Who are you? Her voice held no recognition now. She looked at him as though he had boarded from the roadside. Declan turned to the little girl. You remember me. She shook her head. Then she pointed at the mirror. The tall passenger stood behind Declan. He could not see it directly, only in reflection. Black coat, pale hands, the ragged darkness above the collar, where its head should have been. The holdall now rested in the luggage rack, swollen into the shape of a face. Its mouth moved beneath the canvas. Deaths without answer, it said. The elderly route plates inside the shelter began rattling behind them. Though the bus doors were closed, their metal clatter became hoofbeats. Declan had heard stories of the Dullahan when he was young. A headless rider, a black horse, a name spoken before death. He had dismissed them as warnings designed to keep children indoors. But the old stories had changed because the roads had changed. The funeral lanes had been widened. Horses had disappeared. Villages had been joined by tarmac, bus routes, and schedules. People no longer waited for a rider in darkness. They waited beneath electric signs. The holdall spoke again. When no living mouth accepts the dead, the road carries them. The ticket machine printed a long ribbon of red paper. Names covered it from edge to edge, each followed by a hidden cause, inspections falsified, warnings ignored, witnesses silenced, injuries abandoned, blame transferred to the dead. At the bottom appeared C.N. O'Dwyer. His line remained unfinished. Declan looked at the photographs spread across the dashboard. Every journey had ended the same way. He had refused the stops. Passengers had disappeared. Their empty places had been forgotten, not erased entirely. He understood. Substituted. Each passenger taken by the road had occupied Cian's place for a while. Each unacknowledged death balanced the one Declan would not name. When enough passengers vanished, the route released him back into ordinary life with the memory softened, rearranged, made survivable, until rain returned, until the bus filled again. How many times? Declan whispered. The canvas mouth smiled. The mother moved toward the front, clutching her daughter. Let us off. Declan reached for the door control. The headless figure's hands appeared in the mirror and settled over his shoulders. A memory opened inside him. He saw himself 11 months earlier, standing at this same wheel. The same mother pleaded behind him. The same child wore the same red hat. Declan had driven past every impossible stop. At the final one, the mother had vanished. The child had remained alone. Instantly certain she had boarded without anyone. Declan remembered taking her back to Galway at dawn. He remembered forgetting her before lunch. The little girl began crying now, though she did not know why. The road outside the windscreen stretched forward into darkness. Along both sides stood figures holding red tickets. Some were wet, some burned. Some bore injuries hidden beneath work clothes and Sunday coats. All watched the bus. The holdall lowered its voice. One death denied. Many deaths paid. Declan picked up the pen. The statement waited on the dashboard. I left C.N. O'Dwyer alive at Ballyfinane Cross because he placed the tip against the paper. Nothing came. The bus bell rang. The destination display changed once more. Last opportunity to confess. Then, from the luggage rack, Cian's voice said, "Tell them before the road needs another passenger." Declan pressed the public address switch. Static hissed through the ceiling speakers. Beneath it came distant hoofbeats, slow and measured, as though something enormous paced beside the bus in the dark. The mother held her daughter close. The child watched Declan with the terrified patience of someone waiting for an adult to decide whether the world was still safe. Declan unfolded the red ticket bearing Cian's name. "My name is Declan Reeve," he said. His voice returned from every speaker a fraction too late. The road outside began to move. The bus had not entered gear, yet the stone shelter slid backward. The funeral road opened ahead without headlights touching it, and figures holding red tickets stepped aside as the bus rolled forward. 19 years ago. I drove after drinking. C.N. O'Dwyer was with me. I lost control near Ballyfinane Cross. The holdall contracted around the shape of the pale head. He was alive after the crash. Declan continued. I heard him asking me not to leave. I knew he was trapped. I knew he might survive if I called for help. Every window bowed inward with a low groan. I ran because I was afraid of losing my license. I was afraid of prison. I was afraid people would know what I had done. Rainwater lifted from the floor in trembling beads. Each drop held a reflected face. I told the company he had left the scene. I said the bottle was his. I let them blame him because a dead man could not contradict me. The ticket machine screamed. Red paper poured into the aisle. Names printing faster than Declan could read them. Aifa Brennan, Amir Keene, Malachi Flynn. Then the missing students. Orla Sweeney, Niall Barrett. The lights failed. When they returned, both students sat in their original seats. Orla wore the red earbud. Niall clutched their notebook. They were pale and soaking wet. Seamus Doran appeared behind them with his bag of jars on his knees. He began to sob. The mother's body went rigid. Her daughter turned toward her. Ma'am, the child said, recovering the word from somewhere far away. Then the mother screamed. Memory struck the passengers not as thought, but as injury. Niall doubled over. Orla covered her mouth. Seamus repeated Malachi Flynn's name and begged forgiveness from someone who was not there. The mother remembered the earlier journeys. She remembered disappearing, and her daughter sitting alone. Unable to recall the woman whose hand she had been holding moments before, Declan remembered too. Not one route. Dozens. He saw every passenger he had allowed the road to take so that he could wake afterward believing he had suffered another bad dream. He remembered empty seats, abandoned coats, phones ringing in forgotten pockets, and children certain they had always traveled alone. The returned passengers remembered people beyond the bus. Orla remembered a construction worker killed after her father's company removed safety barriers. Niall remembered the report his uncle altered. Seamus remembered approving the defective lantern that burned Malachi's home. The mother remembered leaving her sister unconscious after a roadside collision, telling herself another driver would stop. Names filled the speakers. Each passenger spoke, one, then another. The road widened as if fed by confession. Stone walls drew apart. Funeral markers rose from the bog, pointing toward a horizon that should have held mountains but held only darkness. The canvas strap around the hold-all unbuckled. The bag opened just enough for a pale forehead and closed eyes to appear. Chian's voice came through the speakers. Now, the driver. Declan looked at the unfinished statement on the dashboard and wrote, I left C.N. O'Dwyer alive because I believed my future mattered more than his life. The headless passenger appeared in the mirror. For the first time, it stood behind no one. It bowed. The destination display flickered and revealed a place Declan had never seen on any map. The place before rescue. The bus accelerated. Ahead, a single figure waited in the rain. Declan recognized the jacket before he recognized the face. It was the coat he had worn 19 years ago. The figure wore Declan's old brown jacket. It stood in the center of the road with one arm raised, rain running from its hair into a face Declan had not seen outside photographs for 19 years. 29 years old, unshaven, blood drying beneath the left eyebrow. Terrified, but not yet sorry. The younger Declan waved harder as the bus approached. Don't stop, Seamus said. His voice came from behind a wall of remembered grief. Around him, the returned passengers sat rigidly among their recovered belongings. Orla held the red earbud. Niall stared at the two handwritings in the notebook. The mother kept both arms around her daughter as though memory itself might pull them apart again. Declan pressed the brake. Nothing happened. The destination display still read, "The place before rescue." Beyond the waiting man. The road had become the Ballyfinane lane as it had looked on the night of the crash. No center markings. No reflective posts. Only hedges bent under rain and the pale shape of the wrecked minibus lying in the ditch. Its passenger door had folded inward. A hand struck weakly against the broken window. Declan heard Cian calling from inside it. The younger man in the road did not turn toward the sound. He watched only the approaching bus, his face brightening with relief. Declan understood then what rescue had always meant to him. Not saving Cian. Being carried away from Cian. The bus stopped. The front doors opened with a sigh. Cold rain blew across the steps. The younger Declan climbed aboard, breathing hard, his clothes smelling of whiskey, blood, and wet grass. "Thank God," he said. "There's been an accident." No one answered. He looked along the rows. His gaze passed over the returned passengers without recognition and settled on the older Declan behind the wheel. For a moment, neither man spoke. Then the younger one touched the scar that had not yet formed above his eye. "Who are you?" Declan looked toward the ditch. Cian's hand struck the glass again. Weaker now. "You know who is in that vehicle," Declan said. The younger man's expression closed. "I couldn't get him out. You didn't try." "I was injured. You walked half a mile. I was going for help. You hid until morning." The young Declan glanced toward the open doors. Behind him, the road had disappeared into black fog. "I can still fix this," he said. It was the same lie in its earliest form. Before repetition had polished it smooth, the holdall above seat 27 opened. There was no head inside. Only rainwater and a red ticket bearing Declan Reeves' name. The headless passenger stood in the aisle. Its black coat brushed the seats as it approached the driver's cab. The darkness above its collar leaned toward Declan, not threatening him, but waiting. Declan rose. The younger man immediately took the empty driver's seat. "What do I do?" he asked. Declan wanted to warn him. He wanted to tell him that every road ahead would return here. That silence would consume strangers one by one, and that forgetting was not mercy. But the destination display had already begun to change. Galway, Clifton. The interior dried. The red tickets faded to ordinary white paper. One by one, the passengers lost the names they had recovered. Seamus looked down in confusion at his broken jars. Orla removed one earbud and wondered why the other was red. The mother released her daughter's hand. Declan stepped past them toward the final row. With every pace, his body felt lighter and less complete. His hands paled. His uniform darkened into a long black coat. When he touched his face, his fingers met cold air above the collar. He sat behind the younger driver. Outside, the wreck vanished. Galway depot lights appeared through the rain. Mairead Kelleher stood beside the bus, holding a paper cup. The younger Declan checked the mirrors. Doors, fuel gauge, and ticket machine. He performed the sequence twice. Above, seat 27. The empty holdall began to swell. The bus pulled away. In the interior mirror, the younger driver noticed the tall passenger sitting behind him and adjusted the glass. Declan raised one pale hand. From the luggage rack, his own severed voice whispered the first name on the route. Cian. Some roads do not punish us for making one terrible choice. They punish us for rebuilding our entire lives around the refusal to name it. Declan's confession restores the people's sacrifice to his silence. But recognition alone cannot return the years he stole or free him from the pattern he created. By the end, he becomes both witness and warning, the figure behind every version of himself still hoping to escape before responsibility arrives. Perhaps the cruelest loop is not repeating what we did, but repeating the lie that we will face it later. How many lives can one unspoken truth cost? Story 7. The first cry came while Siobhan Kelly was warming a cup of milk no one would drink. It was late in the afternoon at St. Orla's. Though the storm had pressed the light flat against the windows and made the corridor feel already nocturnal, rain moved sideways across the glass. Beyond the nursing home, fields sloped toward black cliffs. And beyond those cliffs, the Atlantic kept striking the rocks with the patient violence of something that had all the time in the world. Siobhan stood in the small kitchenette on the east wing, stirring honey into milk for Nora Sweeney, who had not swallowed properly in 3 days. She heard the cry beneath the kettle's hiss. At first, she mistook it for wind passing through the chimney vents. Then it rose thin, human, and impossibly distant until every spoon in the drying rack seemed to tremble. It was not a scream. A scream belonged to the body. This sound seemed to come from whatever remained when the body had finished. The kettle clicked off. Siobhan did not move. From the corridor, one of the care assistants whispered, "God preserve us." Siobhan carried the milk to room 12. Nora's daughter, Leanh, sat beside the bed with both hands wrapped around her mother's wrist. The old woman's breathing had changed while Siobhan was gone. Each inhale came after a pause long enough to make hope feel foolish. "Was that a bird?" Eileen asked. Siobhan checked the pulse at Nora's throat. Probably a fox on the headland. In this weather, they make strange sounds. The cry came again, lower now, drawn along the cliff path behind the building. Eileen bowed her head before Siobhan could see her expression. Nora Sweeney died before sunset. Her death was quiet. The room smelled of rain-damp wool, lavender hand cream, and the milk cooling untouched on the bedside cabinet. Siobhan closed Nora's eyes, removed the oxygen tubing, and gave Eileen the time she needed before beginning the practical work that grief always resented. No one mentioned the cry again. They rarely did. In Siobhan's 11 months at St. Orla's, she had heard it before the deaths of a Gallagher, a Doherty, 2 McLaughlins, and old Father Brennan, whose niece had crossed herself and said the woman on the cliffs had finally remembered him. The staff treated each occurrence with the embarrassed respect reserved for customs they claimed not to believe. Doors were shut, curtains were drawn, radios were turned louder in the common room. Siobhan wrote the sounds down in a private notebook, though she told herself she was recording weather conditions. She had been trained to notice patterns, changes in respiration, modeling of the skin, the small restlessness of hands approaching death. Families had patterns too. That evening, after Nora's body had been taken away, Siobhan went to check on Malachi O'Rourke in room 7. Malachi was 89, broad-shouldered even after illness had pared him down, with a white beard that his granddaughter trimmed every Sunday. His chart said heart failure, renal decline, comfort measures only. His family had filled the room with photographs, holy cards, and a small silver bell that hung from the bed rail on a faded blue ribbon. "You're still here," he said when Siobhan entered. "So are you." He smiled without looking at her. His eyes remained fixed on the rain-streaked window facing the sea. The bell stirred against the rail. There was no breeze in the room. Siobhan reached to still it. But Malachi caught her wrist with surprising strength. "Don't ring that," he said. "I wasn't going to. None of you ever mean to dis." His fingers were cold. Siobhan gently freed herself and checked his pulse. Weak, irregular, but present. From the corridor came the muted clatter of supper trays, somewhere downstairs. A television audience applauded. The storm had begun to move north, leaving the windows silver with runoff. No cry sounded from the cliffs. At first, Siobhan felt relief. Then Malachi's monitor gave a single flat tone. She leaned over him, found no pulse, and pressed the call button. The room filled quickly oxygen. Hands, practiced voices. The controlled urgency that remained even when a chart said not to resuscitate. After confirmation, the others withdrew. Siobhan stayed to remove the leads. The silver bell tapped once against the rail. Malachi opened his eyes. He sat upright without drawing breath, turned his face toward the dark sea, and said in a voice crowded with many older voices, "She still hasn't come." Malachi did not breathe for another 11 seconds. Siobhan knew because she counted them. 1, 2, 3. His eyes remained open, fixed on the black pane beyond which the sea could no longer be distinguished from the sky. His chest did not rise. The cardiac monitor continued its flat, unbroken tone. Then he inhaled. The breath entered him with a wet, dragging sound, as though it had traveled a great distance through flooded rooms. His body shuddered. A weak rhythm appeared on the screen, irregular at first, then strong enough to make the machine begin alarming in earnest. By the time Dr. Keene reached room 7, Malachi was lying back against the pillows. There was no reasonable explanation for what had happened. Siobhan knew that before the doctor said it, Malachi had shown no pulse, no respiration, and no response to pain for almost 14 minutes. Even allowing for equipment failure and human error, he should not have opened his eyes lucidly. He should not have spoken. Dr. Keene ordered blood tests, oxygen, and an ambulance transfer that Malachi's care plan technically forbade. No one argued. The paramedics arrived, examined him, and found his blood pressure low but stable. Malachi refused to leave. He did not struggle or raise his voice. He simply turned toward the window and said, "I have already traveled far enough." The paramedics looked at Siobhan. She wrote the sentence in her private notebook later. Beneath the names of the dead who had been preceded by crying, Malachi O'Rourke, no cry, returned after 14 minutes. Still watching the sea, his granddaughter arrived before midnight, wearing a green raincoat over striped pajamas. Catriona O'Rourke was 30, with Malachi's broad face and the same dark eyebrows that seemed too young for his white beard. She entered the room smiling through tears. "Granddad." Malachi looked at her with polite curiosity. Catriona stopped beside the bed. "It's me." He waited. Catriona. The name did nothing. She took his hand, and he allowed it as one might allow a stranger to adjust a blanket. His attention soon returned to the window. "Granddad, Look at me. I am looking. No, you're not. His gaze moved to her face. For a moment, Siobhan thought recognition might come. Instead, Malachi frowned. You have one of their faces, he said. Catriona looked toward Siobhan, asking silently whether this was confusion, medication, or damage caused by the arrest. Siobhan gave the gentlest answer available. His brain was without oxygen. We don't know yet what effects that may have had. But she remembered another room, not St. Orla's. A cottage near Magri, where peat smoke had darkened the ceiling and the curtains smelled permanently of salt. She remembered being 9 years old, standing in a doorway while her grandmother lay beneath a wool blanket. Myred Kelly had been dead for almost an hour. Siobhan had not known that then. She had only known the adults were speaking softly and that her mother's face looked strangely unfinished. Then her grandmother sat up. No one screamed. That was the part Siobhan had forgotten most carefully. Mary had opened her eyes, looked past her daughter, her priest, and the child in the doorway, and stared toward the western window. She did not recognize any of them. 3 nights later, she walked into the Atlantic. The family said grief had confused the facts. Siobhan had been told her grandmother died in bed and that the memory of the shoreline came from the search afterward. For years, she accepted that explanation, because children were good at accepting whatever preserved the shape of a family. Now Malachi sat in the same posture, shoulders still, chin slightly lifted, eyes turned toward water he could not possibly see through darkness and rain. Catriona remained until morning. Malachi never spoke her name. Whenever she touched him, he looked mildly inconvenienced, as though her grief were a language he had once studied but no longer understood. At dawn, Siobhan returned with clean linens. Catriona had fallen asleep in the chair. Malachi was awake, watching the first gray light gather above the cliffs. The silver bell lay on the floor. Siobhan bent to retrieve it and noticed a row of wet footprints between the bed and the window. They were bare, narrow, and perfectly formed. Malachi's feet were dry beneath the blankets. When she looked up, he was no longer watching the sea. He was watching her. Myriad knew you would come back, he said. Siobhan did not answer him. For several seconds, the only sound in room 7 was Catriona's sleeping breath and rain tapping the glass. Malachi watched Siobhan with an expression that was neither recognition nor surprise. It was closer to patience. What did you say? His gaze returned to the sea. Myriad knew. He repeated. She was told to wait. Catriona stirred in the chair, and Malachi closed his eyes before she woke. By the time she looked up, he appeared exhausted and harmless again. Siobhan put the silver bell in the bedside drawer. She told herself she did it because loose objects became hazards around confused patients. At the end of her shift, she did not drive home. She took the service stairs to the administrative wing, where St. Orla's kept its paper records in a room smelling of dust, toner, and damp cardboard. Most modern files had been digitized, but the nursing home had existed under different names for nearly a century. The oldest records remained in gray boxes stacked along the walls. Some belonged to St. Orla's. Others carried the faded title O'Rourke House for the aged and infirm. Only one fluorescent tube worked properly. The second flickered with a faint hum that seemed to pulse with the waves below the cliffs. She began with Malachi's file. His admission papers were ordinary. Heart failure, reduced kidney function, Episodes of confusion. Nothing explained 14 minutes without a pulse, or the voices crowding his first sentence after death. She searched the database for his surname. 43 O'Rourkes had lived at St. Orla's since the surviving records began. The first unusual note appeared in the file of Donald O'Rourke. Admitted in the winter of 1987, a nurse had written that Donald was found without pulse or respiration shortly before dawn. A doctor confirmed death. 22 minutes later, Donald opened his eyes and tried to leave his bed. The formal diagnosis was delayed cardiac recovery. A handwritten note had been added beneath it. Patient displays wakefulness following confirmed death. Does not recognize wife. Repeatedly asks to be taken to western window. Siobhan opened another file. Bridget O'Rourke, 1970. 1. Pronounced deceased after prolonged respiratory failure. Spontaneous movement observed approximately 17 minutes later. Patient remains wakeful but unresponsive to family names. Persistent attention towards sea-facing wall. Patrick O'Rourke, 1954. No heartbeat detected. Death witnessed by physician and 2 attendants. Patient resumed respiration after body had been prepared for removal. A later page recorded that Patrick disappeared from his room 3 days afterward. His clothes were found folded above the cliff path. The language changed across the decades, but the details did not. No recognition, no sleep. The western window. Siobhan pulled an older archive box from the shelf. Its bottom split, spilling folders across the floor. The smell rising from them was not mildew. It was seawater. Several pages were swollen and stiff, their edges whitened with salt. She found records from the original O'Rourke house, written in narrow black handwriting. Leanh O'Rourke, 1926. Heart ceased shortly after evening prayers. No lament heard upon the grounds. Patient restored to wakefulness during the laying out. Cormac O'Rourke, 1939. Expired peacefully. No woman heard upon the headland. Returned before morning and did not know his sons. Siobhan stopped. The cry had been documented. Not hearing it had been documented more carefully. She searched files belonging to Gallagher's, Sweeney's, Doherty's, and Brennan's. Their charts sometimes contained embarrassed phrases, wailing outdoors, disturbance from cliffs, unknown female voice prior to death. The O'Rourke records contained only absence. No lament recorded. No keening heard. No woman upon the headland. Again and again, followed by the same impossible wakefulness. At the bottom of the box, Siobhan found a thin ledger bound with blue thread. Its pages contained names, dates, and 2 columns marked heard and returned. Every non-O'Rourke name had a small cross beneath heard. Every O'Rourke had been entered beneath returned. The final completed line belonged to Myriad Kelly, beside her name. In newer ink, someone had written, Born O'Rourke. Below it was one unfinished entry. Siobhan Kelly. The space beneath heard was blank. Beneath returned, a cross had already been drawn. Siobhan closed the ledger and carried it upstairs beneath her uniform. By morning, she had constructed 3 explanations. The first was that the records had been written by people who believed local superstition and interpreted ordinary medical events accordingly. The second was that O'Rourke patients shared a hereditary cardiac abnormality capable of producing prolonged periods of undetectable circulation. The third was that exhaustion had made her read more into the ledger than it contained. She preferred the second explanation because it sounded measurable. At the nurse's station, she searched medical journals for delayed return of spontaneous circulation. Rare cases existed. Monitoring errors happened. Weak pulses went unnoticed. Sedatives altered responses. Families transformed clinical confusion into stories. None of the articles mentioned patients who woke without recognizing their relatives. None mentioned the sea. Dr. Keene arrived shortly after 9 in the morning, irritated by the weather and more irritated by Malachi's refusal to be transferred. Siobhan showed him the monitor printouts, but not the ledger. There was no electrical activity. She said, "There was no electrical activity recorded. You confirmed the absence of a pulse yourself. I confirmed what I could feel at the time. For 14 minutes? Dr. Keene looked toward room 7. You know what people will call this if we don't handle it carefully. Siobhan did know. Not negligence. Not faulty equipment. A miracle. By midday, Catriona had brought 2 uncles, a parish priest, and a cousin who stood in the corridor making phone calls in a whisper. Malachi ignored them all. He sat upright with his head turned toward the window, his hands resting neatly on the blanket. The silver bell remained in the drawer. His monitor displayed a slow rhythm whenever anyone entered the room. When he was left alone, the signal became erratic, as though the machine could not decide what kind of body lay beneath its leads. Siobhan replaced the electrodes twice. She checked the wires. She brought in a second monitor from the treatment room. The new screen showed a pulse for less than a minute. Then the line flattened. Malachi continued speaking. The windows were smaller before, he said. Siobhan pressed 2 fingers to his neck. Nothing. His skin was cool, but not cold. His mouth moved without effort. No air touched the back of her hand when she held it beneath his nose. Malachi. Can you hear me? 19 can. She glanced at the monitor, then toward the open door. The corridor was empty. 19 what? He turned from the window. His eyes looked darker than they had the previous night. Not clouded. Crowded. His pupils shifted in tiny, separate movements, as though several people were trying to look through the same narrow opening. 19 people, he said, behind my eyes. Siobhan removed her hand from his throat. Your heart has stopped again. It has stopped before. Do you feel pain? One of us does. The answer came in Malachi's voice, but another voice seemed to finish beneath it, female. Older, nearly lost in the hum of the fluorescent light. Siobhan reached for the emergency button. Malachi caught her sleeve. This time his grip was not merely strong. It was layered. His fingers tightened in uneven pulses, one after another. Like many hands remembering how to close. Don't call them, he said. Let go. They always write it down. Then they shut the door. Who does? The living. His monitor remained flat. Siobhan forced herself to count his respirations. There were none. 19 relatives? She asked. Malachi's expression changed. For an instant, grief softened his face. Then suspicion replaced it, followed by anger. Then the lost bewilderment of a child. Each emotion appeared complete and vanished too quickly to belong to one person. Brothers, he said. Mothers. A girl who died before she was named. Men who went into the water. Women who were tied to beds when they tried to follow. His eyes moved over Siobhan's face. They all know you. I'm not an O'Rourke. A smile appeared slowly. It was not Malachi's smile. Blood does not care what name you use. From inside the bedside drawer came a small, metallic sound. The silver bell rang once. Malachi released her sleeve and turned toward it with sudden terror. All 19 expressions vanished from his face. "They've found the room," he whispered. At that moment, every heart monitor in St. Orla's went flat. For 3 seconds, St. Orla's appeared to die all at once. Every monitor along the east wing released the same continuous tone. The sound passed through open doors, beneath fluorescent lights, and into the corridor where relatives froze, beside beds they believed had just become deathbeds. Then the screens recovered, one by one. Heart rhythms returned. Irregular, slow, human. Only Malachi's remained flat. He watched the bedside drawer. Siobhan opened it. The silver bell lay where she had placed it, motionless on the folded blue ribbon. "You said they found the room," she said. Malachi did not answer. A care assistant called her name from the corridor. Within minutes, Shaban was moving between residents, checking pulses and resetting machines while Dr. Keene blamed a voltage fluctuation. The emergency generator had not activated. No lights had dimmed. No fuse had failed. Yet every monitor had stopped at precisely the same moment. By early afternoon, the storm had weakened, leaving St. Orla's wrapped in a gray silence. The sea remained rough below the cliffs, but the rain had thinned to mist. That was when the footprints began. The first appeared in room 14 beside a sleeping woman named Kathleen Ward. 2 bare prints darkened the vinyl floor between her bed and the door. The soles were narrow. The toes pointed outward. Kathleen had not walked in 6 months. Siobhan checked her feet. They were warm and dry beneath the blanket. More prints appeared in room 9, then room 11. Then, beside the empty bed where Nora Sweeney had died, each trail began beside a resident's bed and ended at the corridor doors on the western side of the building, the doors that opened toward the cliff path. Those doors had been locked since winter. No footprints led back. The staff blamed visitors tracking rain inside, though the marks were clearly made by bare feet. Someone fetched a mop. 10 minutes after the floor was cleaned, the prints returned. This time, there were more of them. Siobhan followed the trails through the corridor. They converged at the locked western doors, overlapping until the floor looked crowded with people standing shoulder to shoulder, waiting to be let out. The handles were wet, not damp from condensation, wet enough that water ran down the metal and gathered beneath them. She stepped back. Behind her, Malachi's bell rang. The sound came from room 7, a delicate silver note, barely louder than a spoon touching porcelain. Siobhan hurried inside. The drawer was still closed. Malachi stood at the window. He should not have been able to stand. His legs had weakened months earlier, and no measurable pulse moved beneath his skin. Yet he remained upright without support. One hand pressed against the glass. On the other side of the window, a bare footprint appeared in the mist. The room was on the 2nd floor. "Who is outside?" Siobhan asked. Malachi looked past his own reflection. "Not outside," he said. "Below." Catriona returned near evening carrying a paper bag of clean clothes and an old biscuit tin. She had spent the afternoon at Malachi's cottage searching for documents that might explain his condition. "He kept things from my grandmother," she said. "Family papers, photographs. I thought there might be something medical." They opened the tin in the quiet room beside reception. Inside were baptism certificates, funeral cards, and photographs with curled white borders. Most showed O'Rourke weddings, fishing boats, children standing stiffly beside stone walls. Siobhan found the photograph near the bottom. It showed her grandmother as a young woman. Mairead stood on the cliffs behind the building long before it became St. Orla's. Her hair blew across her face, and one hand rested protectively over her abdomen. In the other, she held a small silver bell tied with a faded blue ribbon. The same bell lay in Malachy's drawer. On the back of the photograph, someone had written, Mairead O'Rourke. Before she took the Kelly name, do not let the child hear it. Siobhan read the line twice. What child? Catriona asked. Before Siobhan could answer, a bell began ringing somewhere beneath their feet. Not once, not softly. It rang with frantic, uneven force from the abandoned chapel below the oldest wing. Catriona stared toward the floor. But Granddad's bell is upstairs. Siobhan already knew. She ran to room 7 and pulled open the drawer. The silver bell was still there. It trembled against the wood with every note sounding from below. Malachy stood behind her. In the dark window, 19 faces looked out through his reflection. The one you can see is the lock, they said together. The one beneath us is what it locked away. The ringing stopped as soon as Siobhan reached the chapel door. It stood at the end of a service corridor beneath the oldest wing, where the walls narrowed and the air smelled of limestone, damp wool, and something faintly metallic. St. Orla's staff used the passage only for storage. The chapel itself had been closed for years after a section of ceiling collapsed, and the key hung in a locked cabinet in the administrator's office. Yet the door was open, not wide, only enough to show a thin strip of darkness within. Catriona had followed her downstairs, but stopped several paces behind. My grandfather used to bring me here, she said, before they sealed it. For Mass, he said it wasn't a chapel then. Siobhan looked back at her. What was it? Catriona's face had gone pale. A keeping room. The phrase sounded wrong in the corridor. Too domestic for a place beneath a nursing home and too deliberate for superstition. Siobhan pushed the door open. The chapel beyond had been stripped of most religious furnishings. Dust covered the narrow pews. Water stains spread across the ceiling like bruises, and the plaster behind the altar had fallen away, exposing rough stone older than the building above it. A bell rope hung beside the altar. It moved gently. There was no bell in the tower. Siobhan crossed the room with her phone light raised. The floor sloped downward toward the western wall. Near the altar, fresh water gleamed between the flagstones. Bare footprints led across it. They did not come from the chapel door. They began at the wall. Catriona whispered. Granddad said the house was built here first. Siobhan remembered the archive boxes labeled O'Rourke House for the aged and infirm. How much of it is still underneath us? No one knows. The footprints ended before a section of stone darker than the rest. Siobhan ran her fingers along its edge and found a narrow seam. A rusted iron ring had been hammered flat into the mortar. Together, they pulled. The stone panel opened inward with a sound like breath escaping old lungs. Cold air moved over them. Behind the wall, steps descended into darkness. Catriona refused to go farther. Siobhan wanted to refuse as well. But the memory of her grandmother stood behind her now, Mairead upright in a deathbed. looking toward the sea with no recognition in her eyes. She descended alone. The staircase was too narrow for the building plans and too steep to have been intended for patients. Moisture coated the walls, her shoulder-brush stones scratched by countless fingernails. At the bottom, she entered a circular chamber. It was no larger than Malachi's room. Silver fragments covered the floor. Some were curved like pieces of bells. Others had been hammered flat and fixed into the walls with blackened nails. Blue ribbon hung in rotting strips between them. Each fragment trembled faintly. Although the air was still, names had been scratched into the stone. Leanh, Cormac, Brigid, Patrick, Donald, Myriad. Dozens more crowded the walls. Some deep and careful, others jagged enough to suggest they had been carved in panic. Beneath several names, the same phrase appeared: heard nothing. At the center of the chamber stood a low block of limestone. A recess had been cut into its surface. It was shaped exactly like Malachi's silver bell. Siobhan approached it. The recess was dark around the edges, as if heat had scorched the stone. A groove extended from it toward the floor, where it joined a shallow channel running west beneath the wall. She thought of blood. Then the silver fragments began to whisper, not words at first, only exhalations, overlapping and uneven. The sound passed around the chamber like many people trying to breathe through one mouth. Siobhan raised her light toward the wall behind the stone block. A fresh name had been carved there. The letters were pale against the damp rock, their edges still shedding dust. Siobhan Kelly. Beneath it, in smaller writing, were the words, "Last daughter of Myriad O'Rourke." Something moved inside the recess. Siobhan leaned closer. From the empty bell-shaped hollow came the sound of her grandmother's voice. "You were never brought here to free us." Myriad whispered, "You were brought here to replace the bell." Siobhan did not remember climbing the stairs. One moment she stood before the bell-shaped recess, listening to her grandmother speak from empty stone. The next, she was kneeling on the chapel floor with Catriona gripping her shoulders. Blood ran from Siobhan's palm. She had been holding a silver fragment so tightly that its broken edge had cut through her skin. "What happened down there?" Catriona asked. Siobhan looked toward the concealed doorway. It had closed behind her. The seam in the wall was almost invisible again. She said, "I was meant to replace it." "Who said?" Siobhan wrapped her hand in a handkerchief and did not answer. They searched the chapel before returning upstairs. Behind the ruined altar, Catriona found a narrow wooden compartment sealed with wax. Inside lay a bundle of letters tied with the same faded blue ribbon as Malachi's bell. The oldest had been written in 1849 by Eileen O'Rourke, mistress of the original house. The paper had browned, but the handwriting remained sharp. "My son Teda Jay has heard her 3 nights. She walks above the western rocks and combs her hair with a bone comb. When she cries, he wakes with seawater upon his lips. Father Declan says the lament is not a curse but an announcement, and that no door may be barred against what has already been named." Eileen had refused to accept that. Taddig was her only surviving child. 2 daughters had died in infancy, and her husband had been lost with a fishing boat. When the family's Banshee appeared for Taj, Eileen sought help from a silversmith in Derry who claimed that sound could be divided from the spirit that produced it. Another letter described the ritual. The bell was cast from mourning silver, wedding rings taken from O'Rourke widows, coins placed over the eyes of the dead, and a chalice stolen from a ruined chapel. The Banshee was drawn into the chamber beneath the house by speaking the names of every O'Rourke she had mourned. When she began to keen for Tadja, Eibhlin rang the bell. The lament stopped. Tad lived. For 6 more years. Then he died after falling from a horse. No woman cried on the cliffs. His mother's final letter was shorter than the others. He opened his eyes during the wake. He does not know me. There are others inside him. I saved his breathing and condemned everything that should have left with it. Later documents showed how the family concealed what followed. The O'Rourke house became a private infirmary where relatives could be confined after their deaths. Windows facing the sea were barred. Bodies that resumed breathing were described as fevered, delirious, or touched by God. Some lived for days. Others lived for years. One record concerned Niall O'Rourke, who survived without a detectable heartbeat for 11 months. He spoke in the voices of 4 dead sisters and attempted repeatedly to crawl westward whenever the tide was high. Another described twin brothers who died within minutes of each other. Both returned, but each claimed to be the other. The family began moving the bell between descendants. Each generation appointed a keeper who was forbidden to ring it except when the voices became uncontrollable. Every ringing forced the trapped dead deeper into the nearest O'Rourke body. The final papers belonged to Chauvin's mother, Deirdre Kelly. Chauvin recognized the compact handwriting from birthday cards and school permission slips. Myrad heard the bell as a child. That is why they chose her. She carried it for 40 years and never told me what it cost. After her death, she returned without herself inside her. I took Chauvin away before the others could bring her below the house. I changed our routines, avoided Donegal, and never told her that Kelly was a shelter, not an escape. The last page had been folded around a small photograph of 9-year-old Chauvin asleep in the back seat of a car. On the reverse, Deirdre had written, "Never let my daughter hear the bell clearly. If she hears it, the dead will hear her too." A sound rose from the corridor above them. Not the bell in Malachi's drawer. This ringing was deeper, louder, and close enough to vibrate through the chapel walls. Shaban unfolded the final letter. One sentence had been added beneath her mother's warning in fresh, wet ink. "She has heard us now." From upstairs came the sound of every resident in St. Orla's speaking Chauvin's name at once. The voices stopped when Chauvin reached the corridor. Every resident lay exactly where the staff had left them. Some slept. Some stared at ceilings. Kathleen Ward was drinking tea with both hands around the cup. None appeared aware that, moments earlier, they had spoken Chauvin's name together. Only Malachi was sitting upright. The silver bell rested on his open palms. Kaitriona moved toward him, but Sayaban caught her arm. "Don't touch it." Malachi looked at the bell as though it were a small animal pretending to be dead. "She was never calling us to death," he said. The many voices behind his own had become clearer. Men and women spoke through him in uneven layers. Some whispering, some breathless, one so young that Chauvin could barely bear to hear it. She was calling us away from it. Chauvin thought of every cry she had heard before a resident died. She had always imagined the sound traveling toward St. Orla's from the cliffs, a warning approaching the building. Now she understood that it had been traveling in the other direction. The lament began at the bedside. The Banshee gathered the name of the dying, separated it from the failing body, and carried it beyond the headland. Her cry was not an announcement for the living. It was a road for the dead. Eibhlin O'Rourke had not prevented death when she silenced that road. She had only removed the destination. Siobhan looked through the open doors of the residence rooms. Wet footprints stood beside every bed. They were not entering the building. They were trying to leave it. The others upstairs, she said. They aren't O'Rourke's. Not by name, Malachi replied. The voices shifted inside him. St. Orla's had once been O'Rourke House. For generations, dying members of the family had been brought there because it was easier to hide what happened after their hearts stopped. Later, the house became an infirmary, then a nursing home. The family name disappeared from the sign, but the trapped souls remained beneath the foundations. They had no bodies of their own, so they pressed themselves into whatever dying flesh was nearest. Most could not remain long in strangers. They surfaced in dreams, in confusion, in hands reaching toward western windows. But in an O'Rourke body, they endured. 19 of them had accumulated inside Malachi. Others had been scattered throughout St. Orla's for years. Siobhan remembered residents calling daughters by the wrong names. Men who spoke suddenly in Irish despite never learning it. Women who begged staff not to close curtains facing the sea. She had called those things dementia, hypoxia, terminal agitation. Clinical language had not been false. It had simply been too small. Why me, she asked. Malachi raised his eyes. Because the bell follows the women. Leanh had made the prison from mourning objects carried by widows and mothers. Only a daughter of the direct line could open what the first mother had closed. Myriad had been chosen, then Deirdre. Both had resisted, one by silence, the other by escape. Now there was only Siobhan. The name Kelly cannot protect you, Malachi said. The room has already learned your blood. Catriona looked at the bell, then ring it properly. Let her out. No, said one of the voices inside Malachi. Another answered through the same mouth. Break it. The silver bell gave a faint tremor. Siobhan heard something within it that was not metal. A woman inhaling after nearly 2 centuries without air. She reached toward it. Malachi drew his hands back. Fear passed through his face 19 times. When she is free, he said, she will call every name she has been denied. Then they can leave. They have been dead too long to remember where leaving ends. Outside, the sea struck the cliffs hard enough to shake the windows. The lights flickered. From room 14 came the long, uninterrupted tone of a heart monitor. Then another sounded farther down the corridor. Then a third. One by one. Residents began turning their heads toward the western doors. Malachi placed the bell in Siobhan's hands. It was colder than ice and heavy enough to feel filled with seawater. From inside the silver, a woman whispered her name. Then, for the first time in more than 170 years, the Banshee began to cry. The cry began inside Siobhan's hands. It did not emerge from the bell as sound at first. It entered her bones as pressure, passed up both arms, and tightened behind her eyes until she saw the corridor through a film of silver light. The metal became so cold that her palms burned. Then the storm struck St. Orla's. Wind slammed against the western side of the building. The lights failed. Emergency lamps flickered on, filling the corridor with a weak red glow. Somewhere above them, glass shattered. The sea answered from below with a blow that seemed to lift the nursing home from its foundations. Catriona tried her phone. No signal. The landline at the nurses' station rang once, then filled with rushing water. Dr. Keene came out of room 9 holding a stethoscope. His face had lost all color. "I can't find a pulse." "Which resident?" "Any of them." The monitors began flattening in sequence. Room 14. Room 11. Room 6. Yet no one died. Kathleen Ward opened her eyes and asked why the room had become so crowded. Father Burns sat up, removed his oxygen mask, and spoke to someone standing at the foot of his bed. Two women in the dementia wing laughed together in voices decades younger than their own. Chauvin moved from room to room, checking wrists, throats, chests. Nothing. The residents remained conscious without measurable heartbeats, their skin cooling while their eyes grew increasingly alert. Some stared toward the cliff doors. Others watched corners where no living person stood. Wet footprints spread across the floors faster than the staff could follow them. They crossed walls. They appeared on ceilings. They formed inside locked rooms and gathered around residents whose names had never appeared in the O'Rourke records. The dead beneath St. Orla's were no longer waiting for suitable bodies. They were taking whatever remained available. "We need to move them away from the western wing," Dr. Keene said. "There is nowhere away from it." Chauvin replied. The bell trembled violently in her hands. Malachi stood behind her without assistance. His face shifted through fear, anger, longing, and exhaustion as 19 people struggled near its surface. "Below," they said. "Finish it below." Chauvin carried the bell toward the chapel. Catriona followed until water seeped upward between the stones. The abandoned chapel doors opened before Chauvin touched them. Inside, every silver fragment in the walls was ringing. Thin notes collided beneath the ceiling, each containing a breath, a name, or an unfinished word. Chauvin descended into the chamber alone. Her carved name looked deeper now. The bell-shaped recess waited in the limestone block. Around it, fresh scratches appeared as invisible hands added names faster than she could read them. She placed Malachi's bell into the hollow. It fitted perfectly. The chamber fell silent. A woman stood against the western wall. She was tall and thin, her gray hair hanging wet over a face that seemed different each time Chauvin blinked. Young, ancient, beautiful, drowned. Her mouth was bound with silver wire running into the walls. The Banshee did not look angry. She looked tired. Chauvin understood that ringing the bell would close the prison again. The keeper was expected to take the object into herself, becoming another living lock for the family's mistake. That was why her name had been carved beneath the recess. Her mother had not merely protected her from the dead. She had protected her from becoming their jailer. The Banshee lifted one hand and pointed to the bell. Chauvin took the largest silver fragment from the floor. "I'm sorry," she whispered. She struck. The bell cracked. The second blow split it from lip to handle. The third shattered it. The Banshee opened her mouth. Her cry passed through Chauvin without harming her. It traveled up through St. Orla's, across the cliffs, over villages and fields, through churches, fishing boats, and dark roads. Dogs lay down. Sleeping children woke weeping. Across Donegal, people carrying O'Rourke, blood turned toward the sea without knowing why. The silver wire fell from the Banshee's lips. Above, every monitor ceased, alarming. For one hopeful moment, there was absolute silence. Then every resident in St. Orla's sat upright, their mouths open together. "She has come too late," they said. From beyond the chamber wall came the sound of hundreds of bare feet beginning to walk toward the water. The first resident reached the chapel before Siobhan reached the stairs. Kathleen Ward descended barefoot in her nightdress, one hand trailing along the wall. Behind her came Father Byrne, the two women from the dementia wing, and a man whose broken hip had kept him bedridden since Christmas. None leaned on rails or walkers. None showed pain. Their hearts were silent. Their faces were not empty. They were crowded with concentration, as though each body carried passengers trying to agree on where the feet should fall. Siobhan climbed from the chamber and found St. Orla's moving around her. Doors opened along every corridor. Blankets slipped from shoulders. Oxygen tubes dragged over the floor. Residents who had not stood in years rose without help and joined the procession toward the western wing. The staff tried to stop them. A care assistant wrapped both arms around an elderly woman named Rose McGinley, only to recoil when Rose spoke in the voices of three men. "We know the road," they told her. Dr. Keene stood before the locked cliff doors. "You cannot go outside," he said. "There's a storm." Malachi approached him at the head of the procession. "No," he answered. "There is an ending." He placed one hand against the doors. The locks released. Wind entered St. Orla's with enough force to extinguish the emergency lights. Rain swept across the corridor. Curtains lifted from rooms behind them, and the wet footprints waiting on the floor lengthened toward the open night. Catriona seized Malachi's arm. "Granddad, please." He turned to her. For one moment, his face belonged only to him. Recognition returned with such clarity that Catriona gasped. "My little bird," he said. She pressed both hands to her mouth. Malachi touched her cheek. His fingers were already gray. "I am sorry I kept them so long." Then the 19 dead moved behind his eyes again, and he stepped outside. The residents followed. They crossed the courtyard without shoes or coats and entered the cliff path in a single, uneven line. Rain flattened their clothes against failing bodies. Some limped. Some moved with the rigid balance of people walking through unfamiliar limbs. The Banshee waited near the headland. She stood where the path narrowed above the rocks, her gray hair streaming inland despite the ocean wind. Her lament had ended. She raised her hands as each resident approached, as though trying to recognize names worn away by too many years inside the living. Some of the dead recoiled from her. Others reached for her and passed through. The first residents continued toward the water. "She cannot guide them," Catriona whispered. Siobhan understood why. A death properly mourned was a crossing made once. These souls had been forced back into flesh again and again. They no longer knew which memories belonged to them, which bodies had been theirs, or which names the Banshee had originally come to carry. They had become a family without edges. The sea was the only thing they remembered. Siobhan followed. She could have turned inland. She could have taken Catriona, Dr. Keene, and the remaining staff away from St. Orla's before the cliff path collapsed beneath the storm. But her grandmother was somewhere in the procession, perhaps inside Malachi, perhaps inside Kathleen Ward, perhaps looking through Siobhan's own eyes. The voices had recognized her blood because some part of them had already been living there. At the final bend, Malachi stepped from the path onto the rocks below. The residents followed him into the surf. They did not struggle when the waves struck. They walked deeper with their faces raised, disappearing one by one beneath white water. For a moment, Siobhan saw figures continuing below the surface. hundreds of them, moving across the seabed toward a darkness beyond the reach of dawn. Kytriona called her name from the cliff. Siobhan stopped at the water's edge. The Banshee stood beside her, up close. Her face resembled Mayriad's, then Deirdre's, then Siobhan's own. The woman extended one pale hand. Behind them, the nursing home windows went dark. Siobhan entered the sea. At dawn, the storm ended. Emergency workers found St. Orla's unlocked and empty. Meals remained on trays. Wheelchairs stood beside vacant beds. Every monitor displayed a flat line, though no bodies were discovered inside the building or along the shore. Wet footprints began beside every mattress. They crossed the corridors, passed through the western doors, and descended the cliff path into the Atlantic. Only one trail returned. It ended in room 7, beside Malachi's empty bed. On the pillow lay a silver bell, whole again, tied with a new blue ribbon. Inside it, something was crying in Siobhan Kelly's voice. A warning is not always a threat. Sometimes it is a kindness whose purpose has been misunderstood by people desperate to postpone loss. The O'Rourke's feared the Banshee because she appeared before death. Yet her lament was the one mercy death still offered them: separation, remembrance, and release. By silencing grief, the family did not defeat mortality. They made dying endless and forced future generations to inherit what no one had been willing to surrender. Perhaps some doors remain open not to let horror enter, but to ensure that the dead are finally allowed to leave. My dear friend, before we leave tonight's story behind, I want to send you one last warm thought. I'm truly happy that you chose to spend this evening with Chilly Midnight. No matter how busy, tiring, or complicated your day may have been, I hope these moments gave you a small space to slow down and feel less alone. Now, let the outside world grow distant. Set aside every unfinished plan, every difficult thought, and every burden you have been carrying. Tomorrow will have its own time. This moment is only for you. May the darkness around you feel calm and protective. May your body loosen, your mind become still, and your heart find the comfort it needs. I hope the coming hours restore your strength and carry you through kind, beautiful dreams. When daylight returns, may you open your eyes with a clearer spirit, renewed energy, and something gentle to look forward to. Thank you for staying with me until the very end. Wherever you are, I'm sending you warmth, care, and my sincerest wishes for a restful night. Until another story brings us together again. Sleep soundly, stay safe, and wake with a smile. Good night.